Good morning from Council Chambers. We're just turning the live streaming on. So just before we begin, I just would like to go through the emergency response plan for Council Chambers. If there is an emergency, everybody must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery behind me are going to take direction from our security colleague over to my left. Council is going to take direction from myself as we evacuate down the most appropriate stairwell. After evacuating the room and you take the stairwells down to the ground level, please evacuate through the emergency exits and go to the muster point. Those of you in Council Chambers and watching online are able to see where the muster point is, which is at the south end of the pool. Anybody with limited mobility should identify themselves either to security or to myself during an evacuation. And if you do have any questions or concerns, please reach out to security or myself if you require first aid. Thank you so much. No, I think we
Is that? Oh my goodness, look who's here in the room. Okay, oh, now I'm excited. Let's call the meeting to order now. Now it's a really exciting time here. Good morning, everyone. It is 9:30. I'm apparently chairing for the first half an hour, so here we are, and call the meeting to order, and I'll start with a land acknowledgement. And so at this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, to acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. First, we will start with a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Tang. We'll come back. We have Mayor Sohi's going to be joining us a little bit later, I think within the first half hour or so. Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Good morning, and Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we'll start with a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
I'll move that the May 14th, 15th City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of item 9.4, City Manager Update Verbal Report, 9.6, City Manager Recruitment Update Verbal Report, and 9.7, Councilors Reporting on Intergovernmental Activities, External Agency Appointments Verbal Report.
and the replacement. Would you mind doing the replacement?
Oh, sorry, my screen cut off. Replacement report on item 10, motions pending, 10.2, Blatchford scope change and sale of land.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's seconded by Councillor Rice. Please vote on the agenda.
Just
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We're just sending the vote out now.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We're just waiting for one more vote.
Well, I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Instead of me turning over the chair for the minutes, I'll ask Councillor Stevenson if you can move all of the minutes there with the exception of the April 23rd, 24th City Council minutes. We just have to do a quick check on something there. It might take a little bit.
Absolutely. I'm happy to move the approval of the minutes for the March 14th, 2024 City Auditor Recruitment Committee, March 22nd, 2024 Special Auditor Recruitment Committee, the April 12th, 2024 Special City Council, April 2024 City Council Public Hearing, the April 30th City Council Non-Regular, the May 8th Non-Regular, and the May 8th Special City Council meeting.
I'll second those. Please vote on the minutes.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Oh, wait, sorry. Just hang on.
Just confirming you already talked to the clerk about the one correction?
Yes,
Yep,
yeah,
we
that's
pulled
what,
those out.
so we'll wait on the April 23rd, 24th. There will be
yeah.
a correction coming on
Okay.
those. But yeah, so we'll vote on these ones, which are all good, unless anyone else noticed anything there. But if not, we can vote.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Protocol items. Now there were, I feel like beyond, I just realized that I think there were 3 others that the mayor was going to do.
Yeah, we understand the mayor would like to do those tomorrow.
Great. Perfect. So then I will just do City Hall School. Joined by, so this is exciting. So here we are joined by Morgan Deschner's grade, what is this, three class from Athlone School in Ward Anilnik. Your counselor is Counselor Aaron Rutherford, waving at you there. For those online right now, we are joined by, it's like a special guest City Hall School representative today. Of course, so I wish we had a camera. I feel like you need to come down and just be recognized. Former City Hall School teacher Linda Hutt is in the house, everyone. Let's give both the class and Linda Hutt a round of applause. We are so excited to have you today. How long are you here? Are you here, is this the whole week? This is the 5 days? Is this day 2 then? Day 2? Excellent. What's on the schedule today besides watching us? What do you have? I see a hand. Yes, the hand in the green shirt. What are you up to today? Oh, you're going to meet Councillor Rutherford? And so talking to Councillor Rutherford, riding the LRT to Commonwealth, that is going to be an awesome day. Well, thank you for joining us today. We're so excited to have you here, and stay for as long as you want, everyone. So, wonderful. Well, that is a great start to the day. Let's keep going, and let's do some selection of items for debate. I'll look to the board to see. Councillor Stevenson is on the board first.
Thank you so much. I will select 6.1, 7.1, and then just for expediency, I'll select 9.3, as it's a must be selected. Same with 9.4, 9.6, and 9.7.
4, 9, 6, 9, 7. Okay, I'll just do a quick review. There we go. Okay, 6.1, 7.1, 9.3, 9.4, 9.6, 9.7. Excellent. Next, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'd just like to select 7.5. I know this was already at committee, so it's just for voting purposes only.
Just for voting purposes?
Unless others have other things, but for me, it's just for voting purposes.
Is there anyone else wishing to further debate 7.5, or are we okay with just voting purposes? I'm going to take silence as so. Will you have questions?
I might have a few questions.
Okay,
for
then
Mr.
we
Schmidt.
will select it not just for voting purposes. Okay, thank you. Councillor, you've just come off the list. Councillor Principe. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rutherford, is that the only other item? Perfect. Councillor Principe?
Thank you. I would like to select item 7.7.
7.7. Perfect. And again, just to check, is that for questions or for voting purposes only?
There are questions.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to confirm. Thank you. Anything
Thank you.
else?
No, that is it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Councillor Salvador.
7.4, please.
7.4. Okay, Councillor Principe is back on the board. Councillor Principe?
Sorry about that,
Don't
Chair
apologize.
Knack. Can I select item 7.3 as well?
Of course, absolutely.
Thank you.
7.3 was Councilor Principe. So I will review what I have here before we vote on everything else. So I have items 6.1 and 7.1 selected by Councilor Stevenson. 7.3 is by Councilor Principe. 7.4, Councilor Salvador. 7.5, Councilor Rutherford. 7.7, Councilor Principe. 9.3 and 9.4 and 9.6 and 9.7 were all selected by Councilor Stevenson. And I see nobody else on the board for any of the other items that have not been selected. So at this point, I would take a motion to move all remaining items.
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Councilor Rutherford, seconded by Councilor Stevenson. Please vote on all the remaining items.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Madam Clerk, would you like to review what we have done so far?
Sure. So City Council has approved the following reports. Item 7.2, Fort Edmonton Management Company loan request. Item 7.3, Edmonton Ski Club replacement ski lodge, the EIA and site location study. Item 7.8, Waste Services Spring 2024 Supplemental Capital Budget Adjustment. 7.9, EPCOR Water Rates, the PBR Timelines and Guiding Principles, as well as the following private reports. 9.1, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the council member nomination, and 9.2, Edmonton Arts Council, council advisor appointment recommendation, as well as on the back page 9.5, Councilor's Budget Review Task Force recommendation follow-up.
Thank you. That's what I have as well. Next, request to speak. I do not see any on our agenda. Next will be request for time specific. So I'll take a motion. Councilor Stevenson?
Yes, happy to move that item 7.4 be first item of business on Wednesday, May 15th, and that 9.3 verbal report be at 3:45 p.m. today.
Thank you. I'll take a seconder.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Wright. First on questions from Councilor Rutherford.
I don't have questions. I'd just like to move to strike 9.3 as time specific. And once I get a seconder, I'll explain my rationale.
Great.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Wright. Please go ahead and introduce the rationale.
Yeah, so my understanding is that this is selected because one of our city admin is not available, but my understanding from our city manager is that somebody else could be available. And I'm aware that many people are interested in the item that is at 1:30, and I think asking people to leave halfway through and disjointing that conversation isn't ideal. So that's why I'm moving to strike that.
Thank
time
you.
Specific.
Are there any questions on the amendment to strike 9.3, which would be the verbal report at 3:45? Oh, yes, there are. Councilor Stevenson, please, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that and agree there's value in sort of having a flow to this afternoon's conversation and just being mindful of our external delegation. Is there an alternative time specific, perhaps tomorrow, that helps meet the objective of this time specific?
No, because the person's not available, and we are juggling a few other constraints. So if this isn't approved, I would suggest once council gets going with its agenda, I can work with the city manager's office and we can find if there is a time that does work later on today, but.
And there was no time this morning that would work? Like if it was.
I would not like to guess how long it will take you to deal with the items, but this is your agenda and we're happy to move things around to accommodate your schedules.
Okay. Well, I look to administration's advice, maybe to the city manager. Would you like the individuals who are available today to be part of the delegation?
Ideally, like them to be there, but if we can manage tomorrow, fine without our person there. So there's no issue with moving it to tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's the same concerns about interrupting some of the items that we would be going through first item. I'd maybe look to the chair for his expert advice.
Well, thank you. I don't think I have any. But yes, if there's a desire, if this amendment is approved and there's a desire from administration to have folks here and they're available this morning, we could always make some adjustments to our calendar. But we'll cross that bridge once the amendment is dealt with. So any other questions on the amendment to remove 9.3? Not seeing any. Do you wish to close to that, Councillor Rutherford?
No, nothing further.
Thank you. Please vote on the amendment to strike 9.3.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-1. That leaves us with the single item right now of time specific at 7.4. Now that that's passed, and this was moved by Councillor Stevenson, so can I turn the chair over to Councillor Jans just to close, ask a question and provide some closure here maybe on that?
Just this once.
Thank you. So, Mr. Rabar, is there a time this morning that they would be available just to see, or because we could add a time specific this morning if it works?
It is completely up to you. We're very happy to do this tomorrow. I think that's probably best for your flow.
Okay. If you are very comfortable with it, then I'm not going to press any further. I'll leave it there. Okay. I'll take the chair back. I assume the chair has been returned. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else with any questions on the time specific? Not seeing any, please vote.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Next, vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I will move first reading of item 8.1 and 8.3.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on first reading on items 8.1 and 8.3.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Cartmel.
Councillor Knack, I'll move second reading of items 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Cartmel.
Councillor Knack, I'll move consideration of third reading of items 8.1 and 8.3.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on consideration.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Cartmel.
Councillor Knack, I'll move third and final reading of Bylaw 20769, Bylaw 20796, and Bylaw 20814.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on the third and final reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Excellent. And that is the riveting creation of bylaws to our dear young friends in class here. It's far more important than it actually looks in terms of the voting process. There are lots of cool things that were just done there, but it doesn't seem like there were that cool things. We just voted and clicked buttons, but there was actually a lot of fun stuff on it. Let's continue on. Let's go to councillor inquiries. I've been told there's at least one from Councillor Rutherford. There you are, Councillor Rutherford. Please go ahead.
Yeah. My inquiry is, can administration provide a memo with a cost breakdown of the 132 Ave renewal, West 97th Street to 127th Street, and East Fort Road to 97th Street project that includes the following: an itemized list of the scope, scale, and the budget for growth and enhancements in comparison to renewal work, and an outline of the financial and other implications or risks associated with cancellation of the project.
Thank you. I understand that was circulated in the appropriate time, so I'll accept that. Were there any other inquiries that were, okay, good. Thank you. Sorry, just since I'm filling in there. Wonderful. That's all for inquiries. No reports to be dealt with at a different meeting. No requests to reschedule reports. So the next item would be item 6.1, Bill 20 updates.
So we're just going to get the delegation to come down, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
So good morning, councillors. So just a friendly reminder, we were here just last week where we walked council through Bill 20, sort of from Edmonton elections perspective as well. Legal services touched on some of the other changes impacting the Municipal Government Act. So again, my name is Aileen Giesbrecht. I'm the City Clerk and Returning Officer for Edmonton Elections. Sitting behind me is Tara Ward. She is the Director of the Elections, and Corporate Records is also the Substitute Returning Officer. And I'll ask our colleagues from Legal Services to introduce themselves, starting with Nancy.
Morning, Council. Nancy Jacobson.
Morning, Council. Brandon Dick.
We're happy just to take questions, or if you want a refresher of the presentation, we can start at either place.
I'm hearing some desire about a refresher on the presentation, and I think it's an important topic. We should probably have a...
Okay, so we're just going to call up our notes, and then we're just going to load it up back onto the monitors. So give us 2 seconds.
Yeah, no rush, no problem.
Good morning, Council. Again, we're here to speak to Bill 20, and I will focus on the impacts in terms of operational implementation of the 2025 Edmonton general election before passing over the presentation to Nancy Jacobson to speak to the wider MGA changes. Just again for a refresher, the 2025 Edmonton election will be held on Monday, October 20th, 2025, where eligible voters or eligible electors will cast their ballot for Edmonton City Council, so mayor and 12 councillors, as well as Edmonton School Division trustees, including the Edmonton Public School Division or the Edmonton Public School Board, and Edmonton Catholic Separate School Division trustees. Next slide, please. The legislative and planning framework for the Edmonton election is multi-layered. The overarching framework, a legislative framework, comes from the Municipal Government Act, the Local Authorities Elections Act, and in our case, the Education Act. It is under the authority of the Local Authorities Elections Act that the City of Edmonton has entered into agreements with both the Edmonton Public School Board and the Edmonton Catholic Separate School Division to act as the election administrator for all 3 elections. And this is a cost-sharing arrangement. The City of Edmonton also delegates authorities and establishes procedures within its election bylaw passed on the framework established in the Local Authorities Elections Act. And then at the next layer, in terms of our planning and approach to the election project, we also have 5 guiding principles that guide all of our major decisions within the project. And those are accessible, inclusive, equitable, ethical, and safe. Next slide. The Edmonton election is a multi-year project cycle, with the project officially launching 24 months before Election Day. We are currently 17 months out from the next election. This is an overview of the different timelines at play leading into the 2025 Edmonton election. This includes the province's review of the Local Authority Elections Act, including the introduction of Bill 20, key council decision points, and Edmonton elections planning and operational implementation timelines, as well as some of the key legislative timelines of the election itself. Next slide, please. In looking at Bill 20, Edmonton elections initial analysis is high level and is aimed at identifying the impacts on operational implementation. Here we've broken out the changes in terms of having a substantive, moderate, or minimal operational impact, and then we've also identified potential impacts on voters. In terms of substantive operational impacts, we've identified the following. The permanent electors register makes preparing a permanent electors registry mandatory for municipalities using information contained in the provincial electors registry, supplemented by information obtained by the municipality. And so this isn't just about receiving the information from Elections Alberta, it's also about ensuring that we're securing that information and then adapting our voting processes to reflect the introduction of a permanent electors register. The prohibition on alternative voting equipment, in addition to prohibiting voting tabulators, it appears to also prohibit the use of assisted voting terminals, which are used by people who may have disabilities that prevent them from marking the ballot independently. This enables that, including having voice activation for what's the information that's on the ballot and using headsets, braille adaptations, and so forth. Another big change is the recount threshold. There'll be a mandatory recount if the second highest candidate requests a recount, and the difference between the candidate with the highest number of votes and the candidate with the second highest number of votes is within 0.5%. And it's only the candidate with the second highest number of votes that can make the request, and this request comes in within 48 hours of the posting of the official results. So that would be the Sunday following the election at noon. There are changes to campaign finance and campaign disclosure annual reporting. Annual statements will be required for all candidates who have declared their intent to run or who have been nominated, and these must be posted online indefinitely with the sensitive candidate and official agent information redacted. The campaign period has been extended. The campaign period would now begin the January 1st following a general election and end December 31st following that general election. So it would be now a 4-year cycle. The introduction of local parties and slates of candidates, it would permit local parties and slates of candidates. The definitions of slates of candidates and the financing rules for both the local political parties and slates of candidates are to be determined in regulation. The protection of personal information, new requirements to protect candidate information in nomination forms that must be made available to public during business hours, as well as candidate and contributor address on campaign disclosures that will now be required to be listed online. The same above protections still need to be clarified for nominators. Next slide, please. In terms of moderate operational impacts, and again, these are on our planning and implementation processes. I'll speak to impacts on voters in a moment, but the identification requirements have changed, and so we'll need to update our processes to enable that, including the addition of the permanent electors register and the changing to the vouching processes. The written notice of intent to run or nomination will need to maintain a register where individuals are required to register if they intend to be nominated or have been nominated. And this is written notice before that they can accept contributions or incur campaign expenses. And that register would need to be maintained and posted publicly. The expansion of third-party advertisers, this broadens the definition of election advertising by third-party advertisers to include taking a position on a vote or on a bylaw or a question, and applies requirements that it basically applies the same requirements across that and supporting or opposing a candidate for taking a position on a specific issue. The expansion of and changes to special ballot applications. So the proposed changes would mean any elector that is in the permanent register may apply to vote by special ballot for any reason. But it also adds a requirement for a witness who has to be an eligible elector to witness the elector's signature on a specific part of the special ballot certificate. Adds a restriction that only electors may send the completed special ballot package to the returning officer. It prohibits the use of a drop box or a central collection point for special ballots. Requires outer envelopes to be opened in the presence of candidates, official agents, or scrutineers. And requires returning officers to verify the elector's signature on the certificate. Ensure that the elector's signature on the certificate matches the signature on their identification if the identification contains their signature. In terms of minimal operational impacts, particularly the changes to ministerial powers regarding emergencies, a minister can extend or adjourn voting times in the event of an emergency. These were clarifications that were requested after the 2021 Edmonton election during COVID. There are candidate eligibility changes, and this is just to expand that any individual who's employed by the Office of the Ombudsman on nomination day is ineligible unless they've taken a leave of absence, as with other public bodies. And the option to require a criminal election check, if it's required by the City of Edmonton bylaw, every nomination of a candidate must be accompanied by such a criminal record check. And that would just be added kind of forms or paperwork to the existing nomination package. In terms of potential impacts on electors, again, the ability to access special ballots, it's both an increase in terms of accessibility, but additional steps in terms of submitting those special ballots. The changes to ID requirements will impact voters and will increase our requirement to communicate to voters around those changes. Limits the ability to use the automark or assisted voting terminals, which we've used for, I believe it's more than 2 decades. The permanent electors register could increase wait times at voting stations. The potential for campaigning in voting stations. Delayed results reporting due to the prohibition of automated voting tabulators. Increased complexity of the ballot and the voting process, and significant change to the voting experience that the Edmonton voters have experienced for the last 20 years. And I'll pass it over to Nancy.
Thanks, Tara. In addition to the changes to the Local Authorities Election Act, Bill 20 also proposes changes to the Municipal Government Act. Most of these changes relate to governance, with a few related to planning and assessment and taxation. In the order they are presented in the bill, the changes to the MGA include: in addition to mandatory disclosure and abstaining from voting on matters in which a councillor has a pecuniary interest, members of council may declare that they have a real or perceived conflict of interest based on a private interest in a matter before council. If declared, the councillor may abstain from discussing and voting on the item or may leave the room. This disclosure will be noted in the meeting minutes. If a member of council becomes ineligible to continue to hold office for specified reasons and does not resign immediately as required, council may declare the councillor to be disqualified and their seat becomes immediately vacant. This would apply if a councillor fails to file a campaign disclosure statement as required by the Local Authorities Election Act, becomes a judge, member of parliament, or member of the Legislative Assembly, is absent for all meetings in a 60-day period unless it is an approved leave or a parental leave, is convicted of certain criminal offenses, or becomes an employee of the municipality. This authority does not apply to other reasons that may make a councillor ineligible, such as not voting on a matter when required to do so, or failing to disclose a pecuniary interest. If Cabinet determines it is in the public interest to do so, Cabinet may either dismiss a councillor from office or direct the City Manager to conduct a vote of the electors regarding that councillor's dismissal. A virtual participation option for public hearings becomes mandatory. This is consistent with Council's practice, however, minor bylaw amendments will be required to fully comply with the proposed changes. Attendance at Council orientation becomes mandatory as well, and some parts must be completed prior to or at the inaugural organizational meeting, which takes place immediately after the swearing-in. The Council orientation and training policy will be reviewed and updates will be recommended to align with these changes before the 2025 general election. Recall petitions will be submitted and determined sufficient by the Minister instead of the Chief Administrative Officer. Cabinet may pass regulations directing a municipality to amend or repeal a bylaw, and Cabinet may issue an order directing Council to take actions to protect public safety or health. So in addition to those governance changes, Bill 20 also amends sections dealing with planning and assessment and taxation. A new exemption is added for non-profit subsidized affordable housing from both municipal and education property taxes. A new authority is given to Council to pass a bylaw to defer or fully or partially exempt properties to encourage residential development and housing. Only one public hearing will be permitted for residential development applications. Administration will consider how this rule will apply in situations where a public hearing is closed and subsequently reopened, or where a bylaw is referred back for additional work. and regulations may be created in the future restricting the types of studies that the development authority may require prior to development approval. Any impacts on the zoning bylaw will need to be assessed when and if this authority is used. And with that, we are happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Just as the mayor gets settled in, we'll go to questions. This was selected by Councillor Stevenson, so we'll start with Councillor Stevenson and follow the board.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive overview. I appreciate a lot of the details, are still being analyzed and assessed. Just wanted to confirm my understanding that the bill has passed second reading on May 8th. And are we aware of any amendments that have been tabled?
I believe it hasn't passed second reading. My understanding is it was still on the order paper for second reading yesterday.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It would have, I believe it has passed first reading, but it's still, but I could be wrong.
Oh, I see. You're right. Adjourned. It was adjourned on May 8th. Thank you for that clarification. Going through some of the major operational impacts, again, appreciating that this is all very new and it's only been evolving in the past few weeks. Has administration had the chance to sort of quantify an order of magnitude cost impact potentially? Is it tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions? Just wondering if we have a very rough estimate at this point.
Thank you, Councillor. I will say we are really hesitant to put a definitive number because of the scope and the magnitude of the changes. But initial, very high-level calculations, we've done some quick analysis, and I believe the total kind of increase is somewhere between 3 and 4 million, depending on how we approach different aspects of the project.
And what's the current cost of, what did the last election cost us?
So it's a bit confusing for the last election because we had the provincial ballots, but in terms of the total cost of the election, it was 7.3 million. Then we had a provincial grant, which reduced that by about 1.9 million. Our total election cost then was 5.34 million for a total cost.
Wow. So,
and then that's cost share between us and the school boards. But
okay. So, not quite a doubling, but is that roughly like a 75% increase? Like it is a 50 to 75%, recognizing these are all very rough numbers.
It is still too early to tell, but it will be a significant increase.
Okay.
But it's every change leads to a series of questions and a series of changes we'll have to either make or decide upon.
Yeah.
And so that's why we're hesitant to say we don't want to either overinflate or underinflate the numbers.
Fair enough. No, very fair. And I think maybe the more pertinent question is, do these additional costs add value to the process? I reflect on the project charter in terms of the principles around accessibility, inclusiveness. Maybe just to clarify, do some of the changes as a preliminary assessment make it easier for people to vote?
I mean, I think that's a big question, and it's hard for us to answer that. I think I can speak to what we understand is in the legislation. So on one hand, yes, special ballots are now opened, and you don't have to have a reason to apply for those. So that increases accessibility, but there are other changes that potentially could impact how accessible voters see and experience the election.
Right. For example, needing to have a permanent address, needing to have ID. Do we anticipate that it supports, accuracy and timeliness?
So what I would say is, based on our experience running elections, some of us up here for over 20 years, we're really confident in the integrity and the processes that Edmonton Elections has used up until this point in time.
And this will be a change to those processes?
Yes.
Great. Another thing that is on my mind, and I think, and apologies if it was captured in some of the operational impacts, but a lot of what the elections office does is provide information for candidates. I'm assuming all of those resources will need to be updated based on these changes.
Yes, and in addition, we'll be communicating with new entities now as well.
Okay. And do you feel that you'll be able to develop all of that new educational material in a timely way, recognizing that even the starting of the election period is shifting?
If we have the appropriate resources, yes, but there'll be required new resources.
So additional budget.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to say is that we're trying to analyze this based on the fact it hasn't fully been approved yet, and that a lot of what we have done in the past will have to be reimagined, which we're absolutely capable of doing. We will need significant resources to answer questions of the public, candidates, political parties, and our election planning starts 24 months out of the election, so we're already, I don't want to say a quarter through the process, but a quarter through the process, and we're going to have to significantly increase our capacity, and we will meet the deadline, but it's going to cost time and it's going to cost money.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack, thank you so much for starting the meeting.
Always my pleasure.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so many questions. I think I'll just jump off of that one quickly first, because when I'm reading a lot of the operational impacts, one thing I'm kind of hearing is that, are we going to also need to contemplate like permanent full-time election staff? Like we're not, like right now it's seasonal, right? Like there's an influx, we gear up for the election, then temporary, and then, but when I'm reading a lot of these things in terms of like if you have to do by-elections for recall or the dismissal of a council, if election periods are now essentially 4 years, is the city clerk contemplating that?
100%. I also think that we shouldn't lose fact of the requirements to maintain a permanent election registry. So yes, I'd say there's a number of, you're right, the election team is very small and mighty, and then we sort of ebb and throw throughout the election cycle, but again, we're going to have to completely relook at our project plan, and we will be coming forward for a significant budget ask as soon as we understand the order of magnitude. We are focused on running the election in October 2025, but there will be ongoing costs, which council will be asked to support.
So therefore, the public will be asked to support, because we have tax levy as our funding source.
That is how the election is funded, yes.
Okay. For the 4-year cycle, I'm just trying to get a picture of this in practicality. So a potential candidate can submit a intent to run so that they can fundraise. So like January 1st of 2026, they can put in that intent to run. Is there any cap on funding? Because before there used to be a cap, right? You could only do $5,000 in a year outside of an election year.
Yeah, there are a series of changes. There are still caps in place in terms of, and I don't have all of the details, I'm gonna be honest, it's quite intricate in terms of the changes. There are still caps on individual contributors as well as corporations.
Yeah, there's caps on individuals, but like, if someone can still have 20 corporations giving $5,000.
That is a corporation. Those would be individual corporations, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, and
Yeah, there's no total cap on the fundraising per, okay, so then that also, because I know, for example, we have this interplay with, and again, new counselor, haven't had to do this where you're a sitting counselor, and then you're also going into an election year. But there's a lot of, I would say, guardrails that are put around. Once somebody's an official candidate, they don't do as many official duty as council. They, there's also concern about fundraising and then having important votes coming up. How are we going to be having to grapple with that as a result of what is on the legislation right now, if this legislation passes?
Yeah, so the other element that we had to, was new for us in 2021 was the code of conduct. And so there's really specific requirements about elected officials as it runs up into the election. And some of the work we did with the Council Code of Conduct Subcommittee was to highlight some of the challenges that are experienced by those of you on council who do decide to run again. So
Yeah.
I would say there's a lot of interconnections here that once the bill receives 3 readings and it is in force, and the regulations come out, we're going to have to look at a lot of that. There are definitely going to be guardrails, and there's requirements not only on you, but potentially also on your staff.
Yeah, but also what's interesting is so a potential candidate can fundraise for 4 years, but there's no requirement in the new legislation, because it talks about one of the goals is transparency, to actually disclose those contributions prior to the election.
There's now annual reporting and annual disclosure, but there's no
Okay.
deadline, as far as I understand, in the election year. And so
Okay.
that's where we see the operational impact on us, is that we'll have to receive those and post those
Okay.
within a deadline.
Yeah, okay, and then one other question I had about the governance, and I just wanted to, I didn't see it in your presentation, but I remember in a summary, it said that also they're preventing non-legislative public hearings. Is that, so can somebody, because like, does that mean our count, like when we have, sometimes we have a non-stat public hearing, are we then not going to be allowed to have non-stat public hearings?
No, Councillor Rutherford, the restriction is on a public hearing that's required, and it's for residential developments. They're limiting them to 1. It doesn't impact your ability to hold other types of
Okay.
council meetings.
Okay, thanks for the clarity, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I thought Councillor Stevenson was getting another turn. So the program charter, that's the city's charter. Is that formed, I guess, from or through any provincial legislation, or that's the city's?
No, that's our program charter and then our project management kind of guidelines. And they are built off of the corporate approach to how we work, but it's not in legislation.
Okay, but some of those guiding principles, the inclusion, accessibility, equitable, will those be infringed upon, I guess, by different identification requirements, not using tabulators?
We will still strive to fulfill those guiding principles as best we can within the new legislation. I think that's what I can say to that question.
Okay, but I mean, it will impede people to be able to vote and have accessible access to voting privately using the tabulators.
I do think we're specifically concerned about the auto mark, the ability to use those systems to support voters who want to vote independently at the voting station. Yes, there are special ballots, and yes, there are other options, but we do have Edmontonians that really want the dignity of voting at the voting station without having to have somebody come into the voting station with them.
Okay, so the same rights that people without a accessibility issue has, okay.
So just to build on that, we have worked collaboratively for a number of years with the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and we also always get feedback on voter experience, as well as doing a previous voter needs assessment, and we've recently done some engagement. It's really important to us that people do have a positive and dignified voting experience, and we did meet with Municipal Affairs yesterday and highlighted that it is possible that this is something that they might not have been aware of. And so no guarantees, but I do think this is something that's worth exploring to allow Edmontonians and all voters to have a positive voting experience with dignity.
Okay, thank you. And you just mentioned that you met with Municipal Affairs. Have they given any indication of potential amendments that they're considering putting forward?
No, it was with the staff in Municipal Affairs, and we do have a really positive working relationship, and we were there to ask some clarifying questions and to highlight some areas that we needed some clarification. So no, they have not shared any amendments with us at all.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, there's just so much. And there's no indication from them either that the province will cover any of these additional costs that will be incurred. What, 3 to 4 million, I think?
We have not received any information to that effect.
Okay. And I was just looking at one about cabinet being able to make some changes or something to protect public safety and health. But don't they already have that right through their own ministries and that? I mean, there is a public safety minister and there is a health minister.
So it is a bit different, Councillor. It's a direct authority for Cabinet to issue an order to Council to take certain steps for public safety. It's not to say there aren't overlapping authorities that come up in other acts, but this one is a more direct ability to issue a direction in those circumstances for steps to be taken.
Could you provide an example of what that might entail?
There's nothing listed in the legislation. It's said it's for public safety and health.
Okay. Yeah, I know. We need more details, right? Okay. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll start just by moving the motion on this, which would be, I think it's just receipts.
Just to receive it for.
Yeah, receipt of information. So I'll move receipt of information on this.
Okay. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Stevenson? Okay. All right.
Thank you. I still have some questions. If that's okay, I'll start on those. I know Councillor Stevenson was asking a bit about the status. The only other thing I wanted to double check is I think yesterday, and correct me if I'm wrong, notice was given to limit debate on Bill 20 to an hour when they start debating it today. Is that correct?
That was my recollection of what I read, yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought I saw. Good to have lots of debate. Appreciate that you had a chance to meet with municipal affairs staff. Sorry, just to check, Mayor Sohi, have you had any correspondence from Minister McIver since, I don't know, I think like a week and a half ago on this specific legislation? I know you had a meeting where you didn't get to talk about Bill 20. Have you had a meeting yet? Mr. McIver talked about engaging folks.
No, we haven't had any formal or official meetings on this other than my quick call with Mr. McIver. I think that happened
about 2 weeks ago, I think.
Over Friday, the day we went to do the Thunderbird Center opening. And that was just a brief conversation about his desire to bring forward some amendments.
Okay. Yeah. So there's been no engagement about amendments at this point. Okay.
Not with Mr. McIver, but I did have a brief meeting with some officials this morning, but it was more on a broader issues, but not. They did fill me in on that they're bringing forward some amendments, right? So, but we did not go into detailed discussion.
Okay. But yeah, there's no, from what I understand, groups like Alberta Municipalities, RMA, yourself, the Mayor of Calgary, nobody's received any advanced copy of amendments.
No, we haven't received any advanced copy of amendments.
Okay. All right. It's useful. I think, just generally, I'm just curious. I'm trying to remind me. It's been a while. When we do, like when we do at the city changes to how our local democracy works, I think about ward boundary reviews. That's typically done. For years, and you mentioned there's been folks who've been doing it for 20 years. Typically, we've done sort of a hiring or a bringing on of an independent citizen commission. They go and do academic research, they do engagement, and then they bring forward a series of recommendations. Is that generally how we've handled it?
Yeah, the last one was the ward boundary review. I believe that it was finally completed in 2020.
Okay. Are we aware of any public engagement that's occurred on this legislation beyond the survey that was done? Anything that would involve research or analysis?
In terms of public engagement,
yeah,
we only have the information about the survey.
Okay.
I will say that we were engaged, I think, 3 separate times.
Yeah, staff.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Before the Bill 20 was brought in, but that was over the period of 3 years.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I was just curious if I hadn't heard of any public engagement, so I was just curious if I had missed anything. Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. Yes, very comprehensive presentation, still taking my time to absorb all the details. And you've mentioned a number of, a bunch of numbers, so I just want to make sure I have it right. So $3 to $4 million over and above what currently our elections cost, which is around 7.3. So $3 to $4 million over and above that, based on some of these pieces.
To be clear, the 7.3 million was in 2021. It's not our base budget for the 2025 election, which I apologize, I don't have that in front of me right now. And that 3 to 4 million is a very initial, very high level assessment because we knew we would get that question, but we haven't been able to do a deep dive in terms of all of the changes.
And then I think I heard also 5 million, and that's specifically for the registry. Is that right?
And that was when we brought the permanent electors registry forward in a council report, and we were concerned the biggest cost was most likely going door to door for enumeration. So that actually has been changed in the legislation. So the cost for the door to door enumeration is not required, but we do need to secure that through a dataware or database software system and receive that information, and also go through and ensure that we do kind of a registration process to ensure that we're cleaning up that information before the 2025 election. And then we'd need to update all of our voting processes. So I don't think the permanent electors register for the 2025 election will be at that level of a cost on its own because of the not requiring the enumeration portion, but it will still be a significant cost, and that will be one of the drivers for ongoing cost of the election team.
Ongoing costs, okay. So, Elaine, you mentioned, when the time comes to it, you'll bring a funding package. We'll all have to think about, like, we've budgeted for the 2025 election already in the 4-year budget, and you don't have that number right off the top of your head, right? But you will come forward for a funding package for anything over and above that.
Now we thought we had the election fully funded up until a few weeks ago. So there's a number of elements that we have to go back and completely redesign. We have not been using a permanent electors register, so we need to figure out if we're going to be paper-based or how we're going to get those registries out to all of the voting stations. There's a number of decision points, so our estimate is extremely high level and probably inaccurate because we have to make
conservative.
And we quite honestly we want to wait until we see the bill in its final form and it's approved before we start adapting. We're just watching as to what this looks like, but this is going to cost a lot of money, and it's money is one thing, but I want to manage expectations. Using a tabulator means we can get results out within 30 minutes. That will not be the experience in 2025.
Yeah. I think what I'm trying to kind of understand, and as we get more information about this bill, our staff can absorb only so much, right? But there is significant over and above, and I'm very curious about what this translates into in terms of tax levy increase, because that's ultimately what it'll be. I guess when the bill eventually, if it passes, will you share kind of a memo with a bit of, or at some point, will you share a memo just to have some of those concrete details as they get worked out?
Yeah, we're happy to, as we update, we're going to have to go back and look at our program charter, and I do believe our principles are not going to change. To Councillor Wright's question, those are the principles we use in all of our decision-making, and obviously want to be legislative compliant. We will be legislatively compliant, but as our planning evolves, because it is going to impact yourselves as the person as the body that will give us the budget, we would welcome the opportunity to provide public updates on how our election planning is going. It'll serve as an opportunity to not only educate the public, but candidates, and inform you before you have to make a number of significant decisions this fall.
Yeah, thank you. I know Minister said that this won't be a huge additional cost, but that's simply not true based on the information that we're seeing. I guess, Nancy, question for you, or in your conversations with other municipalities or associations, anyone talking about legal challenges to this? Like, and what would that look like? What are the risks? I have 20 seconds, probably not going to make it. I can come, I'll start there.
I wouldn't say that there's anything significant on the radar.
Okay. And it won't be worthwhile.
We are the children of provinces.
Treading into a cautious space in public, but nothing significant.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Hot mic.
We know.
Her mic is on.
Oh, okay. Tim? Sorry, Councillor Cardinal, sorry. Councillor Cardinal.
Don't be sorry. That's my name. Maybe just asking, I just a couple of questions, just maybe in a different way. Thank you very much for the presentation, very comprehensive, but there's a lot there. Are we getting a report? Do you want to wait until it's all kind of played out? Maybe I'll ask that question first. Bill, go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
we absolutely, we're not withholding any, we're working on the information that we have, but I think based on the limited capacity our election team has right now, I think we would use our resources on once we actually know. We don't know what any amendments are, if there are any. Once we know what's passed, we will be digging in, and we will be working collaboratively with the city manager on how we navigate this, because we can't wait. We need to just get moving once this passes.
Well,
if it
there's a
passes.
lot there though, and there's no way I can take notes fast enough to keep up with how fast you're speaking. So.
Sorry, we will give you a fully written report, 100%.
Yeah, okay. Presumably after all the amendments and everything is finalized. Now, but there's a bit of a process here. So the bill passes, it gets 3 readings, then there's regs. And then, so remind me, then does it get royal assent before it becomes law, or is it once the regs are issued, it's in play?
So most of this bill comes into effect on royal assent. We are waiting for those regulations, and that's a live question that we have as well. So Tara highlighted it in particular. Most of the rules around slates and financing for those local political parties will come in regulation, and they will come after the bill has gotten royal assent.
But, yeah, so the regs get written, but they're not in play until royal assent.
They don't exist on royal assent, so they are not in play, but the rule potentially allowing these things to exist is there. Just the specifics won't be there available. There is a gap.
Okay, so I'm not quite sure I understand, but effectively the next campaign period starts the day that the rules are in force.
Correct.
Is that royal assent? Or
That's royal assent.
That's royal assent. So that could be any time.
Anytime after third reading.
Anytime after third reading. Could be months, could be minutes. Well, regs take more than minutes, but
Commonly, once third reading happens, which would happen, we are presuming, before the end of this sitting, royal assent usually is wrapped up after a sitting within a week.
so the regs will come in a week?
No, we will have a legislative gap where we have certain
I
base
see what you're saying.
provisions in play without regulations.
So it gets assent, but without regulations.
Yes.
And then the regulations get published one day, someday, and all of a sudden we have rules and away we go.
They get published as ordered in council, and we find out about that notification, yes.
On Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock. Sorry, that's not fair. So, yeah, okay, okay, so there's a gap. So all of a sudden then, so Mike, as part of your reporting then, will you provide some analysis? I'm not sure if it's with the clerk's office actually, or if it becomes with us, but, as has been said here, the working rule has been, once you're a declared candidate, you're not doing very much official, you're still a councillor, but you're not representing the city necessarily, right? Because there's overlaps. So do we back up that rule to the day the regs come out in an order in council, or like who's providing that advice? I'm not quite sure. Maybe that's rhetorical.
I'm going to choose rhetorical, but I want to clarify a couple of different decision points that happen here, because there often is confusion on this. With this change to the legislation, there will be an ability to announce an intention to be nominated, and that can happen at any time. Councillors don't become nominated until the nomination period opens, and then they are not officially nominated till later. So at some point, yes, there will need to be a look at how your current rules about the code of conduct fit within those new periods. That may be a conversation we have as part of code of conduct, though, not necessarily coming from an elections.
Okay, that sort of answers my convolute, because I'm not even sure what the words are, but a notice to intend to sort of maybe announce one day that you might be a candidate, does that make you a candidate under the code of conduct? But you can still raise money.
I'd keep code of conduct for now and this legislation different until work can be done to look at alignment.
And that's clerk work.
Clerks, yep.
Yeah, it's clerk work with the Office of the Integrity Commissioner and Legal Counsel. So our order of operation is, let's get through this, and then we'll look at that.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much for the comprehensive presentation. Still trying to digest everything. I just want to understand general next steps. I mean, it seems like we're in response mode, and really waiting for some of those decisions to be made. But I'm hearing budget implications, so at some point there will be a budget ask in front of us, educational resources being produced, like formal reports back to us, memos. Can you just give me a little bit of an understanding of what the breadth of those next stepped pieces will be?
So that's a great question, Councillor Salvador. I think we're still working through what this will all look like ourselves. I think the work that needs to happen now, we've spent a lot of time looking at the legislation as it's currently drafted and trying to understand what is being said. We're now, and we've started very initially looking at in what streams of our operations that work will happen in, if that makes sense. So not just looking at the meaning of the legislation, but how that will impact our work. And from there, my hope is to be able to look at the organizational structure to see where there's gaps in terms of leadership around specific areas, and then also just in terms of gaps, in terms of numbers of workers and things like that, and start to kind of look at those operational impacts at that high level. In terms of when we can report back next to council, I think we would need more than a few weeks. I think we need potentially into the summer, if that would be appropriate, and most likely coming back in the fall with the fall budget adjustment with an actual ask at that time. But it's really just we're looking at high level operational impacts right now. But I think we've looked at the legislation as much as we can now to understand what the intention is, and now we need to figure out how that impacts our processes and our approach to the work. Does that help clarify things?
Yeah, it does. That's really helpful. And
Can I just build on that?
Absolutely.
To find a positive in this, something that is clear is within council's bylaw, there are certain decisions that the council gets to make around how elections are run, but the majority of the decisions are operational, and we get to work through that with our team. And so I think what will be helpful is when we come back, before we come back with a budget ask, we'll come back with, these are the basket of decisions that are councillors. So for example, criminal records checks, that's not a decision that I get to make, that's a decision that council has to make. There's a number of other considerations in the bylaw that we're going to look at, not the code of conduct bylaw, but the election bylaw that we'll be bringing back. I would strongly suggest that we confirm the operational plan for the election before we come back with the budget ask, so that it's really clear, we're clear on what your marching orders are as city council, and then Tara and I have to go away and work with the team to figure out how we're going to actually operationalize that. Some of the decisions we made in 2021 we will be undoing because it just won't be practically possible. But again, money is one thing. I want to say, and I will say it every time I'm here, results will not be available on the schedule that they have been previously. It is not possible to hand count as quickly as a machine can. It is just not possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and then I also maybe just want to check in with your team because I'm wondering, this is a huge undertaking, and I'm just wondering, like, are there other bodies of work that we're going to have to be putting aside to focus on this? What like, are there other projects that are going to be compromised in order to deliver on this?
Maybe that's a conversation for another day, but definitely there will need to be some reprioritization, and I do believe we'll be getting lots of great support from the corporation to make this a huge success.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jens.
Thank you. So I find that criminal record check one interesting. They're just checking if you have one. If you have one, is that a disqualifier?
So currently, the way the legislation is written is that you as council are unable to request a criminal records check. And there are some reasons why a candidate can't be eligible that potentially could appear in a criminal records check.
So I believe the Premier said this was in response to the concerns of our Calgary City Councillor Sean Chu. But like in that case, the councillor wasn't found guilty of anything.
Yeah, so there have always been base rules about certain criminal offenses that make you ineligible. What this change does is allows you to require a criminal record check to be submitted. It does not allow for any steps to be taken. It's a transparency move. So whatever appears on there, unless it happened to be one of the other ones for which they were ineligible, which is a little bit of a moot point because it was already there, it's just the public knows what's in the criminal record
So the
check.
public would get to see your criminal
Yes.
record check as well as, okay, but not your taxes?
That, just
Not how
criminal
many
record
land
checks.
holdings you have, not if you're a landlord, not if you are How about a child welfare check? Are they looking at that?
Just criminal record check is what you can request.
So none of this that they're doing would actually solve the Premier's Sean Chu problem? Okay.
I think that's not something that administration.
Well,
can
it's
do.
just, it's again, much ado about nothing. Yeah, well, okay. Next question, I guess. So corporate donations, again, there's no limit to the number of numbered companies that can donate. Is that correct?
There's not a limit to the number. There are limits to how much one of them can donate, and that one is over the campaign term, not per year.
So I believe in the past, like a company would give money and it would be through either numbered companies or either the vice president and then the junior vice president and the junior vice president, and it would all be paid for by the company, but then under the names of those individuals. Like what other ways? I'm trying to think about public transparency. How can the public see who's bought and sold by who?
So there are a few things there. The scenario you mentioned is actually an offense under the Election Act to donate money that doesn't belong to you, that was given to you for the purpose of donating. In terms of where your transparency comes from, it's those annual disclosure statements that will be filed annually, showing what donations you received in the past year and from whom.
Okay. So just logistically, like we're all individuals, we're all here, we all share a hallway together. If we're now members of different political parties, are we going to need to create an upstairs, downstairs, so to speak? Are we need to going to have to reconfigure or have councillors in different parties in different buildings, or one group gets CN Tower, one group gets this, one group gets the rec center? Have they thought about?
This is still very early.
Okay, so but there probably would be some implications there too, to just even how we set up City Hall. What about committees? Like, we're not supposed to make decisions in like if a majority of us are gathered, we're not supposed to be talking about work of a committee, etc. Makes sense. You want decision making done in public. If there's a party and they now have a majority of members, they could essentially decide an agenda in a private meeting and then bring it forward to council. How, like, we have so many unique aspects of public decision making here that I'm just befuddled by.
So I'm not aware of changes to that section of the Municipal Government Act, which requires all decisions to be made open in public. So while there might be political parties, the requirement of City Council and its committees to make its decisions transparently and in public has not been amended by Bill 20.
How about land use decisions? How would you function with political parties and slates at a public hearing when your mind is legally required to remain open?
I don't make decisions at land use public hearings. That would be a decision for council. I think something that, in addition to political parties, that we're seeking some clarification on is the conflict of interest provision as well, and how that will be interesting.
I always appreciate the advice from the clerk. Thank you. I guess, yeah, finally, I'm really curious about this removal of councillors clause. That can be done in cabinet?
Yes.
And cabinet's a secret group at the Ledge?
Traditionally, they do meet in private.
Like they meet in
yes.
private, it's not a public meeting?
Yeah.
And so,
And time is up.
Oh. Wait, don't remove me, please.
I
can
mean,
explain.
I would say your 5 minutes are up. You can come for a second round. Okay, Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just clicking on to say that I think the requiring a criminal record check is actually a good idea, and I have no, I don't know why it's being considered under Bill 20. That is not anything I'm concerned about. But what I am thinking is that when we were first elected, I did have a constituent email me and suggest that we should be having a criminal record check. And that was something that I was considering bringing forward even before this came out as a possibility in Bill 20. And I want to, but I hear a little bit of concern from my colleagues about that. So I would like to get, I don't know if I would request a report or just ask question, not a report or a memo, I should say, maybe, possibly on what the implications would be if we did do a criminal record check, if it was a requirement that council decides to do.
So Councillor Principe, there's a number of considerations that council is going to have an opportunity to weigh in on. As I mentioned, that's not a decision that the returning officer gets to make. And so once this bill receives royal assent, assuming that it does, that's when we will turn our attention to making some decisions that are within our authority and also highlighting the decisions that need to be made by council. I imagine there'll be a few conversations about a number of elements of this bill, and one of those would include the criminal record check. So I would say it would be helpful if we could keep our resources focused on monitoring any potential amendments, and that we direct our attention to providing something in writing once we know what we're actually writing about, because I'm understanding from this conversation some amendments could be coming. We just don't know what they are yet.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if you needed direction on that today.
I don't think
Okay.
so. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Knack, can you take the chair, please?
Happily take the chair.
So I thought that if bill is passed, gets the royal assent, it won't come into effect, the provisions won't come into effect till 2025.
There are only a limited number, and they relate to the recall petitions that will come into force on proclamation. Everything else is on royal assent, and so it will be immediate as of that day.
Oh, really? Okay. And I know Minister said that they'll engage us on the regulations, so I think if they do engage us on regulations, I don't know when, but a lot of the things that we're asking would need to be clarified or included in the regulations. So when, just again, coming back to the resource issue, if they start engaging us, say, week after the royal assent, would you have enough time to prepare us on what our perspective be on the regulations, or 2 weeks after, a month after? Like, well, just want to get a sense. Like, I would not want to lose the opportunity to have say into regulations based on the opinion that you would provide us, the information you provide us.
What I can say is you have our commitment that if there is an opportunity to participate in engagement around the regulations, Tara and I will prioritize that within our team, and we might look at unprioritizing other activities that I spend my time with.
Okay, got it. Okay. No, thank you for that, because that was absolutely important work that we would have to undertake to inform our input into the regulations. On the removal of council members, what I have heard and what Minister told me and what I have heard from other officials, that it will only be done in the rarest of moments, right? They would have to define what those rarest of moments will be. That will be defined in the regulations. But in the legislation, it still is broad, right?
Yes, so right now the test is if it is in the public interest.
Yeah.
We've heard publicly that might be one thing that they add greater clarity to.
Okay. So that could be one of the amendments, right? That they will more narrowly define what conditions, under what condition they would remove a mayor or council member.
It's possible.
Okay, got it. On the, I had another question that, there's so many questions on this. So the rules around political parties, right? That was rules around political parties. It's not clear yet, right? Like it's not. I think it's all about what Minister said was you will not be able, the municipal parties will not be able to affiliate with current provincial and federal parties, right?
That is correct.
Right.
They won't have the same name.
won't have the same name, or can't, is legislation speaks to that, and does legislation speak to the sharing of data, pooling of resources with established parties, or that all comes into through the regulations?
A lot of this will come in regulation. There is a little bit there. The parties may not be registered provincial or federal parties. They may not be a slate, or they may not be other persons that are prohibited by regulation. All parties and slates actually have to be expressly authorized by regulations. So all of that detail is going to come later.
Okay. And what happens if the regulations are not defined or implemented? So this bill is actually basically, next municipal elections in Alberta will be under this new legislation if this passes.
Yes.
Even though there's a lot of clarity need to be sought under regulations.
Specifically with local political parties, I want to say that again, that the slates and the parties have to be authorized by regulation before they can come into existence. So if those regulations never happen, they will not be a thing. But we are waiting for them to appear to know what they look like and how they will participate. But they have created the ability for them to exist.
Okay, got it. Thanks. Councillor Paquette, I'll take the chair back. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for this information. Quick question, and following up on the mayor's questions, and pardon my ignorance on this, but is it normal and common for the province to pass bills and then have to spend months determining what those bills actually mean?
It is not uncommon for a bill to be passed and regulations to follow.
And the regulations follow. Okay. All right. And you may not have this, but do you have an example of one that I can take a look at?
Say in the election rules, the Senate election ones, I could probably think of a few more as soon as I walk out of this room, but it happens very frequently.
Okay. With this current government?
It's consistent across governments, federally, provincially.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at, because it just seems, it's just so bizarre and different from what we would do locally that trying to wrap my head around this. Generally, we would, do our research, understand what the bylaws that we're trying to pass, understand what the rules are, or at least direct administration to come up with things before we proceed and finalize something. But I guess that's just local. Okay. As for the criminal record check, I had to get one to work in schools. I'm not worried about that. But what I am worried about is folks like who participated in a convoy, who got arrested and maybe got a criminal record out of that, or other protesters. And does that mean that they are now would be forbidden from running, or I'm not sure how that works.
So I'll clarify that again. The criminal record check is information purposes. The decision point before
council, information purpose only. It doesn't actually impact your ability to run.
You will choose if you would like that to be required. If it is required, it must be submitted with the nomination package, and we must make it available to the public.
Okay. It gets tricky because, a lot of different protesters get arrested and end up getting a minor criminal record. Anyway, so the next question I have then is, back to, okay, so I'm not sure how to phrase this, but we had a terrorist attack, as it's being called here at City Hall. Multiple councillors have received threats to their person, threats to their lives, threats to their families' lives. And we have seen in other jurisdictions people going to politicians' homes to protest. And I'm just wondering if the province has given any thought to that with how they're rolling out this bylaw.
So just to clarify, I think one thing that has happened in this legislation is very clearly that the identifiable information, so addresses, personal information like that, need to be redacted out.
Okay, it will be redacted out. Okay.
Yeah, that
Like
has
you
been
said,
clarified.
well, I'm looking forward to the written report because there was a lot of stuff thrown at us that I'm still trying to navigate here. When can we expect that written report?
Yeah, I think Councillor Paquette has commented, we're going to wait, or I would really appreciate using our limited resources focused on when the bill receives royal assent.
Yep.
As soon as
Okay.
we're able, we're going to dig right into this. We've got some decisions we need to make on our end and some understanding and planning to do, and we are fully committed to keeping council in the loop as our planning progresses. I do not anticipate any decisions before the fall, though.
Right. Okay. So we're kind of operating with a sketchy sort of like, these are things that could happen, but we're not sure because we don't have the legislation yet. Okay. Mr. Mayor, I pay attention, you pay attention, we all pay attention. And if it's not clear to us at the municipal level where it's going to have the impact, what hope do residents have in understanding this legislation so far?
Oh, I think that's why it is so important that that province don't take the same path they took with this legislation, that they engage us with on very vigorously on the regulations, that we can as much clarity as possible. That's the only thing I can say.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Okay, can you move the second round, Councillor Paquette?
Happy to. Move second round.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
I'm yes.
Thank you,
Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We're just waiting. We've got all the vote.
That is carried. Okay, I think it was Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just a few questions that I haven't had, my colleagues haven't asked yet that I want to focus in on. One is around the election experience, and one of the things that you said was a change is that there can now be campaigning outside of voting facilities. Is that correct?
So it is actually something we're seeking some clarification on from Municipal Affairs, but it appears that they've removed the offense of campaigning in voting stations.
Yeah.
But there still seems to be the fine in the legislation, so it looks like there isn't consistency there. So we're trying to confirm that.
Yeah, because I'm very concerned about that one, even from like a voter intimidation perspective. You know, I'm, even as myself as a candidate trying to go to vote on election day, if I'm a candidate in the next election, if there's my opposition parties, is it safe for me to even go and vote? So just, I think that one is a major concern that I don't think Edmontonians have understand, the potential impact that could have on that experience of what should be a very free from influence space.
Yeah, so we have asked for clarification on that specific amendment, but I will say again that we have our 5 guiding principles, and we do think through how we can best ensure those guiding principles are implemented up into and through the voting process for electors, and that includes being safe.
Yeah.
So if these changes happen,
But the
we will have
problem
to
is
take
that
that into account.
Yeah, but the problem is that safety will rely on EPS likely, and if there's candidates that are vocal about stuff like police funding, how reliant can they be on that safety? Maybe that's a question for this afternoon, but I think there's an awkwardness there. I wanted to follow up on the election night. You said there's 2 things that you're sure of, even though you don't know the total, that there will be costs and that election results will be delayed. So will people get results on election night? Probably not. Like, what's like with not using tabulators? What's sort of the?
So what we have to think about is there's different ways that people vote. So on election day, I am fairly confident at some point that night we'll have results, or most of the results from voting stations on election day. What we have to factor for and we have to prepare for is the over 640,000 or 64,000 people that voted in advance vote in 2021, and how we're going to count those on election night. Do I think we'll have those results at the end of the night? No.
Okay.
And we'll have to look at how many special ballots are casted, which are also a slower process to count because you have to
work through the envelopes and that process in a slightly different way as well. So I think what we're trying to say is that results will be delayed. We cannot say at this point when we'll be able to report results.
But
We
it
have to
won't be as
legally-
timely. It won't be as timely
It
as
won't be as
previously.
timely.
Like, that's what Edmontonians can expect.
We
Okay.
also have to figure out how we're going to communicate the results that we do have, because our system at Election Central, so we run advanced voting, which
Yeah.
I'll say it here, we're gonna have to look at our capacity to run advanced voting like we did in 2020, because I don't know that we can have that number. Opening up special ballots the way they have, which we are fully supportive of, because it is an easier way for some people to vote, but that counting of those votes can take days
Okay.
afterwards.
Okay.
And then how do we get the results in, because we don't just
So
throw
this-
out results, we have to verify the results before we do that, so that
So
all
this
takes
is, leads
time.
to my next question, because the other thing, and sorry, just mindful of my time, I don't want to go for a third round, is the sequencing of like the election, and then there's now mandatory or training or orientation for counselors that are elected, correct?
Yes.
And that has to happen before swearing in or after swearing in?
Has to happen at, before or at the inaugural meeting, which happens right after swearing in.
So what's the sequence? So without the tabulators, I know I'm opening a can of worms.
No,
to
no,
the
no, this
clerk,
is-
But
we've
like
asked the
without
same
the
questions.
without the tabulators, how is that going to affect that sequencing of
When you get
mandatory
s-
training and the swearing in and the
Yes.
inaugural meeting
And the recounts.
and recounts?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, so we don't have those answers quite yet.
But it's a concern. Is it
we-
fair to say it's a concern?
It is a significant concern, because if there are recounts, we have always had,
Yeah.
for as long as I've been here, we've had the swearing-in ceremony when we've had it. I would say we're going to be scrapping and working backwards from when we think we are going to start to have results.
So there could be a bigger gap in not the new
Yes,
council
because
coming
we
in.
won't have the final
Okay.
results, assuming we will meet the legislative timelines on the Friday. Then the potential for recount, I think, is Sunday at noon. There's a lot to get done. And so I would say the expectations and what you experienced in 2021 to all of the candidates, it will not be your experience in 2025.
Thank you.
Once we have clarity, we'll detail out in the report on what the new
Yes.
process is gonna look like.
Thanks. Cool. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. Have you ever had problems or concerns with the tabulators?
No,
And you've been using them for 20 years?
since 1998.
Okay. So how can you fix something that's not broken? Okay. The mandatory training, have any indication as to what that would include, I guess, on a provincial? Because we received mandatory training in our first few days, weeks, months.
Yeah, Nancy's just pulling up that's not, out of everything, that is not in my top 10 of concerns.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a list of topics that need to be covered, and they happen in different sequences, but I'm not going to say it's incredibly different in terms of topics than what you've previously seen.
And that's provincially mandated then?
The
So-
topics are mandated, yes.
Okay, okay. And the training for scrutineers, do you provide that? Like for this city or?
No, well, what we have provided is information sessions for candidates to then train their own scrutineers. We're not responsible for candidate scrutineers.
Okay. So something like that, sort of the same training across the province for scrutineers would be okay? Good idea? Required, needed?
It might be challenging in the sense that we, as much as we follow the same legislation, voting does look different in different municipalities. Yeah, but it could be general if they wanted to do that.
Okay, and we've got no indication of what that training is going to be, okay. And getting back to the criminal record check, right now, one of the disqualifications noted in the MGA is an offense punishable by imprisonment for 5 or more years. So if somebody has a minor conviction or something, that would still show on their criminal record check, correct?
Correct.
But because that's not a requirement for disqualification or a condition for disqualification, would it be redacted?
No.
It would still be there.
Yep.
So, I just don't know why that is there. You know, people do things in their youth maybe, or, not that I have. Okay. Let's see, was there anything else I had to ask? Yeah, okay, and that criminal record check, that's not covered under FOIP or anything like that. I think,
It is covered in the sense that there are provisions within it's not covered under FOIP, but it's clarified under the amendments to the Local Authorities Elections Act. Any kind of address information or about the candidate would need to be redacted.
okay, and that's, I think, what you responded to Councillor Paquette, okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So that concludes the questions on receiving this report from City Clerk for information. Anyone care to speak? Okay, Councillor Wright. Councillor Wright. Oh, Councillor Rutherford. To speak?
Yeah, I'll be quick. I didn't speak when we already did the motion as a council to write to the province, asking them though how well they'll listen to any, if they haven't listened to the collective Alberta municipalities' thoughts on this. I don't know why they would listen to that message from this council. But, you know, I think what I hope Edmontonians hear from today's presentation is just how significant these changes are and how late in the game these changes are being implemented, putting administrations across Alberta in a very precarious situation to scramble to run effective elections. I think that's very concerning. I think the experience of elections is going to change drastically. I worry about election fatigue even, if now a campaign period can be 4 years. I think there's just so much to tease out here. I really appreciate the city clerk and administration for bringing forward their high level and initial analysis of this. It makes it more sobering and more concerning than I already had in the first place. So I hope Edmontonians take note of what the city clerk has presented here and are as concerned as we are, not just about, you know, the debate around political parties and not, I think, you know, I won't get into that, but just general effects this can have on local democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. You know, I think many across the province and my colleagues included have spoken very eloquently about some of the impacts that this bill will have on our democracy, politics, division within our community. What I think was really highlighted by the presentation today from our staff, so these are folks, if I may say, are the least political, they are the most neutral, civil servants who are committed to providing a fair, safe, and equitable local election. And I think what came through so clearly today is, regardless of whether you like the idea of political parties, regardless if you are you know, supportive of some of the elements that are being introduced, these bills have significant practical implications that are going to come at a huge cost to Edmontonians with no additional value. That, for me, again, politics, positions aside, it's concerning, and I appreciate having that laid out so clearly for us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang.
So much to say, so little time. I don't even know where to begin. But, and I think I've you know, like a lot of my colleagues, we've been quite vocal about this on a number of fronts. I really appreciate, in such a short amount of time, the team here who's kind of tried to gather as much analysis as possible. You know, a few things that kind of strike me that I just want to, you know, reiterate. You know, this is an issue. One of the few issues that really unite rural and urban communities. Some of the costs that we're talking about here, this is for the big city. On the smaller, you know, I'm hearing from colleagues from smaller municipalities, these are not costs that they can bear. in a time of such financial challenges, the very conservative estimates that was just even floated here, and I imagine costs will go above and beyond that even, just continues to add to, I think the financial challenges that we have to manage. And it's baffling to me when the policymakers who are introducing this bill have never even considered some of those implications, or seems to have never considered those implications, yet at the same time demands the cities to kind of resolve a lot of these on their own. It is so contradictory, it's so hypocritical. And not to say that there's, some of the things even presented today, I think is sound. But when you couch sound ideas in a sweeping policy, that gets lost. And I think that's a poor way of managing the policy development process. So these are the things that continues to strike me when it comes to, cost to municipalities, the impact, the implications for Albertans across the board. The fact that we are, even good ideas are being swept under this massive legislation, none of which, strikes me as principles of good policy development. In any case, we work with what we have, and I appreciate the staff, continue to adapt to what is thrown at them. But at some point, Edmontonians have to make a decision about how much of this we're going to have to, ultimately put on the tax levy or other means. And I'm very worried about the future of local politics. Anyways, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack to close.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sohi. Yeah, I think.
Stolen?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
You were, okay, sorry, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans, go ahead, please.
Sorry, e-scribe delay there. Yeah, thank you. I, like all of you have very well articulated, I really appreciate the conversation here today and thank our administration. It's clear that this concern about voting machines is like putting us back in the times of the abacus. It's ridiculous. The ideological motivations here are disturbing. The enormous costs, the tax increases that this is going to mean for Edmontonians to pay for a subpar service from a government that prides itself on cutting red tape is wild. I just want to talk about the chill factor for a second. I was a school board trustee and I was vice president of all the school boards in Alberta for 11 years. I went through 3 elections, worked with lots of different trustees across Alberta. And the number of times we were in confidential meetings or in a conversation with other school boards where there was always the looming threat that the minister could fire school boards or could fire trustees or could abolish school boards. I mean, Danielle Smith herself was a school trustee who got fired. Like, this does happen. And that threat always was there, and it created a chill factor where you would want to advocate for that new school, you would want to advocate for that policy, but you were always checking yourself, and it was disturbing. And I really worry about that coming to this table and not having Edmontonians truly voice their concerns through their own feelings, through elected office, through running for office and everything else. I also, like, they say it's going to be rare, but like, this government fired Dr. Hinshaw got rid of Dr. Hinshaw, not just from after the pandemic, but then that second position in Indigenous affairs as well too. They fired the AHS board. That's like a city unto itself. They got rid of them. Like, it's clear that what becomes a rare occurrence at first is the fox saying to the hens, "Oh, just one. I'll stop after that." So I think, like, they're not going to listen to Edmontonians here. We really need the corporate and business community. We need the Chamber of Commerce. We need UDI. We need many of those people who care about local democracy to speak up. Those who host the Premier, those who are involved in UCP fundraisers, UCP events, those who are in the party, they have to hear it from their own people too. And I'm really worried that all of this is going to be enormously expensive, enormously ineffective, and I'd go beyond Councillor Tang's concern about local democracy, or local government, but to this is as Dr. Jared Wesley has warned us, like, this is creeping authoritarianism, and it must be stopped. And the fact I'm seeing nods from my colleagues is really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Now to Councillor Knack to close.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sohi. So, you know, for those who don't follow me on social media, I'm not really a big fan of Bill 20. And I say that jokingly, but Bill 20 is easily one of the worst pieces of legislation I've seen come from the provincial government in at least 10 years. What is depressing me is that we have spent more time publicly talking about a critical piece of legislation today than the provincial government is going to spend this afternoon, because they've decided to limit debate to an hour. What a joke. Like, we just heard, and our staff are going to work incredibly hard to run a fair and an election. They're going to do their darndest to do what they can. And like, the problem is that even if these changes had come 3 years ago, like, the legislation would still be terrible, but at least returning officers, administrations across this province could actually run an election. But they are just so bent on getting this done. They are just unwilling to actually meaningfully talk to anyone. And that's why they're going to limit debate on something as critical as our local elections. This just blows my mind. And on top of that, we don't have the regulations for how slates are going to work. We don't have the regulations for how parties are going to work. We don't have the regulations for how fundraising is going to work. Maybe we'll get that in a month. Maybe we'll get it in 4 months. Who knows? Election's close to a year away at this point. How are we changing this on the fly? Like, this is one of those analogies of you're building the airplane while you're trying to fly it. And yes, occasionally in some legislation, I mean, we've done that at the city. The province has had to do that at times. But this is our local democracy. How do you just on the fly say, hey, we're going to try to make this work as we go? And I mean, sure, I would love to have your optimism, Mayor Sohi, that we'll actually get engaged with the regulations. But let's be honest, the minister publicly in the legislature said, oh yes, we're going to engage everyone after they unveiled on the amendments. You told us publicly you haven't been engaged since he said that. Alberta municipalities hasn't been engaged since he said that. The rural municipalities of Albertans haven't been engaged since he said that. Most importantly, Albertans actually haven't been engaged since he said that. They've done one survey that showed Albertans didn't want what they're selling here. And the reason they're too cowardly to have any debate, to show their face in public, is because they know what the public has to say on this. Rural municipalities, a little bit to Councillor Jansen's point, the rural municipalities of Alberta, who generally vote, I would say, heavily in favor of the UCP based on election results, based off their members, of what they vote. When this legislation was released, they said this is not only an affront to municipalities, but also an affront to democracy in Alberta. So they're speaking up too. Everyone is actually saying the same thing. From the right side of the spectrum to the left, it doesn't matter. They don't care. So, I mean, that's clearly their view of democracy, and that's clearly what's about to happen and be imposed upon all of Albertans. So, you know, if you have a different point of view, too bad. So, I mean, yeah, I'll receive this for information, but I would love for them to take, gosh, an hour to meet with Albertans, to go to a public meeting. That's something we do at this table all the time. This week alone, I'm sure most of us are meeting with public members 3 or 4 times, or 5 times, through community AGMs, through drop-in open houses, because we're not actually scared to face the public. It's too bad they are.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. 7-1 is at 1:30. 7-2 wasn't selected. So we're going to 7-3, Edmonton Salutes Committee 2023 Annual Report.
It's the first,
Yeah. Edmonton Salutes Committee 2023 Annual Report and 2024 Work Plan. This was exempted by Councillor Principe.
Yeah, and I do believe the delegation's online, and I'm not sure if Councillor Principe wanted to provide some introductory remarks before we turn it over to Brian.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I selected this item because I'm very proud of Edmonton Salutes. I'm very proud of being on the committee. And I wanted to give our chair, Chair Hodgson, the opportunity to present to you what our committee has been up to and what we're planning for the year ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Councillor Principe. We'll go over to the delegation. Please go ahead, start your presentation, and thank you so much for your work.
Well, Your Worship and Council, I believe you have the documents that have been circulated prior to my presentation. I don't know if it's the best use of time that I go through these in detail, but I think what I would be prepared to do, if you have reviewed the documents rather than go through them individually, I can certainly ask or answer any questions that you may have. The committee has had a very active year, certainly, and continues to advance their goals and objectives, I think, in a meaningful way. And it is very well supported by the 26 members, which includes, as most of you will know, representation from the Metro Edmonton area, because, of course, there are veterans and military members and their families that live not only in Edmonton, but in the surrounding communities. I just make a note of the context of the environment in which the Canadian Armed Forces is a global environment is certainly active in. We had a presentation by Colonel retired Paul Taillon, a PhD, on the geopolitical situation as it relates to the globe, and you'll be aware that certainly the 3rd Canadian Division, which is headquartered in Edmonton, will be finding that is forming a brigade that will deploy to Latvia. In addition to that, the Lord Strathcona's Horse, who are the sole tank regiment in Canada, will be deploying a tank squadron. So that is about 17 or 18 tanks plus the assorted personnel, about 180, I would guess, roughly, to Latvia for the foreseeable future. As long as the threat exists in that part of the world, it could be 3 years, it could be 5 years, it could be 10 years. So those deployments will have a direct impact on the families of the members of the forces. And not only are these soldiers deployed, but when they come back, of course, they have to undergo training and other courses to keep them current and fit for role. So the forces are very busy. Public sources would have it that there are some significant shortfalls in personnel. Understand some progress is being made to redress that. But the Edmonton garrison and the folks therein remain at a fairly high tempo. And, in terms of the support that Edmonton Salutes gives, well, we support the Military Family Resource Center, which supports the families of those deployed, and indeed, not only those deployed, but those who are a part of the garrison. We are supporting various of the veterans organizations, from the food bank to the Legion and to others. I would say that these supports are very well received, and the 26 members of the Edmonton Salutes Committee are, in fact, very engaged with those groups. We're involved in youth and education, support not only of the Legion, but also of No Stone Left Alone, which is a remarkable story, which began right here in this city and is now across the country and indeed, internationally, where students marry up, if you will, on or near Remembrance Day to lay poppies on the graves of veterans and soldiers and to learn about them. So in a meaningful way. So those are a few preliminary comments. I hadn't planned to get into too much detail. I'm sure most of you will have read the documents, but I'd be pleased to answer any questions on any of the documents or anything that I've mentioned to you.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. Really, also, I know Councillor Principe conveyed her appreciation as a member of the committee. I also want to reiterate that as well, that thank you so much for your leadership and the leadership of the rest of the committee members. Really promoting and recognizing and supporting the military community and the families and in Edmonton, around Edmonton, and how you have been out there in the community. I see you every military event I go to. You are there, right? So and other members are there. So we really, I want you to know that we really appreciate your personal commitment, but also your leadership as well as the leadership of other committee members.
Well, thank you for your comments, Your Worship. It's an honor and a privilege to do what I do, and as the chair of the Edmonton Salutes Committee. But I can assure you that it's a very, very strong team, and we all pull on the rope in the same direction and with enthusiasm and engagement. So
good. Okay. I don't see any questions to you, Brian, on this. That really speaks to the work you do, right? So that Council is very supportive of the work you're doing. So thank you so much for presenting to us, and wish you all the best.
thank you. And I just say to you, Your Worship, and the members of Council that the Edmonton Salutes Committee deeply appreciates the engagement and support of all members of Council. So thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. Councillor Principe, you want to move the recommendation?
Yes, it would be my pleasure to move the recommendation.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rutherford to receive for information. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? No, I conveyed my appreciations to Brian. Anyone else to speak? Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yes, I just want to be very brief, and I want to first say thank you to Karen Principe for, Councillor Principe, for being an absolute champion for our veterans and for representing council so amazingly well on this committee. The reason I wanted to speak is because I've also had the privilege to intersect a lot with Edmonton Salutes Committee because of the rich history of military in Greaseball, one of the neighborhoods I'm very privileged to represent. So I want to say to Brian Hodson, I have always appreciated all of the things you've done for commemorating our veterans in the Greaseball area as well as now the veterans housing project that is also going up in Athlone. So I know you've been supportive of those projects as well, and I'm just so grateful for how we are making sure that we recognize that veterans have really built our country, and we need to show that appreciation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to kind of finish off with how I started, just showing my appreciation for Edmonton Salutes, the entire committee, and led by Chair Hodgson. And I also want to thank my council colleagues for supporting Edmonton Salutes and showing your appreciation. It means a lot to me and to not only the military families and Edmonton Salutes Committee, but the military and their families, the kids. It is very important that they know that we are there for them and that we are supporting them and we appreciate them. So again, I thank my colleagues in the Edmonton Salutes Committee and my colleagues on council for supporting this very important committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe, and thank you so much for your work as well. Okay, now please vote.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And 7.4 is, did we make that first item of business on Wednesday?
Yes,
Okay,
you
got
did.
it, okay. And then next one is City of Edmonton Recreation Facilities naming right and sponsorship update. Name sale approval for Terwilliger Community Rec Center. This was a recommendation from Community and Public Services Committee, and it's exempted by Councillor Rutherford, right? And Councillor Principe, you want to make the introduction?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we discussed this at Community and Public Services Committee. And, oh, sorry, I was thinking it was just for voting purposes, but I think we did have a colleague that had some questions.
And also if you could
Yeah,
move the recommendation as well.
pardon me?
If you could move the recommendation as well.
Oh, yeah, I'm happy to move the recommendation of the committee. Should I read it out, Clerk
Sure,
Giesbrecht?
yeah, please.
Yes,
yeah,
please.
yeah.
Okay, that the naming rights agreement as outlined in attachments 1 and 2 of the April 29, 2024 Community Services Report CS02463 be approved, and that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the city manager. Number 2, that attachments 1 and 5 of the April 29, 2024 Community Services Report CS02463 remain private pursuant to sections 29, information that is or will be available to the public of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And number 3, that attachments 2, 3, and 4 of the April 29, 2024 Community Services Report CS02463 remain private pursuant to section 16, disclosure harmful to the business interests of the third party, 24, advice from officials, and 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second by Councillor Rice. All right, we have motion on the floor now. Thank you, Councillor Principe. No questions to on the motion. Councillor Wright, you have questions?
Yes, I do. Just some clarifying from
Go ahead.
from committee. Thank you. I'm just wondering, is Mr. Jevney on the line?
He is.
Okay, thank you. Because Mr. Jevney, you, in an answer to Councillor Stevenson's question at committee, you'd indicated the annual revenue was $150,000. That's gross revenue, correct? Like that's not before any other expenses or in-kind considerations?
So that was the addition to our revenue budget that we put forward when council directed us to go sell the names. So we haven't discussed what the actual value is. That's part of the in-private report.
Okay, because I mean, and I think that 150 gross revenue was part of the private report as well, and I'm just wondering.
No, so we can't talk about private reports.
Well, but he answered what answered.
That's within our budget, Councillor, for the naming rights, and that's part of the aggregate of a number of different projects that are potentially up for name sales.
Okay, and can you maybe tell me what? Because I'm just thinking if there's other alternatives to raise this revenue, what would be the cost to advertise on the ice rink boards?
The average cost of each rink board, Councillor, is approximately $900 per board.
And how many boards on a rink?
It depends on the rink.
Yeah, we have over 300 in inventory, so we're actively now trying to sell those. We're actively looking at other sponsorships. We're looking at the naming rights. All ways to sort of augment, so it's not only tax levy and user fees. We're trying to maximize these outside revenues, if you will, in order to keep fees down and keep the tax levy support as low as we can.
So 900 a board, 300 boards, that would be 270,000. For the Clairview Arena, that's kind of, they're backing out of that, is that right?
Yeah, the agreement is with Jumpstart Charities, and they decided after the council meeting to direct their funding. They had some personnel changes in their leadership, but directed to more direct programming than the naming rights.
Okay.
And
yeah. So Roger, on your side, when you answer the questions, because also like what is private, but what is not private, right? So if you could flag that as well as also identify who's answering the questions for meeting purposes. Sorry, meeting minute purposes. Thanks. Go ahead.
Right, and that's public. That was in the public report, correct?
Yeah, I can't recall specifically, but I think it's okay to talk about that in public. That
on page
we are working with them on sponsoring programs, not necessarily the full naming rights of Clarity.
And then the Meadows Community Rec Center, there's no current agreement in process, is that right? And
The only agreement is the one that's before you today for Terwilliger.
okay, because I think you've indicated in the report that new expression of interest might begin in the spring of 2024.
Yeah, based on that 2020 council report where it was Clareview, the Meadows, Lewis Farms, Terwilliger, and Remax Field. So those are the 5 that we had been actively pursuing. Remax has been sold, and then this would be the second one.
Okay. Actually, that's all the questions that I have just for clarity. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Okay, we have motion on the floor now to speak. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'm trying to request, it's not letting me.
We just refreshed eScribe. We'll add your name, Councillor Rutherford. You're there.
There you go, Councillor Rutherford.
Okay, so I selected this. I did attend committee, and I listened to the debate, and at the time indicated my concern and apprehension for this particular motion, and highlighted that I would pull for voting purposes. Since we had some questions, I figured it's good to also speak to why I'm voting no. So I truly believe at the core of things that our public services should strive to remain public. And one of the things I keep thinking about as having a background in community development is the importance of placemaking and identity. And how we've talked with our naming committee so much about how important names are to that placemaking and to that community identity. And I also think that, this corporation specifically within this agreement is a great community corporation. I have no issues with them as a corporation. But I still do not feel that a corporation should get the ability to have their name in lieu of recreation facilities. I asked my team to look up, the total cost that we spent on Terwilliger Rec Center as a capital project, and that's public dollars, that's taxpayer dollars that funded that rec center at the tune of, from what we could gather, because it was very disparate information, there wasn't sort of a total project summary cost that we could find, was $160 million. And when I think of the cumulative 10-year deal and the cost that we would receive in revenue for the value of selling the name of something that Edmontonians have invested $160 million in, I do not see the advantage. I do not, whatsoever. Yes, we need to find revenue sources, and revenue sources are important, but we had that Reimagine report that Edmontonians spoke pretty loud and clear about their disdain for many of the recommendations in that report. And while we can't talk about the amount within this agreement, what I can say, generally speaking, is I do not feel that the value in that agreement is proportionate to the value of recognizing public spaces and public dollars for public good. So I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll be brief, but I did want to speak to this because I won't be able to support it. Each time we have these types of conversations about naming rights, I am reminded of the immense value of our public institutions and public buildings. I'm reminded that the going rate for City Rec Center is in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And the kind of public investment from Edmontonians into our collective infrastructure is something to be proud of, and I think that should be reflected in the names of our facilities because our brand has value too. This is one of the ways that people see their tax dollars at work, and this is how they see that the City of Edmonton is delivering on that value. It's about satisfaction and pride in local institutions. And while I also am unable to, speak in depth about the amount, I don't feel that the value of this sponsorship is there. So I won't be able to support this, but appreciate the conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm not able to support this either. I think our public recreation facilities that were built by the city, paid for by taxpayers, I think is evidence of, well, it shows where our tax dollars are going, and I think Edmontonians need to to be reminded of that, that we are, building communities with them. It's also a gathering, their gathering place. It provides that sense of community for Edmontonians. And I don't think that it's worth the $150,000 gross revenue. And there's other ways to build that revenue. I'm actually disappointed as well that it was also included as part of the branch's revenue for the year for their budget, and I think some adjustments will need to be made for that. So I do encourage my colleagues to not support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I'm going to vote in favor for this motion, and I hear and appreciate the concerns that have been raised here, but I want to try to add some local value here. This is the rec center in Terwillegar, Windermere, Riverbend. I'll meet you at the rec center. I'll see you at the rec center. I'll be at the rec center. We should do that at the rec center, not the Terwillegar Rec Center, not the TCRC, not the XX Rec Center at Terwillegar, the rec center. That is what the local context is, and it is the heartbeat of this community, and that is not going to change if someone staples a logo to the sign out front. That's not going to change. There's already rink boards that have signs on them. That revenue is available. There's already other opportunities that are being taken within the building. It might surprise you to know that at least one of those rinks is already tagged as the Subway rink. No one calls it the Subway rink, it's Rink A. But Subway gets to put their logo on it, and we get to make a few dollars to offset the $161 million it costs to build the thing. It's found revenue that has no particular negative consequence. Everybody knows the city built it. God, do they know? Because I sat right over there and begged Mayor Mandel to support the notion of building a rec center in Terwillegar. So yeah, don't worry. It's all very clear who paid for it and who's taking care of it and all of that kind of a thing. I'll also offer a bit of context in the naming of things. All my kids played hockey. We played hockey at Southside. We played hockey at Coronation. We played hockey at Grand Trunk. We played hockey at Londonderry. Some of those rinks we played hockey at East Glen. Some of those rinks have different names now, right? We don't talk about, George Hughes Arena. It's Southside. It's always been Southside. Always. We talk about Jasper Place Arena. My uncles played for the KC Knights in the Jasper Place Arena. We call it Bill Hunter now. It's Jasper Place. So, this idea that as soon as it's got a bit of a tag on it that we all forget who paid for it and it's not the center anymore and we don't understand the value of the investment. Nope. The names have already been established. It's long in existence. This is found money. We need every penny we're going to get. You're going to hear from me about this a lot in the next 36 hours. We need every dollar we can find. We're in the ditch. And so, and when you take the annual dollar that keeps being mentioned, that's supposed to be private, and aggregate that by the 10-year agreement, times 3 or 4 or 5 arenas, it adds up to a little bit of money. And to turn our hand to money at this point in the proceedings does not make sense to me, right? I don't think, and we've seen in private what the context of the signage would be. We've seen the context of what the actual sponsorship would be. This is not this is not pasting someone's name on every free surface. It's a tag. It shows up on Google as a tag, just like the rinks that are already named in that facility do. I don't see the problem here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardwell. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I am going to vote in favor of this, and doesn't mean I'm voting jubilantly in favor of it. I mean, if we could not be in this position, that would be great. But we are in this position, and we do have these assets that are attractive for folks to get their name out. And 150,000 on its own for 1 year does not sound like a lot. I agree. And if that was the deal, I'd say no. Over 10 years, that's 1.5 million. If this extends to other rec centers and public spaces, and you just have a little, brand appellation above a name or whatever, as Councillor Carmelo ably pointed out, it doesn't really make an impact on how people view the facility, but it is an advertising opportunity. I mean, that's what it is. And if we get multiple of these, that means that over the course of the contract, it can be many millions of dollars. In 1 year, it can be $1 million or more. And that's meaningful. In a time when we are looking at shaving as much as possible from tax rates, if we have something like this to help offset taxes, I don't know why we wouldn't take it. It's a 10-year contract. Sounds like a long time. In the grand scheme of things, it isn't. We review after that and say, okay, did that work for us or not? I'm going to guess that the next council is not going to be mad at us for delivering a little bit of extra into the budget. And I don't think that the public will be particularly upset that we delivered a little extra money into the budget. And if we don't do this, if this does not pass, I'm going to assume that there's a subsequent motion that shows a way that we can get more money off of the budget for $150,000 a year. Because that's really what it comes down to. So not super excited, but it is very practical. And, at a time when we just heard that new provincial legislation is going to add further millions onto our budget that property tax payers will have to cover. At least we can show that we are doing what we can to defray those additional costs that keep getting downloaded onto us by the province. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to speak briefly to this as I both agree with many of my colleagues who have spoken in opposition to this motion, but do plan to support it. Walking into City Hall today, I was passed by a Valley Line Southeast train that was fully wrapped in a U of A advertisement. Beautiful and tasteful, and we all love the U of A. But it has reinforced to me that we have built in advertising revenue as a structural part of our budget. In many different forms. Naming is one, but it exists in basically all of our city facilities. On a philosophical basis, I'm not comfortable with that. I don't like the idea of privatizing our public spaces. I fully agree with the comments that have been made on that. But again, this has been structurally built into our budgets. Naming has been structurally built into our budgets. And for me, it's important that we strategically build our way out of that, rather than saying no to this agreement, which I think has been done diligently and thoughtfully by our city staff. For me, it's looking at how do we build this out of our budgets moving forward? Is that a priority that we want to take? Because it is baked in, and we need to be thoughtful about how we take that out. So I'll be supporting this, but not to say that this isn't a conversation that we need to continue to have and to prioritize in how we shift our budgets moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be speaking against this as well, too. I think, to my colleague's point, lots of people don't even know who Mayor Mandel is. Lots of people don't even know who we are. Lots of people don't even know how we got here, and in another 5 or 10 years, they won't even know who paid for that rec center. I give the example in Calgary. I used to swim at Lindsay Park. Then it was the Talisman Center. Then it was something else. I have no idea. I'm guessing the Talisman Center paid for it, or half of it. Talisman's a big, rich oil company. I don't know if Calgarians paid for that center or not. The Dow Center in Fort Saskatchewan, did Dow Chemical give that as part of the commitment to community amenities? I don't know. It cheapens the tax rate. It cheapens the public interest. And to just assume just because we know what the subway rink is today in 2024, it doesn't mean that people in 2034 are going to see value for their tax dollars. I think it's faux fiscal responsibility to say, oh, we're rubbing pennies together and looking at this, selling the naming rights here, when we approve new developments that we know lose us money, that we know the Decoteau, $400 million in 2014 dollars. We know that we approved a police funding formula where 96% of officers make more than $125,000 a year. That's the largest item of the city budget. We know in this capital budget, in our 4-year cycle, we're spending $1,800 million on roads. In an 8-year budget, we're spending $4,200 million on roads. Unless we fix the structural challenges around city building and to allow some businesses to get us to build new developments and then to slap the logo onto a rec center saying, hey, we contributed to this, while saddling the city with a liability for hundreds of millions of dollars. This is not corporate social responsibility. Allowing big tobacco to put their name on something after they give half the population cancer is ridiculous. Finally, on another side, now that Bill 20 allows corporate donations, I'm not sure if you ever saw those NASCAR jerseys where they show all of the corporate logos all over the NASCAR jerseys. I don't want to get to a day where we have city councilors who are expected to do the same thing. Thank you.
Councillor Knack, can you take the chair?
Oh, I've got the chair.
I think it's very important for us to recognize that the naming right that we are talking about, it is not about tobacco. It is about not alcohol, right? It is about things that people use to stay healthy, right? I think we need to make that distinction. I understand what Councillor Jans is saying, right? I think, but that's not what we are doing. I will be absolutely, I'm going to support this, but I'm not going to support with a happy heart, right? Because I have voted against naming rights in the past. When I was a city councillor, I never supported us putting private names on public infrastructure. I think that I felt it was important to hold that principle and also make a distinction that if we do, we select names that are reputable, that give back to the community, that promote healthy living and all that, right? So I think I am going to support this because we're in a different reality today, right? The reality that existed 2007 to 2015 when I was on council was different financial reality than the reality we are in today. We need to find every dollar that we can find in order to continue to provide the services and lower the impact on property taxes, right? So that is why I'm going to support this. I'm not enthusiastic about this, right? But it's a 10-year deal. Maybe 10 years from now, our financial situation might be better. That we might be able to go back to not looking for these kind of sponsorships, right? So that is my criteria for this. Pure financial situation that we are in demands us to think differently and demands us to also be a little bit more compromising on sometimes of the values that we hold dear to us, which I hold as well. But this is a different reality that we are living through. That is why I'm going to support this. With that, I'll go to Councillor Principe to close.
I'll return the chair.
Thank you.
And I don't have any closing remarks.
Okay, please vote.
I'm yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. just waiting for one more vote.
I think that's my vote, right? I lost e-scribe. Yes, I am in favor.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. I have to leave.
Do you want to take an early lunch rather than starting an item?
Oh, let's do that. Make
Let's
it
do
a
that.
7-minute early lunch.
There
All
we go.
right.
Perfect.
Okay. We will be back at 1:30. Until then, we are on the recess.
And we're live from council chambers.
Cool. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order and do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Princeby,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Everyone is here. We are on to our 1:30 time-specific item on the agenda, which is the 2023 Edmonton Police Service Annual Report. And I will go over to the delegation to make a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Edmonton Police Commission, I'm pleased to speak with you today about the Edmonton Police Service's 2023 Annual Report. The Commission supports this report, and we are pleased to present it to you. We were encouraged when we saw crime rates decreasing. However, crime rate and crime severity is going up. It's a concern, but it's something that is certainly playing out all across the country. At the same time, public confidence in the police service is trending upwards. The Commission supports outcome-based solutions to public safety and community policing. We were encouraged by the police service's focus on fulfilling its strategic goals in areas of balance and enforcement, partner and advocate, connect, share and evolve, innovate and advance as one team, and support and grow diverse talents. We've seen a shift to represent a diverse and experienced police service through the graduates of recruit classes in recent years. The Commission was also pleased to see that police are engaging with Edmontonians, which is crucial for having a police service that reflects the needs of the community that it serves. This represents an important linkage between community and policing. Recruitment is also trending in the right direction. The Commission was pleased to see recruitment efforts paying off with 124 new constables and 10 experienced officers joining the ranks of the Edmonton Police Service. Women employees have increased 37%, and the attrition rate for staff is down. In addition, many policing programs are showing promising results in the community. These include PACT, TRAP, and the HELP teams. The Commission recognizes that the Edmonton Police Service reflects a modern police service that places community well-being and safety at the forefront. This focus has delivered on efficiency, effectiveness, and in crime reduction. Outside of the annual report process, the Commission regularly and publicly reports on spending and the services provided to Edmontonians by the police. These are all published on our website. From both the annual report and our regular reporting, we believe Edmonton is getting excellent value for what it spends on policing. The Commission requires the expenditure of funds by the police service to be aligned with the strategic plan and the business plan, both of which must be approved by this Commission. The strategic plan defines clear goals and targeted outcomes for the police service. The business plan establishes how the police will achieve these goals and outcomes. The annual report captures this information and tells us the results of this planning and strategy. Allow me to further explain how the Commission exercises fiscal responsibility. Once a year, the Commission requires regular reporting on the annual report, the strategic plan, and annual business year-end results. Twice a year, we require reporting on negotiated resolutions from civil and grievance settlements, priority unfunded initiatives, contractual reporting semi-annual report, supplemental capital budget adjustment, supplemental operating budget adjustment, continuity of operations program, and external funds. We also require monthly financial reporting on operational spending. However, it is important to note that these reports are not exhaustive, and the police service brings forward fiscal reports throughout the year as required and requested. The Commission is committed to supporting wise investments in public service, in public safety, and will work closely with the community at all levels of government towards creating a balanced service delivery for addressing crime and violence. These investments are made in accordance with informed strategy and proper planning. We see the realization of these strategic efforts in the report in front of you. Now I will turn it over to the Police Service for their presentation on the 2023 annual report that is before you today. We look forward to answering any questions you may have about the 2023 annual report after the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Harker. I'm the Director of Strategy and Innovation with the Edmonton Police Service, and I'll be walking everyone through our presentation on the annual report this afternoon. So if we go to the next slide, please. We're pleased to present our 2023 annual report. This report outlines the progress that we're making towards achieving the goals and outcomes outlined in our strategic plan. We do this through both performance metrics and success stories. Through this presentation today, we'll also discuss the things that EPS is doing to provide value for taxpayer dollars that are provided to us. For the first time, EPS presents its annual report in a web-based format. This presents information in a more digestible format for citizens, allowing them to interact with dynamic media content and navigate to the data and stories they're most interested in. Next slide, please. One of the key roles of EPS is to build safer communities. Many of the funds allocated to EPS are invested into programs and services that achieve this. We're encouraged to see these investments producing tangible results, with the overall crime rate in our city declining significantly by 7.2% in 2023 when compared with 2022. Next slide. For 2023, despite a decline in the total crime rate, the crime severity index for Edmonton increased by 4.6% in 2023. This was due to an increase in violent criminal incidents compared to 2022. The increases were recorded in violent crimes like assault, assault with a weapon, robbery, and intimidation of a non-justice participant. What this means is though the city is seeing less crime, the violence within those crimes has increased. To address this, EPS has been and will continue to focus and prioritize resources to address violent crime in our city to ensure that citizens are seeing value for their money. As was shared by the Chief and Superintendent McIntyre of our Information Management and Intelligence Division, in the 2023 Crime Statistics Overview they provided a few weeks ago, we have seen notable progress in areas like transit and downtown, where we have enhanced deployment through initiatives such as our transit safety teams and HSOC. As we look forward into 2024, this means we'll be concentrating on efforts such as the continued execution of our guns and gangs strategy, safer public spaces, and the implementation of a citywide crime reduction plan. Next slide, please. Edmontonians' confidence in police improved in 2023, returning to levels near the 2021 level. Almost 60% of the respondents rated their confidence in police as either good or excellent, with 24% giving an average rating, with 19% rated their confidence as either poor or very poor. It's important to note that in recent years, EPS has changed its approach to the citizen satisfaction survey, which has been the case for the past 3 years, so all the results you see on the screen here. This is executed by an independent third party and has grown to include a sample of respondents that are more diverse and representative of Edmonton's makeup. This includes improved representation of our marginalized communities. Next slide, please. EPS has a robust strategic planning process in place that aligns the efforts of the organization towards shared goals. The goals of the EPS strategic plan guide how we move forward as an organization to strengthen public trust through addressing crime, harm, and disorder. The annual report is organized by 5 goals and with the details of accompanying measures and initiatives for each. Citizens can feel confident that the funding we receive is making a difference in achieving the goals set out by our commission and our service. We can go to the next slide, please. So goal 1 is focused on striking the right balance between utilizing enforcement or providing support to individuals who come in contact with police. As we know, both are necessary for community safety and well-being. Some of the key crime-related measures are covered under this goal. As previously mentioned, the violent crime rate is up, while the non-violent crime rate is down when we compare to 2022. EPS recorded a decline in the property crime rate as well. It is down 10.7% versus 2022. The change in social disorder occurrences was marginal compared to 2022. Social disorder occurrences include mischief and public disturbances. Domestic violence occurrences are also down 3.4%. Through public education and stiffer penalties for offenders, we hope to continue to see a downward trend. Clearance rate for violent and non-violent crime are largely the same as they were in 2022. EPS is identifying ways to bolster the capacity of our investigators to handle more files and conduct swifter and more comprehensive investigations. One of the key programs delivered by EPS that helps us to contribute to this goal is HELP. We have started to expand these teams to be deployed in all EPS divisions within the city. HELP interventions continue to show positive results in terms of lessening further criminal acts, with 73% reduction in occurrences in the high disorder case managed category and a decrease of 61% in the low disorder case managed category. This is the kind of investment that EPS is making to proactively intervene at important times to reduce future occurrences of crime, harm, and disorder in our communities. Youth diversions are another way we're making strategic investments to support youth and divert them away from the justice system. This approach prevents future instances of crime, harm, and disorder in the communities that we serve. Next slide, please. So goal 2 aims to leverage EPS's experience to forge partnerships with the right organizations to drive community safety. Our police and crisis team referrals dropped slightly in 2023 due to staffing challenges faced by the team. We expect to receive these referrals increase as these challenges are resolved in 2024. These teams are composed of a constable from EPS and a mental health therapist from Alberta Health Services Access 24/7 program. The teams work in collaboration to effectively respond to adults in the community who are experiencing mental health crisis. EPS observed a decline in breaches over the last 2 years, with a 12.6% drop in 2023. This means that fewer offenders are disregarding conditions set by the justice system. Breaches include failure to comply with conditions, failure to appear, and breach of probation. During the course of the year, EPS achieved success across several partnerships and advocacy initiatives. Of special note is the partnership with the Alberta Sheriffs to help improve safety in the Chinatown and downtown areas of the city as part of the Healthy Streets Operations Center. The province allocated 12 sheriffs to execute crime suppression patrols, and these extra resources enabled the EPS to provide 20 hours a day, 7-day-a-week coverage for these areas. The last shift of the Edmonton Police Service Alberta Sheriff Partnership wrapped up in December of 2023. In September of 2023, EPS partnered with the Edmonton Police Foundation to host the first edition of the Safety in Our Cities Conference. This event brought together 171 different agencies to share their insights, experience, expertise, and solutions to the complex public safety problems in our city. The former holding cells in the EPS headquarters building were converted to an integrated care center with the purpose of providing detainees who are unable to care for themselves to be released to a responsible adult with the space to recover and connect with appropriate support. The Integrated Care Center is staffed by community peace officers and paramedics every day, and in partnership with Radius Health, assist detainees to form long-term care plans that extend beyond their release dates. EPS has also established a partnership with Wounded Warriors Canada to provide innovative mental health and wellness programs to support the members of EPS, Edmonton Police Association, and Edmonton Police Service Veterans Association and their families. Next slide, please. So for goal 3, this one's about EPS's active efforts to enhance two-way listening and learning between the service and Edmontonians. EPS strives to incorporate feedback and learnings into our service improvements. EPS observed a 5.8% reduction in the number of public complaints to the EPS Professional Standards branch. When taken into consideration, alongside the number of dispatch calls for service last year, complaints were filed in less than 1% of our calls. This is a positive trend we would like to see continue downward as more initiatives and training are rolled out to help improve the outcomes of interactions our officers have with the public. Language support services were provided through the EPS Language Support Services team and through the Interpret Manager app. Access to the app was expanded in October 2023 and is now available to over 1,000 EPS frontline members, who are now enabled to conduct interactions with non-English speakers by accessing professional interpreters through the app. We'd like to highlight a few of the events that EPS held to connect with various communities. So the first is the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, where EPS hosted a public event in Churchill Square on Friday, September 29th of 2023. Officers, guests, and the public shared warm soup and fresh bannock and took part in a smudging and prayer ceremony to honor and celebrate Indigenous resilience and culture. EPS, with the support of the Edmonton Police Foundation, hosted a breakfast in support of the 2S LGBTQ+ community and to raise awareness for the Chew Project in their continued work, offering frontline support to 2S LGBTQ+ youth and emerging adults. Next slide, please. So goal 4 focuses on ensuring that all areas across the EPS work together as one team and encourage a culture of innovation and continuous improvement. EPS experienced an increase in the number of dispatch calls for service in 2023, which indicates an increase in demand for EPS services. This number is also driven by increased EPS member-generated events in 2023, which is the result of more proactive and preventative work. EPS also saw an increase in occurrences in suppression zones. This could be attributed to the deployment of resources to transit and HSOC areas to do proactive and preventative work. EPS unfortunately witnessed more traffic fatalities in 2023 compared to the previous 2 years. The proportion of proactive time and patrols overall work has noticeably increased since 2021. EPS continues to prioritize resources to our frontline response function, allowing them to focus more time on crime prevention through proactive efforts. Some innovative approaches to policing were implemented in 2023. In June of last year, the Edmonton Police Service announced the expansion of online reporting to include hate incidents in Edmonton. This increases the ease and propensity for Edmontonians to report hate incidents, giving the police more opportunity to address hate incidents and hate crimes in the city. The public can also now submit their traffic concerns through an online form. This gives EPS increased opportunities to leverage data and evidence to intervene in neighborhoods where traffic safety may be most frequently compromised. Prior to this, concerns around traffic were communicated to EPS via email. EPS has also expanded the use of drones for field operations and investigations. Previously used almost exclusively by our tactical unit and major collisions investigation unit, drones are now being piloted in patrol to offer a different level of versatility that adds significant benefit for officer safety and a cost-effective method for public safety. EPS drone operators are being trained to advance Transport Canada standards. To help combat catalytic converter theft, EPS has partnered with the Alberta Motor Association and Cal Tire on the Tag Your CAT VIN engraving program. Engraving the VIN on vehicles' catalytic converters and having the warning decal visible should help deter thieves and reduce the chance of it being stolen. Through this and other innovative initiatives, Edmonton saw a large decrease in catalytic converter thefts in 2023. Next slide, please. Goal 5 focuses on supporting the well-being of EPS employees and promoting an inclusive workforce and environment that fosters diversity and talent development. EPS is recording a steady increase in the ratio of female employees in the service as we continue to design our recruitment and retainment practices to make policing attractive to all. The proportion of sworn to civilian employees has remained relatively consistent over the years. EPS continues to assess opportunities to complement sworn officers with civilian skill sets so that more sworn officers are available for frontline duties. Employee separation refers to a situation where permanent sworn or civilian employees leave EPS due to resignation, retirement, termination, or death. The employee separation rate decreased in 2023 after a spike in 2022 over a 5-year period. EPS is committing to sustaining a positive work environment where employees feel valued and appreciated. In 2023, EPS recorded a 23% increase in applications for recruit classes, and our recruit classes were made up of candidates from a wide variety of background, ethnicities, who speak multiple languages. The service welcomed 102 new constables and hired 9 experienced officers from the RCMP and 1 member from the Niagara Regional Police Service. EPS also welcomed 2 K-9 teams. We take great pride in celebrating the personal achievements of our members. 4 members of the EPS were among the winners at the Alberta Women in Public Safety Awards ceremony. They are Constable Lisa Hudson, Constable Tiffany Paperny, Constable Caitlin Awar, and civilian employee Kaylee Anderson. Next slide, please. With a focus on being a forward-thinking police service, EPS is identifying ways to move forward to ensure that we continue to provide excellent value for taxpayer dollars. In 2024, this means developing a crime reduction plan that is focused on reducing violent crime in Edmonton. A troubling trend in 2023 was the increase in violent crime, and this plan is being designed to address this. Prioritizing our frontline police presence by staffing the 10-squad model for patrol and adding transit officers will continue to be a focus in this year. Continued implementation of the Safer Public Spaces approach to address unacceptable instances of crime and social disorder, implementing the guns and gangs and offender management strategies to hold the city's most violent, prolific offenders accountable, and expanding virtual investigations and tiered policing models such as investigative peace officers to enhance service to the citizens of Edmonton are some of the other options or some of the other priorities that we'll have this year. In addition to that, we'll continue to evaluate initiatives to determine what's having the greatest impact in the most effective ways to move the strategic plan of EPS forward. Thank you.
Okay, John, any concluding remarks? Done? Okay. Well, thank you so much for the presentation. We are going to go to questions from council colleagues to the delegation, but before we do that, I want to welcome, there's a large number of members of our communities are joining us for this, to listen into this discussion. I just want to make sure for everyone is, behaving appropriately. Really appreciate that. I just want to set some expectations for the conversation. So before we begin our questions, just want to share my expectations as chair on the conduct of everyone in this room to ensure a safe and inclusive environment, workplace for everyone. And our city, we're very proud that City Hall is open to the public, that anyone can come here, participate, listen to the discussion in a transparent and open council process. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of everyone in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. And if they occur, I will have to direct the city clerk and security to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. And those observing the meeting must do so in the seated area. I know I saw some parents walk in with strollers. If you can't move to the chairs, let us know. We'll provide you a seat at the chair at the back, please. And we want to make sure you're feeling comfortable. And this meeting is also being live streamed, and anyone is welcome to view the live stream online. And again, my role as chair is to ensure chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public, you. Right? Thank you so much for joining us for this. And now with that, I'll go to council colleagues for questions. No, this was exempted by Councillor Stevenson, or you want me to start with Councillor Rutherford? You're the first one to sign up. You want to start, please?
And just a friendly, Councillor Rice, if you could mute your microphone, please, and thank you.
I don't want to move. Does the commissioner want to move the?
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Thank you. So I'll just put the motion on the floor that the May 14th, 2024 Edmonton Police Service Report EXO 02270 be received for information.
Okay. Need a seconder? Councillor Wright? Okay. So we have motion on the floor. Now questions on the motion as well as on the presentation that we heard. So with that, Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for being here today. Really appreciate the presentation and the work that went into it. You know, just want to start, again, I have the privilege of wearing both hats as a councillor and a commissioner, so I have the opportunity later this week to ask some further questions with my commissioner hat, but just focusing on some of the council points I want to touch on. So really appreciate some of the stats and information that have been captured in this annual report. I noticed, I was looking at some of the other documents I think were referenced in the presentation, specifically the strategic plan and the business plan. Are those available I'm trying to remember, those are both rear-looking and forward-looking documents. Do we get those on an annual basis?
Yes, they are forward and inward facing, and they are available on our website.
Okay, the 2023 ones? Yeah, okay, perfect.
The strategic plan and the business plan are for 2023 to 2026.
Okay, great. And then I was just noticing the citizen dashboard, again, recognizing the importance of having some of that information. It looks like it's still with the 2022 numbers. Are we anticipating that update?
So with the update to the annual report being available online, it replaces the previous citizen dashboard. So the data that was previously available now is available in a much more robust format on the website.
Okay, so that will be sort of retired. Okay.
Correct.
One stat that really jumped out to me was just, you know, the overall increase in calls for service, so increasing demand on EPS. You know, again, always wanting to understand sort of what investments as a city we can make that help to decrease some of those pressures.
I think there's many different things you can do to reduce it. One of the things we're seeing right now is because we have more time for our officers to act proactively, we're seeing the number of member-generated calls increase. So that number, although inflated, is partially inflated because we have officers out there in a proactive manner preventing instances of crime. So those are included there as well, and those have increased substantially from previous years. So that's one of the reasons why we're seeing that increase. And as we see those member-generated instances increase, we're encouraged to see that trend.
And then just in terms of some of the other initiatives such as crisis diversion, some of the other, again, as you say, that really proactive and preventative approach, just some thoughts on that perhaps?
Yeah, absolutely. And that would be the broader, longer-term vision, where as we get into spaces where we're providing people with the support that they need through programs like PACT and HELP, then those people, as we demonstrated in the presentation, interact much less frequently with law enforcement, which is the goal longer term, absolutely.
Great. So something that I hear about consistently in my role relates to police response times. So I appreciate that there's sort of the public feedback on the perception of the response times. I do note that in the past, response to priority 1 calls had been a statistic that had been shared publicly. Again, recognizing that that's something I hear about quite frequently. Just wondering, where we are on those measures and reporting those measures.
Yeah.
So this did used to be a stat that we would keep as a service in terms of a goal, but working with our commission, the idea was we're not going to aim for if we're here in 5 minutes or 6 minutes. What we're aiming for is how effective are we being as a service. So understanding that we do still capture that information, setting it as a strategic goal is not the direction that we're moving.
And what about sharing some of that information, I guess, with members of the public? Again, even just to address some of the perceptions, for example. Sometimes an anecdote can be really powerful, and maybe that data can help counteract some of that perception.
So I don't think there's, sorry Laurie, but there's no issue in sharing the data. I think the distinction that we're looking to make is the bending of our strategic goals to, or a measurement, corporate performance measurement, using response time solely as that metric.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more, but really appreciate that there's an openness to sharing that data. I think that's very helpful. Just in my last 30 seconds, I think hearing and responding to community input is very important today and every day. Just wondering the approaches and initiatives that the Commission is taking to hear from members of the public and acting on that feedback.
Thank you, Councillor. We had a plan in place just prior to COVID at how we were going to increase our community involvement and community commitment. Once COVID hit, we were unable to engage in any of that. Fortunately, we have been able to use Pametawa Consulting. They were able to go out and meet with people that normally would not be part of the surveys. As a rule, the marginalized and homeless people do not have access to surveys. And fortunately with Pametawa, they have that ability to reach out to everyone in the community. So we relied heavily on that. Going forward, we're hoping there may be an opportunity for members of the Commission to join councillors at their events in their wards, where we can have an opportunity to share with the citizens of your ward who we are, what we do, and why we exist.
Thank you. I also would like to encourage my council colleagues to leave about maybe 25 to 30 seconds at the end of 5 minutes to answer the question within 5 minutes if possible. With that, Councillor Rutherford.
Can I ask a point of order?
Yes.
I understand there's still people trying to get into chambers, but I see there's 2 rows reserved there. I was just wondering if there was.
I think there's space in the room there as well, right? That people are able to. There's some space here too. So security will manage that. We'll convey that to them.
Do we need the 2 rows reserved?
Yes, I think they're reserved permanently because of the recommendations of that came to us, right? So yeah. Not for this meeting. They've been always reserved like that, right? Not just for this meeting. Yeah. Good. Okay. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, so many questions. I guess to start, I wanted to go to this citizen perception survey because I found it really interesting in the report that it talked about a nationwide survey done by Advis, and that this survey included 2,000 or 20,000 participants and 17 specifically from Edmonton. But the report was silent on whether this data is the overall national data or EPS specific data.
It's EPS specific.
So why wouldn't it say, why does it say citizen perception of the overall job of police in their community? As opposed to, like, I guess how do we have confidence that this is actually the disaggregated Edmonton stats? What was the overall national? I guess how does it compare then?
So how Advantis works is they perform this survey amongst other jurisdictions as well.
Yeah. So
But the benefit, if I could finish, the benefit is that we're able to compare the EPS, the Edmonton survey, amongst other jurisdictions that took it. But what we present to our commission is the Edmonton data.
But wouldn't it be important to know how EPS is comparing across other departments nationally?
Yes.
In
and
terms
so-
of their
yeah.
perception, positive or negative?
When we do the survey, so everybody, Advanis surveys, as COO Carey said, all jurisdictions, but it's only shared with ones who purchase the Advanis contract. So there's a few other police services that do that, which we can compare to, and then outside of that, we compare ourselves in tiers. So they do it by the size of
Yeah.
the city. So we do have a full report that we share with our commission where we can talk about how that compares to other cities.
And is that shared transparently publicly, or is that in private?
Yeah, that's also available publicly, and so
So we can find the disaggregated data on this perception survey? Where?
on the commission's website, it's
So I guess that brings me to the next question I have to the commission, because after seeing this, and then I went and looked, like, you don't have on your social medias or any sort of public, sort of any kind of, hey, did you know that the 2023 annual report by the police is completed? You can find it here. There's a new website. How come you're not communicating that to the public?
So with this year, the commission was presented with the annual report at their meeting last month, and they approved it after reviewing it. The service released it to the public shortly after that meeting, and we're deferring to this meeting today to share with council the annual report. So there wasn't a social media campaign to get this out prior to this meeting today.
Yeah.
The service, however,
I-
did make it public, and
Yeah.
it's been in the public space for a number of weeks now.
Yeah, I think I just want to talk to the chair of the commission for a second, to Mr. McDougall, if that's okay. Because I think, we've talked a lot as a council and as commission about public trust and the need to be transparent. So I found it really surprising that the commission has been, like, when I looked at historical social media, there's not a lot on proactively sharing with the public these kind of information points that might be pertinent for Edmontonians. It seems like we still make people dig to find this information. It's publicly available, but we're not readily helping Edmontonians to find it. That's, what do you say to that?
I say we do have social media. Our social media pages all have a link to our website. And I would suspect that if anybody is not using social media, they'd be able to find it fairly readily with Google.
But what about for example, I didn't know that there was this new website created until I read the report. Right? So I'm pretty politically involved, I would say. I'm not meaning that in a facetious way. No, I'm just genuinely it's these kind of things, like, they're just simple little things that, again, we talk about that importance of bridging. So I'm just trying to understand, how does the commission, what's in your strategic plan to help with this?
I think I spoke to Councillor Stevenson's point earlier about community engagement. We are in the process of making a new web page, so that will be splattered all over social media as well. We are engaged in trying to find meaningful ways to engage with the public.
Okay.
We had, as I said with Councillor Stevenson, we had a plan prior to COVID coming. After COVID, we were able to hire a communications person to help us with our messaging and with our engagements with the public. So now that summer's here, we're starting to be outdoors more often. This presents a lot more opportunities for the commission to get out and meet people either in the wards that the councillors are comfortable inviting us to, or at any other public event that we can attend.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to stick on some questions with the Citizens Perception Survey to measure citizen satisfaction. Looking for some elaboration on the methodology behind that survey. In particular, were there questions that were asked around how often people feel police exceed their authority, or whether police treat people fairly? What were the types of questions that went into that?
So while they're looking, I can answer that those questions were asked, and for historical kind of practice in terms of the Citizen Perception Survey, we made a shift in 2021, I believe, to move to Advanis rather than the regular kind of calling on the house phones that would really kind of, I wouldn't say cherry pick, but only hit a certain demographic of our city.
Sure.
So we moved to Advanis to be able to, not only segregate between whether it be racialized population, whether it be marginalized population, whether it be people that we police on a regular basis, but also to ask questions about their perception of our authority and fairness.
Okay, and is that publicly available as well?
It's all in the report.
Okay, so I didn't see that detailed breakdown of the individual questions, but I would be very interested in doing so. You don't need to answer that question right now, but maybe I can follow up and make sure that, that I can see that.
I think it's important to note that
And I just
not everything is going to be within the annual report.
For sure.
These are the reporting of the citizen perception survey, something we did in detail to the commission a few months ago. So it's all available. It's all online, so we can see those details there. Yeah.
Thank you. And I just have a fair number of questions to get through, so I'd just appreciate as succinct as possible answers. I'm wondering if I missed reporting on the instance of police misconduct or use of force. I believe in 2022, I think there was use of force data, but I don't see anything for 2023.
We just reported on our control tactics to our commission at governance, and we're doing that this Thursday. It's not in the annual report, it's a separate report because
Was it included in 2022 in the annual report, though?
No. No, these measures are the measures of the last 3 years. We are reporting consistently on our measures.
Okay, so where would I find that data and that information?
It'll be presented to our commission on Thursday.
Okay. And I guess maybe that's just a good point. So I assume there are a number of folks in the room who might be interested in that meeting. Can you just share when that is and how the public can interact with that meeting if they're interested?
Thursday, the commission will send out a social media link, and I think they already have in terms of what the agenda is, how to interact online or in person. The commission has we present annually on our control tactics as part of a standalone reporting item.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for that. And maybe just to the commission, you know, one of the things I often think about is I think it's a line that's included in the commission's mandate around being the guardians of public trust. And I'm wondering, how does the commission evaluate the effectiveness of the service's trust building efforts?
Please, I will request again, please listen to the questions and the answers, please. Councilor Salvador?
Thank you.
Yes, so we have a citizen survey that gets conducted. We also have our annual report that puts that out, and our strategic plan also allows us to gauge that.
Okay, and I guess maybe to ask in a slightly different way, I appreciate those answers. You know, if there are public complaints or grievances that come to the commission, like how is that process used to build trust with the public?
So the commission's required to have a public complaints director, which looks at all public complaints that come in through the service or the commission. She sits with the service as they work through those files, and she ensures that the transparency and fairness of that process, as stated under the Police Act, is in place. She reports to the commission regularly 6 times a year on public complaints and how they're moving through the system. The commissioners have certain legal obligations under the Police Act to look at those complaints and either extend them or do other statutory duties with them. I have a longer explanation, but I appreciate your time.
Yeah, and I won't have time for another, so I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. Councilor Wright.
Thank you. So those, just following up on Councilor Salvador's question, those public complaints, then that's where you go onto the commission website. There's a link there for complaints. Is that?
Yes, Councilor, you can file a public complaint either through the commission's website or with the police services website.
But do they go to the same place?
Yes, under the current Police Act, which is changing in the next year or two, all complaints have to be investigated by the professional standards branch of the police service, and that's where the public complaints director has directly interact with that group to ensure that she's the commission's window into that process.
So any of the complaints filed through the commission's website still go to the public complaints director?
They do. We still keep a record of them, and our public complaints director has a hand in all of them.
Okay. And where do the compliments go to?
The compliments.
There's a link there.
Yeah, those compliments reside both with the service for the individual's file as well with the commission, who during some of our public meetings, they sometimes get read out.
Okay. Okay. And then I'm just wondering, And I've looked now at the strategic plan on the website as well, because I had a question about, in the report that was presented, it talked about diversity, but it was only the stats of women. But on the strategic plan on the website, it's a more thorough diversity. Okay, and that's intentional, I guess, to look everything there. Okay. Now, I am concerned, in your presentation, you talked about having clear goals and targeted outcomes. And again, on the strategic plan, it outlines what those goals or outcomes are, but there's no specific performance measures or anything tied to it. How do we know if we're doing good? We're just comparing to last year, or?
So in 2019, that was the first time the Edmonton Police Service developed a robust strategic plan like you see in front of you, and we have updated that for 2023. We developed outcomes and the measures that you see in this annual report associated to those outcomes. And in the last 3 years, we have reported on those. So we've stayed consistent so that we can have year-to-year comparison. In the annual report, every goal has a set of measures associated to them that we are reporting back to you. That's when we talk about crime severity is down. That is a measure we're reporting back to you associated to that goal.
Okay, but is there a target set as to where we want to be at as far as crime severity, or any of the other measures that you're, like, what are we measuring against, I guess, is what I'm trying to.
In terms of most of our measures, and sorry, Brent, but I mean, all of our measures, and we're looking at developing and continuing to mature our corporate performance framework, but the majority of our measures, you want to have zero. So you keep wanting to trend down with crime and trend up with things like perception survey, clearance rates, those kind of things.
So then should we be targeting, like, we want, as a goal, we want a reduction by 10% year over year?
In some cases, yes. In some cases, no. We keep close tabs on the trends of these things. So the way that we develop measures is based on the Canadian Police Performance Management Framework, which is a framework set out by Statistics Canada, which police services across Canada utilize. So because we're utilizing the same performance measurement framework as other police services, we can compare, and you saw in the graphs how we're doing in comparison to police services across Canada, across Alberta. And when we're breaking a trend in an opposite direction of some of those other police services, it's something we look into. But to set a hard 5% or 10%, it's really difficult to do that across the board because each measure is so unique in the way that it's presented and the methodology behind it.
So then should our target be in comparison to a different jurisdiction, or?
It's a useful thing to keep in mind, but not necessarily, because jurisdictions are different. The makeup of those municipalities is different, but it is useful for us to know.
Okay. Because I'm just trying to understand what those clear goals are, because yes, we'd like all crime and severity and that to drop, but I just don't know what we're measuring against. Just on a different line, oops, and I have to leave. I'll come back for a second round.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thanks for the information. A couple questions, smaller ones maybe to start. Do we have a sense of the attrition rate prior to, because I think it only lists the last 3 years, and I know there had been a concern raised about sort of attrition throughout the pandemic, but before, like, where are we compared to what happened prior to 2021? Or ballpark, if we have it, or?
We are, I mean, in the annual report, you'll see that we're closing back to where we were 3 years ago, but I don't have those numbers on hand right now for pre-2021.
Okay, yeah, it's just something I might, like for the future, I might be interested in, to get a sense of how does that compare to where I know I heard turnover was a big issue, so I wanted to understand that. So, okay, not a problem, we'll worry to get that separately. The call volume piece I also wanted to ask about. So you've listed the dispatch calls for service. You've talked about the increase in the number of officer-initiated calls. I might have missed it, but is there a breakdown between the total number and the officer dispatch calls now? Like what makes, how has that changed over the last couple of years with the proactive time?
Yeah, there is a breakdown of that. It's not something that is in the annual report, but we do have the breakdown if you want to know more about it. But as I said in the previous response, it's something we keep track of, and it's something we're seeing increase in terms of officer-generated responses. because of that increase in proactive preventative capacity that they have because of investments that we've made. They're there to prevent future instances of crime, harm, and disorder.
And the reason I'm curious about that is that, I would expect that as our population goes up, that number will rise no matter what. There's just going to be an increase in total volume. But if we're seeing a better split between the officer-initiated versus the folks that are just calling it in, that might tell us a slightly different story than just seeing the yearly numbers go up. Because that to me is going to be the standard for the next 20 years.
Yep.
But if that's staying stagnant, but the officer number of initiated calls is going up, I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing. That's probably a good thing, and I'm not sure that's putting as much of a strain as, say, constant calls from the public. So that's something we can get in the future. I don't know if that's annual report or there's a way to get that information.
It is something I have on hand here.
Okay.
So the total, if you look at the total percentage of officer generated to total, it went from 8% in 2021 to 10% in 2022 to 11.3 in 2023.
Okay.
So we're trending up, which I agree is a good thing.
Okay.
But
all right.
Superintendent McIntyre, is that something you want to add to?
Yeah, we are really kind of redefining how we look at our proactivity, and it's not necessarily in the quantum of time that is spent doing it, it is the output of that time. So we're really capturing the difference between a public-generated complaint and a member-generated complaint, and we're seeing really positive trends in relation to the outcome of what our members are doing with their time when they're not dispatched to calls. And the one thing that it's important to punctuate is to not get dialed in specifically on the number of occurrences or the number of dispatch calls. Police response is a very complex thing. As the city continues to grow, we start seeing our travel time continue to grow in order to attend to the calls. The complexity of the calls, we are in a position right now where a call 5 or 6 years ago, the same occurrence type, is taking a lot longer because we are bringing additional resources to it. A patrol member will respond, and if it's a marginalized person in mental health crisis, a PACT unit will then respond, or a help team will then respond. The care given per call is much higher than it used to be historically, and that extends the amount of time that we are spending on each of these occurrences. So there's a lot of complexity to when we look at police response.
Okay, thank you. Oh gosh, I have a lot of questions still. I'll ask one more, just small, quick one, and then I'll come to in the second round. Online reporting, it's quite good. There's a lot of areas to report. One thing we talked about with the commission, I think, a few years ago was sort of the idea or the notion of reporting near misses, if you will. And what I mean by that is the concept of, I get copied on Facebook posts every single day almost of somebody who's gone down a street, has tried to open a car door, they've got it on the doorbell camera, but from what I can understand, it's still not easy to actually report that. The online service doesn't allow you to report a near miss. Is that something that we're working on to try to get better data?
I can take that one, Deputy Chief Durko.
Sure. Yep.
So we're trying to expand it right now just because of capacity. As we open it up, we got to make sure that we're able to provide the service and respond to those calls and investigate them. We just don't have the capacity right now as we open it up. I think we have 103 retail stores that we're looking at, and I think they generate almost 15,000 calls. So as we open it up, we got to be able to make sure that we have the capacity to investigate it.
I'll come back around. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. And next is Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for the report and your answers so far. One of the great concerns I have in my ward is folks talking about their experiences along the LRT line. I've got 2 stations in my ward, and so from this report, what can I report back to the community? Can I tell them that transit is safe, and that message is coming directly from the commission?
I think the one thing, Councillor, that you could communicate to Edmontonians is that transit is safer. Since the creation of our transit community safety teams, we have seen our areas of focus have seen not only the reduction in occurrences, but a reduction of crime, reduction in severity that we are, through our 2024 crime plan, intending on spreading to other public spaces across the city. But when we look at our Healthy Streets Operations Center and our transit approaches, those are the areas where we focused in 2023 and we saw some of our greatest reductions. Even though violent crime and violent crime severity is increasing in the city as a whole, in transit spaces, as we have seen statistically significant reductions, and it's our looking to extend that further. So if I were to be pressed on if the police commission could say transit is safe, transit is safer in relation to violent crime and violent crime severity, but there are still always things that ridership can do preventatively in relation to how they can keep themselves safe and safer on transit.
And as well, from the commission's perspective, I mean, we know how important transit is for many citizens of Edmonton, but we also realize there's still some public disorder out there. So far, we've had an extra 50 officers for transit, thanks to a grant from the government of Alberta. We continue to partner with the city and other agencies in an effort to address this crime and disorder. And we're trying to refocus on ensuring that the public consumption of drugs is not prevalent in Edmonton. And I think it's important to remember, too, that we have this new navigation center to help homeless individuals to connect and get the services that they require to help them out.
Okay, so a lot to unpack there, which I won't have time to get to. But when we say safer, what does that mean?
I can
Like that, because that's the question I'm going to be asked. Okay, well, what do you mean safer? Like 1% safer, 2% safer?
Yeah.
And what does that actually translate into?
Yeah, I can provide you with some numbers there, Councillor. So the violent criminal incidents at LRT stations and transit centers decreased by 8.6% between 2022 and 2023. So we're seeing less incidents of violence on transit. We're also seeing less criminal incidents, so that also decreased by 1.7% between 2022 and 2023. So
okay.
And just to add to that, the incidents of violence and weapons and disorder are decreasing in orders of magnitude by between 10 to 26%.
Okay, and I guess the obvious question for folks would be like, what does that compare to pre-pandemic? It's just, look, I'm going to be frank. We've had some communication from EPS sometimes that says downtown's not safe or transit's not safe, whatever it was. That's a really bad message to give to folks when we're trying to increase ridership or increase confidence in being in our public spaces. And I really need the participation and help of the commission to change that narrative in a very meaningful way. And if I go back and I say, well, it's 8% safer than it was, I don't know if that's going to cut it. So how can the commission help with the public perception of safety and the actual public experience and reality of safety? Because that's what the public is asking me, so I have to ask you.
Thank you, Councillor. We can't change perception. Perception is owned by the person with that perception.
Excuse me, please.
I gotta interrupt you.
Please.
But we do change perception when we say downtown is unsafe, for example.
Correct. I
That
don't
is
think you've ever had the commission say that.
We've had EPS say it.
Correct. You're asking the commission, and I'm telling you the commission has never said that.
Okay,
what
please.
we can do to help is report on stats like this that show the numbers are changing, to show that there is a change in the level of safety on the LRT and the transit systems. It's not, I cannot get into people's heads and get them to change their mind. What I can do is I can present data to them that shows the efforts that's being put forth by Edmonton Police Service and their allies that they're working with through the City of Edmonton and the province are affecting change and are making those numbers smaller.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
And I find that
sorry, Councillor Paquette, time, sorry, 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm out of time.
Yeah, no worries. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I'm looking at the 2021 annual report, and there is reference to use of force in here, and I think not including use of force in these sorts of reports is not only a critical piece of public oversight, given the police are, are the only sanctioned body in our democracy to use lethal force, but also an opportunity to talk about some of those other pieces around control tactics, etc. Is use of force going up and down? How is use of force being used? How many, so my feedback to the commission on the report would be I do see reference to it in 2021 and it's not included in the 2023 annual report. That would be something that I would hope could be included. Would the chair take that under consideration?
We have these stats reported to us at public meetings that we have monthly. We also have these stats available on our website.
For sure, but if we're trying to change a narrative around issues related to police misconduct or violence, etc., having a chance to see trend lines around such critical topics are really important. And if they're not reflected in the annual report, that's concerning. But nevertheless,
Councillor, just on that point, the commission, if you go onto their website today, there's a very long, robust report on the use of force by the police service in 2023. I'm somewhat proud of that report because when you compare it to other agencies in Canada, the report that you get from your police service and your commission to the public is much more robust than you see anywhere else in Canada.
It is, and isn't that a good news story?
And it's on the public website every year.
It is, but the fact it's not referenced in the annual report, even a high-level trending up or down or something, when we have all these other metrics, we have a lot of anecdotes in the report about some, everything from somebody who ran a 5K to somebody who, did great work in their career. That's awesome, but it's also not highlighting some of this other critical work here. Can I have a bunch of other questions. I'm sorry. I'll come another round, I promise. I had an instance in my building. Two officers came to the door and they said, "We're trying to check on your neighbor." I said, "Oh, great, I'll let them in." It was a wellness check. The fellow was fine, but somebody was concerned that they didn't answer the phone and called the police. I was worried, okay, there's two officers, that's unit time, that's staff time, that's two patrol members who are not out there doing other work. How often do wellness checks like this occur? And how often, because on the other hand, I have calls saying, why can't I get a police officer to this neighborhood? So where would that be reported in here?
I don't know where it would be reported in there, but I can say that it happens quite often. Welfare checks are a big part of what we do. And it's given priority depending on the information that we get from the caller. Like, when was the last time they were seen? Do they have health issues? Has there been any fights or noise coming out of the suite lately? Anything like that. But if we don't do those checks and something's happened, then we're not doing our job as well, right? So we have to find that balance.
For sure. Have we looked at funding some other, para-police organization or 24/7 or REACH or even sending some social workers instead on, I have to think the cost of the tax. May I ask, sorry, I would urge the assembly, please. I have a long list of questions I want to get through, and I ask good faith in just letting us continue.
You know what, I mean, that's something that we could always talk about or explore, but I think we have to remember too that we're the only 24/7 service. People call the police for those types of things. So we'd have to have a whole different evaluation process, dispatch, and then if we'd have to be able to do a history on the location if there's any danger, right? We don't want to send people to a location where something bad could happen.
I'll come back to that. There's obviously there's been more protests in Edmonton, be it against the genocide in Gaza or against the convoy or other things. What policies or changes has the commission made to adapt police resourcing time, tools to the changing environment?
Our role in the commission is to review the policies that EPS has in place. We do not get involved in the operational side of that. But if you have any questions directly related to the report in front of you today, we can answer those for you.
So is there a contemplation of, when we talk about the commission policies or the budget, how are we going to adapt if we expect to see a lot more protests in future? What does that mean for the police?
Councillor, I can answer a little bit. So literally in 2023, protests, demonstrations, marches, they grew to 592 as far as the number that happened in the city. So far this year, we're looking at trending to over 600. Absolutely impacts our resources. So right now it is, we have unfunded overtime. We're taking from other areas to be able to respond to these things. So it absolutely is impacting our resources, but it's something that we are pivoting and adapting to for our kind of command of such events, et cetera.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much for the delegation here, and also for the strong public interest in this item. I'm going to start by saying, number one, I really appreciate this presentation being presented in a timely way. We didn't really quite have that due to a variety of circumstances, but for it to come so quickly after the report has been published and after the commission has just had the discussion, I appreciate the timeliness. I also, I have the printed report. I also went online, and I thought it's not quite a dashboard, but the interactive report page was also very extensive. So thank you for the work on that. I'm going to start, as some of my colleagues have, just because I did go back also to the 2022 because we had that discussion not too long ago. There were a few other comparisons. I guess I'm just wondering about the choice of the difference in the indicator. I did note that the use of force data was in fact in the 2022, so perhaps it's an oversight. I would just encourage you to look into that. In some of the comparison, you no longer have the sort of the comparable city average, just so that we know how we stack up against other cities. I'm curious of why.
Could you be more specific about which city average you're referring to?
Yeah, I think in 2022, so some of the the confidence in police, feeling of safety, police response times, all of which has sort of that a comparator around comparable city average. In the 2023 report, both online and in the printed version, it's not there. I'm just wondering kind of why.
Yeah, we did review that upfront section, and we refocused it on how we're building safety within Edmonton, and we aligned that directly to our legislative responsibilities. If you would like to see comparisons, it's something we can certainly move forward with in the future, but we focused it more in on Edmonton, what we were doing to fulfill the legislative responsibilities within Edmonton. One of the main reasons for that is those measures are not used as performance measures. They're not things that we would use to indicate our performance. They're things that we track and keep our eye on, but not necessarily say we're accomplishing what we need to accomplish because we're doing these things. But we are open to that. It's something that we monitor already.
Okay, that's helpful. And I was also wondering, value for money. This is an indicator we actually had a pretty extensive discussion last year. But it's absent in this year. And, Commission Chair, I heard you kind of talk about that earlier in your presentation, wondering around why, that indicator is absent in this year's report.
So I don't recall a specific value for money indicator last time. I do recall a conversation we had around it.
It was around cost per, I think, it was cost per, I think, per call per population.
Yeah. So there is a measure that has been used before, and it wasn't presented as a performance indicator, but for information in the previous annual report on incidents per the population rather than per capita funding. So we kind of compared those two things. When we think about value for money, we rely on our strategic planning process to understand what do citizens need and what do citizens want. We do that through robust engagement. We design our programs from the ground up from that, and we deliver those and measure the progress of those. So that's kind of the process that we go through to prove value for money, rather than having one or two indicators to say this is the one thing, just because of the complexity of it.
Sure. If I recall, the conversation last year was also that felt, I think that one indicator just didn't feel quite robust for me. I encouraged, the service and the commission to think about how else can we portray that, to demonstrate that, and what other measures. And I will continue to encourage that because I feel like that's a really important conversation that comes up all the time, right? I'm noticing, of course, you've mentioned that there's the added goal number 3 of connect, share, and evolve in this year's report. I wonder if you can speak to that a little bit. How did you arrive at including that in your strategic plan?
Absolutely. So for the past few years, the service has done robust engagement, first starting with our commitment to action when we spent about 12 to 18 months really connecting with our racialized, marginalized communities. And one of the biggest themes that came from those kinds of engagements was that they wanted to learn more from the service. They wanted to know more from the service and understand kind of how policing works in terms of that connection. So with that feedback and in concert with our commission, we added that as the fifth strategic pillar of our goals, and that's how that came about.
I have just some follow-up on that, but I'll come back. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I've got the chair.
Thank you. I just want to start by asking questions around the diversity in hiring and look at the numbers. Say women employees percentage has gone up from 36.19 to 37.21 from 21 to 2023. That would be the entire EPS organization, right?
Yes, that would be sworn civilian.
Sworn and civilian. Are we seeing a trend in the sworn uniformed officers? Are we seeing more women applying, being hired, and more folks from a diversity background?
We do track that, and we are not quite at where we want to be from pre-pandemic for our women applicants.
Okay.
But it is trending.
It is going in that direction, because even this change is, I would say, is marginal, even though it's going in the right direction. But from 36 to 37% over 3 years is pretty marginal. So I look forward to how that goes forward into next report.
Would you mind if I said something?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I teach criminology to a third-year criminology class in university, and what I've noticed is a lot of female students in my class, and but they're not typically going into policing as a career. They're going more into corrections or social work, that sort of thing. So it's something that I've spoke to the service about, and it's kind of an interesting topic. So it's something that's, as an educator, it's something on my radar as well.
Would you mind introducing yourself so that people in the room would know who you are?
Sure. My name is Anne-Marie Lambert. I'm the Vice Chair of the Edmonton Police Commission.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah. On the council put significant amount of resources into crisis diversion. What is EPS's interaction with some of the crisis diversion teams?
We focus on there is an interaction at the front end. If we can, we do make referrals. I don't have the number. Maybe someone will have that on there. But we do try to make referrals where it makes sense. On top of that, though, we have seen that expansion within our help team when there is that person that's going to need that acute service, being able to come there, as Superintendent McIntyre had said, with the other additional resources, whether it be a PACT resource or a help social navigator, just trying to change how we provide a response to marginalized or vulnerable Edmontonians. But to answer your question, there is an integration with the crisis diversion.
Yeah, because I shared a data at the State of the City. I think 75,000 Edmontonians were diverted from emergency services because of crisis diversion intervention. So there's some linkage there, and some of those calls probably be diverted through EPS intervention as well.
Absolutely, and there are going to be citizens that do call crisis diversion first, and they have, and we encourage that as well if they do believe that it is someone that does not, that would be best suited for those services.
Got it. And want to come back to Councillor Paquette's question around perception of safety and data and how we communicate that. Now that we are seeing a trend that LRT and public transit is becoming safer, what would be the communications strategy around that? Like, how do you communicate that in an accurate way that slowly people's perception do start changing when they hear the same message based on data over and over again, right? So we want to get a sense from your moving forward on your communication strategy on that.
Mr. Mayor, I will let Superintendent McIntyre supplement because he's been in front of you every 3 months talking about where we are on our overall transit strategy.
Yeah.
But we have been, as we're seeing the impact of the teams that we've stood up on transit, we have been speaking about those things on a regular basis. We put out communications about things that happen in the community. We are responding to what the community is also telling us they're seeing in the community. And as much as possible, what we're doing is speaking to what we're doing to it. And Superintendent McIntyre can speak more to the strategy overall and how he's integrated with it.
Yeah, well, quickly, I had 17 seconds, and maybe I'll come back. Maybe I'll come back for second round because I'm pretty sure you have a longer answer than 17 seconds. This is very important to hear. The trend, if it's the trend going in that direction. I will move the second round.
Thank you.
Second?
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote for second round.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. I'll return the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So we're going into our second round. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. So just want to close the loop on some of the questions around use of force. So recognizing, as Councillor Tang pointed out, there were some figures and data included in the 2022 report. I know that there is, I was able to find it outside of the package we were provided today, but it looks like our use of force statistics going up or down? What does the trend say between last year and, well, I guess 2022 to 2023?
So through our evolution of our annual report, 2021 was our first one, and as we have been questioned about ensuring that our measures and our outcomes match, we've provided some supplemental information in the 2022 one, as you have noticed, but our control tactics is its own standalone report, not something we brought here today, and is going to be presented on Thursday, so we can share that. You can
Right,
find
so I'm
it.
looking at the control tactics report right now.
Yep.
I don't have time to go through all of the pages because it wasn't included in the package today, which is fine. But what is so in 2022, use of force was applied in 0.67% of police occurrences. Is that up or down?
I don't have that report in front of me. I brought the annual report. I don't know, Justin.
Does anyone know?
Have that report? But we didn't bring that report here because that wasn't what we were discussing. So I apologize for that, but we can get that as it's going to be posted in like 2 days. But
I think
I can speak just really high level to what the report says. The report says violence in the community is up overall. As a result, overall interactions, control tactics use is up, but the impact of those interactions and the level of force is going down over time. And that's the report that'll go to commission tomorrow.
tomorrow?
Yeah.
Thursday. Got it.
Okay. There was a 6-month body cam trial period. I think it was in July 2023. Just wondering what the results of that trial period were and what the next steps are.
The results of our body-worn camera initiative had us field test two proofs of concept with 2 different vendors. We have selected the vendor that demonstrated a better product and a better vendor solution, not only for the body-worn camera itself, but for an enterprise-wide digital evidence management system. We are building a bridge contract to increase our footprint from the proof of concept into a larger footprint in relation to the number of operational cameras, and we're working through the details with our procurement and contract folks in relation to that with one of the 2 vendors who we did in our proof of concept.
Okay, so that work is underway and happening.
It certainly is.
Okay. Yeah, slightly different question, but wondering if there's any data or metrics on the proportion of incidents where charges were laid or recommended that actually progressed to court or that resulted in a conviction. Do you have data on that at all?
that is not in our annual report.
Okay, not in the annual report, but is that something that's tracked?
once charge arrests transfer from the custody of the police service into the justice system, it's all contained within the justice records management system. Is that data that we could extract or request?
And I guess maybe to clarify, the reason I'm asking is because I could see that having implications for the service, right? In terms of, additional costs being passed down if folks are continually circulating through the system.
Correct. If it's a much larger conversation, which I'm happy to have it if you want to have it, in relation to what the condition of bail legislation looks like and the enactment of bail legislation across the country, what recidivism looks like.
Sure, yeah, and I guess I'll just keep my question focused on the data piece. It is available, but not necessarily something that
It's not our data. Conviction data,
okay.
court disposition data is not our data.
Okay, thank you. And then maybe just, I probably don't have time. Okay, I'll come back.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford, second round.
Yep, thank you. Just want to be really expedient, so I hope the responses can be expedient. Ms. Padbury, we have sort of two pie graphs that I've seen with regards to the overall operating budget. This one in the report in front of us, the annual police report, shows 14% of overall expenditures. Can you break that down for the public? Because we've had 30% ratio in our funding formula. We have this 14% now. Can you just break that down for folks?
So I think it always depends on what we're looking at. So if we're looking at a percentage of, there are different pie graphs for different things. Sorry, I don't have the page open, but I suspect that it says expenditures.
It says 2023 expenditures, 14.8%.
Yeah, so that aligns with total police the percentage of the budget for police as a percentage of total City of Edmonton expenditures. You sometimes see different ratios if we create that graph on net operating requirement, which would be revenues less expenses and tax levy funding.
Okay.
There's the 30% is the amount that's in the funding formula, and
Yeah.
it's there. The 30% is police compared to other civic departments. So it
Okay.
would it excludes things like debt servicing.
Yeah, okay, that's clear as mud. So, can I ask you one more question, Ms. Padbury? What is our overall capital deficit as a city? Because they reference in this report, and I'm guessing they're teeing up for capital requests. There's a $40.48 million shortfall in their capital asks to. So I'm just wondering, what's our overall? Because we have an overall capital deficit, right? What's our overall capital deficit as a city? Isn't renewal somewhere in the billions?
Well, so I think, that's a hard question for me to answer depending on what we're specifically asking about. If you're asking what is the infrastructure backlog, yes, that number would be in the billions of dollars.
That's all I need. That's all I need. Thank you. I guess just one of the things that really stood out to me, and I'm seeing it kind of flatlining, so I wanted to get a sense from the police service. First of all, do you categorize family violence and domestic violence the same way? Or how is that? Because domestic violence and family violence to me are different. I see domestic violence is actually significantly high in this report. Is family violence lumped in with that, or?
Yeah, Councillor, I can say intimate partner violence and domestic violence is separate from just family violence. So the family violence number, I think, was around 13,000-ish.
Where's that family violence number within here?
I think domestic violence is 9,000.
Domestic violence is 9,000, but what category or what line would be the family violence?
I don't have that data, but I can certainly.
Because I'm just trying to get an understanding, because another thing that was said was that there's a reduction of severity, which is great news in our transit. But I also heard, and I read in the report, that our overall violent crime rates have gone up. So I'm trying to understand, is it random acts of violence, or are we seeing more family and domestic violence that are more extreme? Could somebody break that down for me?
Yeah, I don't have it, obviously by category, Councillor, but I can certainly say, looking at gun crime, for example, we had 230 firearms events in the city last year in 2023. We had 130 people shot with firearms, so obviously
Yeah.
that's stuff that obviously pushes up severity. On top of that,
But how many of those were domestic violence cases?
very few.
Very few. Okay, good to know. Interesting. And what does crime, it says violent crime weighted clearance rate. What is a weighted clearance rate?
Derek might be able to answer that better than I can.
Sorry, I just-
But Council, I can just say it's a weighted matrix. So basically, a homicide at one end of the continuum, imagine assault
Okay.
at the other end. Obviously, kind of by numbers, homicide is much more serious. It has a heavier weighting.
Okay, because I did see in the violent crime indicators, you said uttering threats, and I was like, that's a little bit odd that that would be considered, but so I'm guessing on that matrix, it's a low weight.
That would be very low, correct?
Okay. I will also respect the time.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright, you're next, please.
Thank you very much. With that crime severity having gone up quite a bit, is part of that due to the home builder extortions and arsons and that were going on? I'm just wondering, have we come down in the first quarter of the year of 2024?
I can just speak specifically to that one, Councillor. So yes, that was kind of at the end of 2023. Obviously, in our South Asian community, the arsons, extortions, and shootings, that was absolutely something impacting our city very highly. That continued into January, probably, thankfully, being quietened down since February.
Okay, so we might, so I guess, have there been other incidents in that might keep that severity up there?
Unfortunately, absolutely, right? So when you start looking at homicide numbers and shooting numbers, and so we count really small numbers, again, thankfully, when you're looking at a homicide number or even number of shootings, but our gang violence and other violence in the city is quite high.
Okay, unfortunate. And then I'm looking at the traffic fatalities. What's listed there, is that the number of incidents, traffic accidents, or is that number of lives lost?
That number is lives lost.
It is lives lost, okay. So occurrence of accidents might be relatively the same year over year? Or?
Yeah, every once in a while, I hate to say it, but sometimes there's multiple fatalities in a very serious traffic collision. More often than not, it's usually one fatality.
Okay. So now, talking traffic, the traffic fines, looking at the budget, that was in one of the reports provided. I'm just wondering why we're still budgeting for the traffic safety fines when we know that the province has reduced our funding, or has reduced our share of the funding.
So I can speak to that, Councillor.
Where, sorry?
I'm over here, it's Justin, over here. I know there's a few of us here today. So we did an assessment of how the line of revenue associated with traffic safety violations is going down. It has less to do with the proportionate share and more to do with just the raw number of tickets that are being issued. There's a trend line that started at the beginning of COVID, and we are busy unpacking how to make sure that we enforce in a meaningful way that goes to, your earlier questions, fatalities and road safety, while not just being sort of vainly invested in revenue. But that is a curve that we are working towards, because we have a cohort of patrol officers that are coming out of policing during COVID.
Okay, so you've got a cohort working on this. Do we have any idea when we'll sort of get some results from that work?
Well, we're not invested in creating quotas or anything of that nature. Okay. So what we're really trying to do is find out where the balance is of road safety through other indicators like the number of motor vehicle accidents or collisions, the number of fatalities, and we may need to adjust our revenue line depending on whether or not we continue to see, for example, if we see positive lines in road safety, but we're not issuing as many tickets, we might need to notch down just how the revenues stack up in our full budget.
Because, that is quite a difference. What, about $4,000? Or sorry, not $4,000, $4 million. Yeah, so I'm just wondering, when will you consider aligning that budget? to be more, I think, maybe to be more realistic.
Yeah, my understanding is that we have moved it down over the years, but not in a way that's caused it to catch up. We need to assess those trend lines and reflect the budget when we can.
Yeah, because I mean, yeah, we don't want you running at deficits because that's not good. I'm just going to see if I've got something else here quickly. Okay, on that same operating budget, I'm just wondering, contracts and services in 2023 was about another $3 million difference. Was that for anything specific? From 28 million to 31 million?
Yeah, so if you look at the top of on the revenue lines, you'll see that provincial grants were up. A lot of those provincial grants were for partnerships within the EPS. So on this sort of enterprise-wide budget line, most of our contracts and services that came in over budget were reflected from a corresponding revenue line because of provincial grants.
Okay, so because of those provincial grants,
That's
you were
right.
able to
Yeah.
engage in another contract or
That's
service.
right.
Okay, thank you very much. That's my time.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. So I know this conversation came up, and so this is going to focus on the commission more, I think, on this conversation about the reserve. I remember Councillor Tang asking quite a bit about audits, and I know we've since received a letter that's available on the commission website that talks about the commission sort of not looking to share the internal audit plan. And I guess when I read a report, the 2023 report, I guess I'm wondering about how we, I'm thinking back to my predecessor of the phrase he often used, trust but verify. I know you're doing that work from the commission because you're getting access to some of this audits. How do we get to verify that if we aren't going to have audits on 2023 numbers or anything like that? That's what I'm trying to get a better sense of how we do this.
Thanks, Councillor, and I appreciate that. We have been appointed by, the majority of us have been appointed by this council for good reason. They have confidence or they would not have been appointed. The same for those that have been appointed from the province. We do things differently. Doesn't mean we do things wrongly. Different is not always bad. We're a governing body that exercises that right, legislatively required to provide that oversight. What we do is what gets released to us through, because I understand finances is the biggest concern with audit, where audits are, more based on risk. However, what we do is we have all the reports I laid out in my opening speech that we get from the service on expenditures, what's coming up, capital costs. All the reports that we get from the service, we publish on our website. So that's one mechanism of the accountability and the transparency that's being looked for.
Sorry, just really quick. But so looking through the list of reports, and maybe I'm not looking the right section, but I don't see sort of a drop-down menu for the audits. So
they're internal audits. They are not forward-facing audits.
So that's the key. It's just that there isn't an opportunity for public counsel to see those audits that you're getting. And again, that's part of your due diligence. I understand. I guess there's just no way to ever get that to us.
Correct.
Yeah. So I want to. I guess I want to ask a little more about it because so the auditor that reports, I guess I should confirm the reporting requirement for the internal auditor. It's not an employee of the commission, it's an employee of the service. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I guess I am just wondering what is the harm though of having the city auditor, being able to do some type of verification, and I understand, I hear what you're saying. Council appointed you, and I have trust in the work that the commission is doing. I trust that you're asking questions about the audits. But being that it is our largest budget item, I do think that at times it feels, it's hard to say that, okay, we're not going to do any additional verification to that, especially when, it's our city auditor reports to council. They're one of two council employees. The city auditor, or the auditor you're using is not your employees, the commission. And so what would be the reason we wouldn't want to at least have some opportunity to use our city auditor? I know they did one back in 2017. I know they did one in 2012. So it's not like there hasn't been precedent of it. Because I want to know that the 2023 numbers are the right numbers to be using. I want to know the 2023 numbers in this report are being measured appropriately, like we do with a lot of the things we do internally.
Yeah, so there's a couple of issues. The first one is there are items that get audited that we are not able to share for security reasons. There are issues that we can't and would not want to have shared because there are officers who are free to report shortcomings.
Absolutely, yeah.
And if we have those published, we would lose that ability for officers to come forward and say, here's a problem with the audit.
I'm thinking mainly the value for money type audits, like the ones that were done previously.
So everything that has to do with finances we have published. There's nothing hidden. Unlike City Council, we don't have a line by line by line by line. Policing is more of a, here are the ingredients that go together to make a cake. However, again, we are very robust in how we look after the finances. We don't rubber stamp anything that comes to us. We ask the service hard questions. We send the service back multiple times to get us the right answer. If they come to us with a number that we don't feel is appropriate, we send it back and we say, find a way to change this.
I'm out of time on my
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson.
Sure, maybe just very quickly on that. So, yeah, understanding that the financials are posted monthly, I believe. You mentioned some of the other value for money reports that have been done. Is there a spot you could direct us to on the website for that?
Thank you, Councillor. Last November, the Commission got program updates on HSOC and the Integrated Offender Management Program. Both of those are available on our website and demonstrated how these programs have evolved over time and are providing a value to Edmontonians through the data and metrics in those.
Great. Well, I'll maybe let other colleagues follow up on that. I just had a few last questions. I just in response to some previous questions, the Commission does publish the crisis diversion statistics, I believe, monthly. Is that the case?
Correct, Councillor. There is a commissioner who said...
yeah, sorry. Oh, and there is a commissioner on REACH. That's a helpful point as well. And it looks like in March, about 34 of the 3,700 crisis diversion responses were sort of initiated from either EPS dispatch, a patrol officer, beat officer. So there's that relationship there, but they are also handling a large volume of calls independently as well, which leads me to another question just around the Integrated Dispatch Center. Just wondering if there's a quick update on that work that can be shared at a high level.
So at a high level, the work continues, especially in looking at how we work with the other centers in terms of the back-end integration. As you well know, that there was a building that the city and the police service were looking at procuring that fell through at the end of last year. So we're going back to the drawing board, so to speak, separating from bricks and mortar, but focusing on how do we ensure our back-end systems will be talking to each other.
Great. So still having that strong commitment to the intent to have that more integrated approach and bringing in some of the other services as well?
That never changes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. The last question I had is, just in recognition that the events of the weekend, of this past weekend, have sparked a lot of public interest, dialogue and questions. Just wondering if the Commission could maybe set out the different steps that you'll be taking to respond to those concerns and provide some oversight over those events.
Thank you, Councillor. As you're well aware with your good work on the Commission, that we provide governance and oversight for not only finances, but for the policies of the Edmonton Police Service. However, we are, with our role, we are not allowed to be involved in the operational side. So we can't stick our fingers into how they manage a major accident, how they manage a protest. What we do is we look at the policies that they have that are applicable to the actions that the service take. And we expect that the Edmonton Police Service will conduct those operations in accordance with their policies. Again, as always, if there are any complaints about how the police perform their duties. We do have an ability for citizens to file a complaint through our website, but we can't be involved in the operational aspect of that.
Yeah, no, I think that's an important point, and I go back to the great governance adage of noses in but fingers out. So maybe is there more you could share just in terms of some of the mechanisms for the commission to get our noses in?
Thank you, Councillor. So the Commission can ask governance questions with respect to alignment with policy. So there may be some questions that arise at the Commission's meeting on Thursday or at subsequent meetings with respect to policies that were in place with respect to any event. Commissioners are free to ask those through a process that we are just in the process of rolling out, which will be made public in June. But I think potentially we're going to use that process for current issues. But that we also expect that there might be an update from the service on Thursday with respect to those events. I'm not sure what form that will take because there is some indication from the province that I don't have a great deal of knowledge on that they may be doing a pre-review of the circumstances to decide if a cert needs to conduct an investigation. I read that in the news this morning. So we're still in a bit of a wait and see perspective on how much the Commission can look into this or hear from it pending any decisions by the province or ACERT.
Great. Well, I really appreciate that response. I appreciate this preliminary work that the Commission is doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was asked by a resident who was looking at the Edmonton community safety map that shows reported crime or incidents. And they were saying, I don't understand. We have more than half of all incidences happening downtown on White Avenue and along LRT line. And so their question was, I read that there's maybe 26 or 28 dedicated EPS for transit and downtown safety. So like, how does that add up when there's approximately 2,000 constables, frontline folks? How come there's only 28 dedicated to these super hot spots?
Councillor Paquette, I might be able to take that. I'm the deputy in charge of our community policing bureau, which is basically patrol. You got to remember, I think I have approved 624 constable positions in patrol. That's the police, the city of Edmonton, 24/7 for 365 days. Out of those positions, there's different leaves, secondments, injuries, illnesses, and things. I think I'm down to just under 600. About 570. And then the dedicated, that's right across Edmonton. The hotspot areas, they're also responsible for that. So when you refer to just our tracks police officers on transit, there's 26 of them, I think right now is what you referred to. It doesn't mean that other police officers aren't going into those spaces. If there's a call for service, they're responding. So I think when you reference, we have just over 1,900 sworn police officers positions. That doesn't really dictate to how many are actually on the street or responsible for responding to these calls.
And if I could add to that, the city of Edmonton has made...
Oh, please go ahead, but I'll just interject and then you can answer. It's just, what can I tell this resident, when they say, well, over half of these incidents are happening in these areas, how come we don't have something closer to half the allocation?
One of the things we're doing right now, and you heard about our directed proactive time is going up. Not only is it just going up, but we're actually using data and intelligence from our criminal analysts to tell us where those hotspots are, and a lot of it is along the transit areas. And it's not just on transit, it's in the communities around transit as well that we're paying attention to. So I know that those numbers are going down, and we continue to pay attention to it.
And sir, if I could add, you can also tell your constituents that the City of Edmonton has also made a sizable investment in HSOC, which are teams that partner both the peace officers as well as police officers. The EPS has created new transit teams that are already making an appreciable difference, as we've discussed there, that it's not just going to be 26 officers that represent these areas. We have to ensure that, and we're also providing policing for the homicides, the shootings that take place within the city, the intimate partner violence that also takes place within the city. So it's more than 26, and this is something that we take very seriously.
Okay, so if I can get an accurate number to give to that resident at some point, that would be really, really helpful for me to explain this to them.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. And then as far as, and the mayor referenced our COT teams and things like that. And, obviously our bylaw is against open air drug use. There is that challenge. And we talked about this before about our loitering bylaw being used as sort of a catch-all for behaviors when what happens is that we see that there's a massively oversized racial component to how that bylaw is being implemented. How can we utilize our COT teams to ensure that folks aren't just being ticketed for behaviors and things like that when they have like a drug dependency or something, but they are actually getting the help? Is it enough right now to ensure that people are getting the help they need?
So I would, touching on that, I know that the City of Edmonton has their COT teams within transit, but for the police service, we started out our journey on help in 2021, and what we've seen now is an expansion through additional funding from the province to be able to add more of those navigators all across our city so that we're able to provide that acute level help and try to transition them into the social service system, as well as in a continued investment in additional packed resources. So the intent is not to criminalize those who are suffering through the throes of addictions, but to try to funnel them into the right services for them.
Great. And as my last word, I will just say, always seeing folks smoking up in stairwells, and doesn't look like they're getting help, but I'll leave that.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. How many times was tear gas used in 2023?
We wouldn't have that in the annual report.
Okay, but you do have that Bender, the dog, is a 13 out of 10 on a good boy scale.
Do you disagree?
I think my point's made. I'm very frustrated here that we're being asked. So everybody's here because they're concerned about use of force, I'm guessing. And please, and yet that's not in the annual report. I want to have a conversation about the individual who, didn't have a light on their bike and now they're dead. I want to have a conversation about.
So they'll be speaking to it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. This is the chance to have that conversation in the annual report. And we used to be able to because use of force was included. But now the commission has taken use of force out of the annual report. I don't know how many people died at the hands of police last year. I can't ask, and when I do, I'm being told it's not there.
So, Michael, I think
So respectfully, sir,
Sorry, the mayor's talking.
Just hold on. I think what is not in the report, what is in the report, what you expect in the report is when you are speaking to this item, right, you can articulate what is missing, what is not missing, and what you like to see in the future report. I think this is about questions, so as many questions we can ask, then we will have 5 minutes each of us to speak to I think that will be the appropriate time when you can articulate your opinions, right?
So I can, so like, I read the report and I had questions about clearance rates. I had questions about all these things, but they're not there. The commission has accepted a report that is so thin on information. We can't have a meaningful discussion.
I think that'll be a good question to administrate, to question.
Okay, my question to the commission then is why have you allowed the annual report to become so thinned on important information that erodes confidence in policing in Edmonton?
I don't think the commission would share that perspective, Councillor. The commission has an annual report that shows lots of good metrics.
Can I hear from the commission, please?
So I'm capturing the commission's comments that they've made at different meetings. The report that is on the agenda for Thursday is, in my view, the best in Canada, providing you and the public with all of that data that you're looking for.
So I'll go to another question. In the report, it talks about complaints, and it lauds that complaints are down. Yet I hear anecdotally people write to our office saying, I tried to make a complaint, but the quote that stuck with me, it's easier to get my bags back from Air Canada than to lodge a complaint. I was actively dissuaded from making a complaint. The person discouraged me. This is their words that they told me. They don't want to file a complaint. They want to file a complaint with their councillor, with city council, with somebody else, because they don't feel that the commission is an objective place to place a complaint, and they feel thwarted and they just don't bother. So What are we doing to make it easier for people to file complaints? Or have we thought about moving the complaint process out of the commission entirely into something like, say, a third body entirely, like the city auditor?
Thank you, Councillor. So I'll take that as two parts because they relate to our daily operations at the commission. I don't share your characterization that it's hard for people to make complaints to the commission. We have a public complaints director whose full-time job is engaging with people who approach us through phone, email, or otherwise to help them file their complaint and move them through the Police Act process. Your second component, the province of Alberta has passed legislation, and the public complaints processes will be leaving the commission and leaving the police service at the end of 2025. By the end of 2025, members of the public with complaints against officers will be able to go to a third-party independent agency run by the government to have their complaints reviewed, assessed, and investigated.
So effectively paraphrasing, effectively what I'm describing is going to happen. It's going to be out of the commission, out of the service. It'll be in a third-party body entirely.
Yes.
No control of council, no control of the commission, third party.
Correct.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. I had another question about political interference, and this is Appendix B of the report. I receive a lot of concerns about the perception that there's an increased politicization of the police, and that whether it's, for example, the government posts pictures of the chief on their partisan social media, like on the UCP Twitter, or other examples. Is the commission concerned about that, and what are they doing to preserve the reputation of the chief in terms of partisan neutrality? And like, have they registered a complaint with the party or told them to don't use the chief in that way? Like, I've never seen the CEO of Alberta Health Services, I've never seen the superintendent of the Catholic School Board used that way by the government. What are we doing to make sure that people don't think that there's different administrations of justice depending on the color of your political party or hockey jersey?
Thanks, Councillor. The commission has a full knowledge of what the chief does. We take steps to ensure that whatever his activities are do not reflect a political flavor. They reflect what is requested and expected by his employer, who is the Edmonton Police Commission.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tan?
Okay, great, thank you. I have some specific regarding, some of the specific pages in the report, but I want to start with the violent crime piece. I think the question that always comes up to me is like, what is the police doing about violent crime? And what I'm gathering from what I'm seeing is two pieces. One is the guns and gangs, and then the other piece is the violence reduction plan. Am I correct? Is there anything else that you think should be worth highlighting?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a big focus for us this year, is taking a look at the violence that's going on and how we're going to address it. There's approaches and methodologies that are very sound and research-based that have been implemented in other jurisdictions that we're exploring. Namely, in Dallas and Salt Lake City, they've implemented crime reduction plans. And so we've been collaborating with them to understand what those approaches look like. We are well on our way to establishing a crime reduction plan within Edmonton, and we'll be implementing that within the next few months and start to see some real tangible results there as well.
How does that complement the violence prevention action plan at the city?
I would say it's very well aligned. So the way that we're designing this is we take a look at the violent crime overall within the city, especially where there's high severity. We map out the city, we identify grids where the highest occurrences are, and we develop treatment plans that will have roles and responsibilities assigned not only from the police, but from our partners as well. So there will be roles to play from community members, from not community members, from not-for-profits, from other partners, as well as police agencies.
Because I think that action plan is coming back later this year. So the two are, I'm assuming you're talking with each other, but they're not quite in step. I guess I think I just want to better understand the complementarity. And from what I'm kind of hearing is that you're more focused on would you say the more the enforcement side of violence prevention?
Well, I think that is part of our lane, but in terms of working with the city, there's a lot of work that we've done with city administration when it comes to the Building Safer Communities Fund that you would have seen come from the federal government that ensures that we have folks from DC LaForce's Bureau working hand in hand with, Deputy City Manager Flamin's Bureau to ensure that we're connecting with the right community members to try to address some of the gang issues that we're seeing as well from the non-enforcement lens. So we have our pillar, but we're still plugged in, making sure that we're part of the city administration's pillar and community agency pillar as well.
So there's no, would you say, redundancy then? It's more complementarity.
Complementary, and in fact, folks are meeting with DC Dryco next week because this work does continue.
Okay, good to hear on that. That has been, certainly a priority for me, something I've been really keeping close eye on, and I'm glad that there's work happening within the service and it's been being mentioned here. I'm wondering around. Oh.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Go ahead.
I want to follow up on one of the questions earlier, I think brought up by Councillor Stevenson and maybe to the commission. And Mr. Barker, I heard you say, you got the news this morning, you saw in the news that the minister's asking for ACER to do the review, but I'm wondering from a policy perspective, does the commission typically do your own review around the control tactics action around peaceful protests?
So the commission isn't in a position to assess. Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor. The commission isn't in a position, nor has the legal authority to assess force used in any incident that the police service investigated in, that they've engaged in. That any use of force may rise to the threshold of being reviewed by ACERT, as the province seems to be examining in some way.
Okay.
Additionally, there'll be some internal assessments that may occur through the supervisory process of a use of force that the service can speak to. The commission can ask questions. They have asked for in the past an after action report with respect to the convoy protest. In this particular incident, there'll be some interest in policies and how they were in place.
And I think that's kind of what I'm trying to get at, is that are you going to be looking at some of that policy alignment? And, I hope that this will be, a very, robust conversation on Thursday when you have all the information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack, can you take the chair, please?
Yes.
Yes,
Are
just
you
want to
doing
follow.
5 minutes?
Just want to follow up on.
Sorry,
on
Mayor Sohi, do you have 5 minutes worth of questions? Because we're pretty much at the.
We'll see. Maybe I'll stop at 3 minutes.
Okay,
We'll
go
see.
ahead, please.
I just want to follow up on that. I think it's a very important question that is on public's mind because of the incidents that happened at the University of Alberta, and what policy that allows you to review those whenever you have to respond to an incident, right? One thing I am hearing, which I need to raise it with you, and I want your response on, is whether it's reality or perception, but people are thinking out there that the proportionality of response differs, right, from incident to incident. So I just wanted you to know the consistent application of the policy that you, how you respond to those.
So could you provide a little more detail or elaborate on that?
I'm getting calls, when people respond to one incident, it's more disproportionately force used, and then to other incident. That's what I'm saying. How do you apply your policy consistently? I know operational situation, every situation is different, right? But there's a question out there, right?
And I guess the trouble we have is this is a hypothetical. We respond to 600 incidents, so I don't know which one that folks are saying that there is more measure applied to, and if they're going to be the exact same situation. So I'm sure I'd love to have the conversation, but the hypothetical, if...
Yeah, but maybe let me ask a different way. Do you, whenever there's an incident where use of force is used, right? You go back to your policy and review that incident saying, was the application consistent?
Yes.
Mr. Mr. Mayor, I can answer that. So
Yeah.
certainly, we review all of those uses of force, right? There's an operational debrief for every single protest that we police. And so it's very difficult because it takes a little bit of time, obviously, to play catch up as far as the time goes. But we do have literally hours and hours of video. Police officers are in control of their own actions, policing behaviors when they are in a protest situation.
Yeah.
But everything is very well documented, and obviously
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. I need to raise that question. What do you think? I'll stop here, and I will take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
And we are going to take a break for 15 minutes. We'll be back at 3:15, and we'll go, 3:45, and we will go to third round of questions on this item. Okay? Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe, Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette, Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe, Councillor Hamilton. Okay, all right. Can someone move the third round, please? Or an additional round?
So moved. A second.
Second, moved by Councillor Wright, second by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. Councillor Hamilton, are you with us?
Yes.
Thank you. We're just going to activate your vote. It is now coming to you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and every council member is in the meeting. With that, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to focus on the goal 2, the partner and advocate, because one of the responses was interesting. It said there's a commissioner on REACH, but I remember before there used to be EPS representative, because I, again, want to be clear that commissioners are not operational, right? And so as the council appointed rep on REACH, I have seen a noticeable absence of EPS. So you talk about one of your goals is to partner and advocate. I guess why are you not at the table with one of the biggest community safety organizations in our city?
So we are at the table with a multitude of community safety organizations, especially as you hear through our help teams, in which there is a plethora of social organizations that we directly contract through.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of the REACH table, we do have a deputy or his designate that does make it, DC Dreichel, who I believe was at the meeting just last week.
Mm-hmm. I wasn't at the meeting last week. I was at the Canadian Urban Transit Association, so to be fair, but like I've also talked to members of the REACH board that have said that they've definitely noticed an absence. So just wanted to point that out.
And they can refer those comments over to us as well.
Okay, I look forward to passing that on to them. I'm just gonna focus on my last sort of line of questioning. I guess just to follow back, I didn't get any answer. So we kind of spent my time talking about the difference between family and domestic violence, but you know, that's a really high number, 9,300. What are we doing? What are we doing to address and bring that number down? What's the, because I heard about gangs and guns and other sort of things. What's the plan for domestic violence?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Yeah, absolutely a point of concern. In fact, it is in my mandate letter from the chief as well, as far as that domestic violence, so 100%. I know our domestic offenders crime section is working heavily on both forming partnerships as well as revitalizing their family violence strategy. But it's tough, right? Because I've got 12 detectives that are dedicated there. Most of those are responses from patrol or general detectives areas. So again, we're just trying to make sure we can kind of get on the violence and do those investigations when those violent acts occur. But obviously, like everything, is the proactive space, is that education. It's there's a whole bunch of pieces that are upstream that we have to put some more effort on.
Okay, and then my last question, I just want to circle back to my original questions about the public perception survey, and then I went and looked at the presentation. The one I can find online by just Googling it, it doesn't have a comparator with other municipalities. So we don't get a sense of, are Edmontonians over time more trusting of the police or less trusting in comparison to Ontario or BC or even Calgary. I didn't see it on there. So my point, I'm low on time, so my point is if somebody could share that, if those comparatives do exist, on a quick, trying to multitask, I couldn't find it. And then my last question is that now that I went over to that document, it also showed that in the Northwest, there is at least it looked like a decline in people feeling like they were seeing police. Do you know what I'm talking about in terms of that report? That was the public perception one. It broke down by, are you seeing police presence and the Northwest showed a significant, like it was a complete, the Northwest quadrant seemed to be much lower than the other areas of the city. So again, if we're going back to the reason I'm going to link this with this, the annual report is the pillar 3 is responding, what is it? Connect, share, and evolve. So taking that feedback. So if we're hearing that, and I obviously represent the Northwest, so have a vested interest. If we're hearing that they're not seeing, they're saying that they're not seeing it, how do we take that data and what do we do with it?
I might be able to jump in there though, but I mean, it's difficult with a survey, right? Like what community is actually saying that? Like I know Northwest Division. Unfortunately, most of our resources out of Northwest Division are spent along 118th Avenue, Kingsway, and in that area, right up to Yellowhead. And Northwest Division is actually one of our biggest divisions as well.
Yeah.
So I think as you move into the Northwest Quadrant, you probably won't see as much crime spikes there. And I would be curious to see like where.
Yeah,
where
I
they're
thought it was
focused
an
on,
interesting thing that kind of set me on a rabbit hole, but I just wanted to flag it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Okay, John, you had talked about the commission can't get involved in operations and only the policies. So the policies of the commission or the policies of the police, of the service?
The policies of the police service.
Of the police service, okay. So, and what are their policies related to the encampments? Because I think that's what this weekend's incident was characterized as.
So there's not a policy specifically for encampments. We can't have a policy for every eventuality. What we have are policies that cover how to I should turn this to Devin. Yeah.
Excuse me, please.
Thank you, Councillor. It is to Chair's point. And so, yeah, we have definitely a lot of policies that will govern certain police behavior based on different criminal actions or different types of behavior that they, again, respond to. As far as an encampment piece, I think we do have some encampment policies that we recently put together.
Yeah, but I think we have to be careful because when you say encampments, there's like the encampments that we kind of see downtown where people are living in their tents and things, and then there's protest encampments. And this one in particular was on private property as well, right? So there's a lot of dynamics. So I don't think we could just say an encampment is the way we deal with it all the time. It's the different types of encampments, the complaints that are coming in, and that kind of thing.
Does the service have policies related to protests and demonstrations? Like, I'm just wondering what the service
we have guiding
uses
policies and principles. I don't think if you're looking for a rule book that this is what we do every time and this is how we handle it, I don't think it's that detailed. It'll guide us and on how we deal with like when we call in our public service unit and the size of the demonstration will dictate how we are able to go in and handle it.
Yeah, to be fair, we do like a very strong evaluation, right, any type of protest, because there's a whole bunch of proactive pieces where you're doing different, connecting with different groups on both sides, and there's negotiation, there's pre-event, there's a whole bunch of intelligence, there's monitoring of what's happening in other major cities and other jurisdictions, there's risk assessments. If it kind of hits a trigger of a major event command, then it blocks into a major event command, which is a lot more of a rigid and a larger policy piece. If it doesn't hit a major event command, then it's a lot more, it's less resourced.
So if it's only guiding principles and not policy, and the commission can only, they can't direct operations, they can only, I guess, direct the policy. And if there isn't a policy, then how does the commission provide that oversight?
So if we realize that there's an issue where the service is lacking in a policy, then that's where the commission meets with the service and clarifies, is there one? What have you been using in the past? Is there an opportunity for the commission to review that policy, perhaps make changes to it, or is there room as policing evolves to have a new policy?
Okay, and so have any of those conversations happened? I mean, I just came onto the commission in January, so I'm not sure what's transpired before that. I'm thinking back to, the convoys and whatnot. So has anything developed from that?
and this might help provide clarity, at least on our side, but may I ask what you're looking to direct specifically?
Well, no, I'm just wondering, for us, I guess, okay, wearing my counselor hat now. I just want to know what sort of authority, I guess, the commission has in circumstances like what happened this past weekend, and what their oversight is of the service.
Yeah, as always, the commission has oversight of the policy. We don't have any say on how they conduct police operations.
Okay. And so without a policy in place, okay. I do just want to ask one quick question of administration just before my time is up. Again, related to the U of A. And Ms. Flaman, I think you might be able to answer this for me. I had a constituent concerned that they saw peace officers on video and media and stuff. And I just wanted to confirm whether those were city peace officers.
I'm happy to confirm that, not happy to confirm, I can confirm that the City of Edmonton peace officers were not involved on the private property of the University of Alberta.
Okay.
Councillors are probably...
Excuse me, please.
So,
please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Councillor, if I can just quickly add, those would be the University of Alberta peace officers,
Yeah.
I presume.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Councillor Cartmill hasn't had a first.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Cardinal, go ahead, please, sorry.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. So I've got, first of all, one question that came out of, off of Councillor Paquette's questions regarding statistics. And, not to speak for him, but I believe the comment was, saying that something is 8% better than it was last year doesn't, isn't relevant necessarily, doesn't answer the question. And I sort of agree with that. So my question is, do we have anything we measure, any statistics we measure that speak to an expectation of crime? So, can I expect to see something untoward on the LRT? Can I expect to see something untoward in Churchill Square? Is there because those are the perceptions that we are fighting, I would say, first of all, is that our public spaces and our public transit is not safe. There's a bit of a tyranny of the anecdote thing that I think we, and a perception versus reality kind of a question. Do we measure anything or track anything that says what the expectation of crime might be in specific places? And is that expectation going down?
So we don't have targets, if that's specifically what you're asking about. And we do when we do our planning and our business planning, when we align our resources to a focus area, so we look at trending, as Brian had mentioned, and we specifically focus and align our resources, the expectation is that we will see results. We have initiatives that we can point to what we're trying to achieve a reduction or an increase in referrals or whichever we're looking at, and then we reflect on that if that's not working. But we do not have targets specifically to those measures.
Yeah, I'm going to just watch my time, but I wasn't too worried about targets necessarily, but more about expectations, right? So, people say to me, transit's not safe, which in other words, I expect something untoward to happen to me if I use transit. And I respond with, well, my kids use transit every day, and between 7 and 7, they don't have a lot of trouble. Do we have data that informs that?
And a part of our performance framework is that we have a multitude of different pillars that we look at data. So we will look at the crime. Is it going down on our focus area? We do our perception surveys. We do community engagement. So we look at multifaceted measures to indicate if we're moving in the right direction.
Be quick, though.
I'll be quick, Councillor. We do track our data on transit temporally as well, day of the week, time of the day, when an incident occurs where the police are called.
And those are dashboarded somewhere?
A publicly facing dashboard? No.
Yeah.
We do have transit data on our publicly facing dashboard.
So, Mr. McDougall, first as chair, we have an imperfect construct here, and I think we can all feel the sort of palpable frustration about that imperfect construct. In a way, the commission is here presenting the work of the service. and can't necessarily speak to all of the questions that have been asked. And I appreciate the service is here to fill in, but there's questions that are not part of, the annual report that are not getting answers. There's clearly been some incidents in the last few days that people want to talk to and dig in. This all really comes down to a massive communication gap, in my view anyway. We can't necessarily find the data point or the dashboard or the report or the thing that either provides the realistic view, the not realistic is a bad word, the precise view of the matter at hand, or that it's getting better or worse from the last time we measured the precise matter at hand. Do you have any suggestions about how these conversations become more effective, more timely, more pertinent? I don't want to just accept this for information after a 2.5-hour conversation that has been fraught with frustration.
I think that's a brilliant question, Councillor. As I said earlier, our goal is to be that interface with the public. The missing ingredient is exactly how to do that.
Yeah.
We've updated our social media pages to have a larger reach, so that by that we can have people access our webpage, which has almost all the information that's being asked for readily available. So the problem is, how do you get more people to know who we are so that they can find that information to answer questions they have, or to generate meaningful trust-building conversations where they can see that the police are on the right track, the commission has the right oversight and the right governance for the police service.
Or at least...
Excuse me, please. You've been behaving very appropriately so far. I just want to remind you again, this is a workplace and we need to show respect for everyone, and no public emotions are not allowed in this room for anyone, right? So please continue to respect that. Councillor Cardinal, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I've lost my train of thought.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Mayor Sophia. I'll just pick up from there. I guess then the question is, because after this meeting, there isn't, there was a meeting scheduled in the items due list for June 11th based on the motion around the audit request from Councillor Tang, but you've sent a letter, which, does that essentially replace the need for the June 11th meeting? Does that eliminate it, or?
Sorry, that would be a technical question. I think I would ask the clerk to help out with.
Okay. Do we have an answer on that? Because they've sent a letter, but I still have a lot of questions about an audit, but I don't want to spend the rest of the day here.
Let me pull up the actual motion, let me just pull up the motion.
Okay, I'll wait. So the reason I ask is because, I have questions about an audit, and I want to further dig into that because, with the greatest respect, I think we need to have a more fulsome conversation on that. I'm hearing Councillor Cartmel's piece, and, Councillor Jan just raised a number of great questions that I'd like to dig into to better understand. But it feels like, this is our once a year check-in, and we're never going to check in with each other again unless something unique pops up, because there isn't a formal structure yet. So I'm wondering from the Commission's perspective of how do we get to the place that Councillor Cartmel was just talking about? Is it actually scheduling at least once a quarter a meeting at committee, gives the public even a chance to come to speak to things where we can ask questions? You have your own commission meetings, but we have to do our due diligence too, and so we're left with this is the one day we get to do our due diligence, and it creates a lot of animosity, as you can imagine.
I can imagine, for sure. So
for you, for us, for the public, all of us.
we did have quarterly meetings with City Council, and
Correct.
we valued those. Those were a great opportunity to share information, to have open dialogue. I'm not sure how those had decreased.
I think it was COVID.
Probably that was the genesis of it. But I've said to all the councillors I've had an opportunity to speak with is those are valuable meetings. Yeah. Those are where we get to share information. Yeah. The two councillor commissioners that we have share information, but to hear it direct from the commission versus individuals, I think is critical to ensure that you continue to have the trust in this commission. Yeah. To the communication piece, we do what we can to let the public know who we are. Yeah. What do city councillors do to tell their constituents who the commission is. Like it's not, it cannot all rest on us. If your constituents are saying, we don't know what the commission is or what they do, then that should be your cue to say, hey, here's what they do, here's their website. If you would like, at our next meeting, I'll bring a commissioner with me, and that way you'll have a better understanding. It cannot all fall on the commission to be the sole share.
I hear you, and that's sort of where I'm thinking, like, you know, we had those quarterly meetings, but those are typically sort of a lunch session, an information session, which I still think are valuable, but as I'm reflecting on my 10 years, I'm realizing that while those were good, they never got to be a part of that. Not this crowd, the public as a whole I'm talking about. And so, you know, is it us passing a motion, making a formal request that we have quarterly meetings at a committee meeting where you would get to come and we can talk about, you know, we don't have to leave it completely open-ended. Each quarter it can be a topic, something that we want to be discussing, but something that does allow the public to both learn more about the work the commission's doing, for the public to understand that council's trying to do our due diligence too and asking questions about what is our largest budget item. So is it that simple, a request from us saying we'd like to formally schedule a meeting every quarter from now until the end of time, sort of, or what's the way to get there is all I'm trying to figure out. How do we do that with you?
I think engaging the public would be probably the biggest hurdle. We have our public meetings, and we rarely have that room full. So we're glad to meet with the public anytime.
Yeah.
The problem is, how do they get that information? How do they know to come to these meetings? How do they know where to find information out about the commission if they don't know who we are? So having a quarterly meeting with the public,
I'm talking a quarterly meeting with council, but because it's at council, the doors have to be open, the public can come listen and watch. It gives that greater visibility. So that's what I'm curious. I'm not asking necessarily a quarterly meeting with the public. I'm asking a quarterly meeting with council and committee that then we can have that conversation.
the commission is always open to having meetings with the council to ensure that we can give them the information that they need and they require to make meaningful decisions.
Is it valuable just to make it that as a formal request today? Like, I mean, I'm happy to make a subsequent motion that says we as a council would like to formally request that so that we can get it structured and built into the agenda.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to have admin, our executive director, field that because he's the knowledge keeper.
Yeah, so I do take direction from the commissioners. What I would ask of council's consideration is if you're looking to make a motion like that, some space to have discussion with your administration, our legal counsel. There are certain roles and responsibilities set out for the commission and council in the Police Act, and I would want whatever comes forward to the commission for the commission's direction to be fully informed with those particular roles.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, well, I'll work on something then for that just to make it formal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Just want to ask a few more questions around some of the work being done to engage and connect with Edmontonians to build on some of those questions. You know, in particular, recognizing that there are public meetings, just want to know, are they live streamed in the same way that this meeting would be sort of?
Yes, they are.
Yes? What platform do you folks use? Is it Zoom?
Yeah, we use Zoom, Councillor.
Is it, like, do folks have to register beforehand to get access to that meeting, or can anyone just?
Anyone can jump on the Zoom link, and you can register to speak at our meetings using our online form up until the day before our meeting.
Okay, I also wanted to ask about some of the numbers that were included around social media engagement. So I saw the total number of impressions were included, total number of social media engagement was included. I'm just wondering, have you done any work around sentiment on social media? I know, I know, like on the city side, we have some really interesting data analytics work that's being done around sentiment to sort of get a handle on what those conversations might look like on social media.
Yes, we do sentiment analysis. It's a little bit imperfect because of the way coding systems work, so we're actually having to work on a customizable tool for sentimental analysis. For example, if we put out a story saying we solved a murder, it gets recorded as a negative story, even though in our world that's actually a positive story. So we're working a little bit more on how we can customize a unique tool to suit our needs, but we do look at it currently.
Okay. Thank you for that. I also wanted to ask about HSOC, so Healthy Streets Operations Center. In the report, it indicated that 266 people were diverted by HSOC, but there was also reference to 266 people diverted by EPS Alberta sheriffs. I'm just wondering, are those the same number presented twice, or did each of those teams have identical diversions?
I think I was still there at that time. It would be separate. At that time, remember, we only had two HSOC teams, and then the sheriffs complemented a disruption team to make two more, and we kept those stats separate.
Okay, so sorry, I'm not quite following. So they are separate with the identical 266 diversion numbers?
But when you say the sheriffs, that wasn't just sheriffs alone. There was EPS members on those teams as well.
Right. Okay, maybe let me ask a slightly different question. Maybe I'll just direct it to the commission. I know you had mentioned that there was a report doing some analysis on like the efficacy of HSOC. I wasn't able to pull that up during the meeting, but are you able to share some of that information with us?
Sorry, now you're having me question my memory, Councillor. Sorry, it was in November public meeting of the commission where we had the integrated offender management presentation, and I believe it was HSOC. I don't know if the service can help me out. So those reports that occurred in November are on our website under the public meeting tab for November.
Okay, so I'll be able to find that publicly. Okay, I want to just close. I think this is probably one of my last questions, but I appreciate earlier questions around protests and demonstrations and the commission's role in setting policy. What would trigger a policy review? Like, would that simply be a request from the commission that, you know, we've decided to initiate a review, or is it on a periodic timeline, like every X number of years there is a review?
One of the benefits of having a very diverse police commission is that we have people that are involved in various parts of the community. And if one of the members of our commission that are affected by an event, they usually bring the question forward to the commission. If it has not been a policy that's been reviewed, we have the option to ask the service to come present on that policy, and at the same time we get that policy to review it. Okay. We also have I forget the schedule for policy review. Every 2 years?
Yeah, so there's a commission-specific policy review timeline, but I think what you may be asking is the service also reviews their policies on a regular basis. We are starting a process whereby as they update their policies, they come to me, I look at them, and then they may be tabled with the commission for review as their policy unit generates new or updated policies.
Okay, and then just looking for a little bit of clarity around what would inform any amendments that go into that type of policy review. Like, is there a public dialogue and process that would happen as part of those types of reviews?
We don't have something like that to date. What would generate a review would be, and I'm just going to have to use a hypothetical there. If a policy came through that wasn't consistent with recent case law or large significant events in society, the commission may ask for further information from the service on why that's missing. And there may be a very good reason, but that's just a hypothetical.
Thank you.
Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I don't have the page number because I'm looking at it in the digital, but I believe here it references there's 39 number of files worked on by the homicide section. Am I to infer that there were 39 homicides in 2023, or is there a bit of a rollover?
That number is 39 homicides from 2023, Council.
So that's new generated homicides in 2023?
Yeah. But you're right, though. I know, like, for example, right now, our homicide number is at 14. I know that they have 85 open homicide files.
So there's 85 open.
Correct.
14 new this year, 2024.
Right. That's right.
39 from 2023.
That's right.
And then the remainder, I haven't subtracted, but the remainder would be then like 2022, 2021, 2020 homicides that have not been solved? Or
yeah, it goes to a point. So when they're still under investigation, they stay as open within my homicide section. There's also somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 cold case files that will go down, way down into the 1950s, 60s.
Do we have like a metric somewhere? I think we may have talked about this around the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, but do we have a metric somewhere around missing persons
Yeah,
or?
we did a whole evaluation as part of MMIWG, right when that legislation was coming out right federally. And if I remember correctly, we were sitting at, I think, about 18, somewhere less than 20 anyway, of our cold case homicides that were could have been characterized as such.
So of the 85 right now, what's the clearance rate for homicide?
Yeah, honestly, it's all over the map. So, for example, a domestic homicide is very easy to solve. I hate to say that, but usually quite easy. If it's a gang involved shooting where we don't have people coming forward or information is difficult, then it's difficult. Sometimes we have to go to projects. Sometimes it takes literally millions of dollars for a homicide across multiple jurisdictions. If I use examples from our shootings at the beginning of the year, we literally have hitmen coming from Toronto for lower mainland violence from BK and UN groups in our city. Again, the complexity makes these things very difficult to solve.
So how do we sort of reflect that? Because I think that's really important in terms of like, I spent most of Christmas watching David Simon's Homicide: Life on the Street, and in Baltimore they have the names in black or names in red, and it almost feels like we need a third column or a fourth column where we are saying like these ones are should be top priority because this is a random, or this is a domestic or something. Well, this one is a gang related or something, and we may never get there because like
Sure.
how can the commission or the public feel?
I think I know what you're trying to say, and so certainly when you have that complexity, so there's definitely a public safety element that has to be evaluated. So you could say, for example, a gang homicide might have a lower success rate or a lower clearance rate, but at the same time, if that shooting occurred in the middle of the day, maybe a bullet hit a stranger, then the public safety risk is obviously elevated. So it's a lot more complex than something so black and white, but absolutely all of those public safety risks, as well as organized crime components, how prolific they are in our community, et cetera, all come to factor that equation.
So we also had the tragic case of the youngster who was killed by a canine. How is something like that recorded? Or
that one was unique. Counselor, our homicide section did take over investigating that one, not because of anything other than it was just a very, very tragic scene, and it's something that they're used to dealing with such tragic subject matter.
So the 85 is the cases being worked on by homicide in Edmonton right now. Correct?
85 homicides, correct.
Right. But then there's also fatalities from car crashes and people killed by drivers.
Those are a major collision investigations unit, so they investigate traffic fatalities.
And then there's also suicides.
Right, that's under the purview of the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, and it's a big number as well. As far as the homicide section, they do not investigate those things. They will offer support when needed for such things. For example, a number of files might come in as a suspicious death. Obviously, those members would come in as a check on welfare. They're dealing with a decedent or somebody at a crime scene, and then from there, they'll basically figure out how much work is in, it's up to the medical examiner to determine the cause and manner of death. If once it's deemed a homicide, then that causes more resources to get plugged in.
So if I'm interested in interrogating this further, where is there a report coming to commission, or where can we learn more?
I don't know.
Like, is there?
We don't have a report coming. We do, but again, it's something that could be requested always by the commission. If people have just more interest in this, I'm
This
sure
is probably
we
one
could
of
work
the
on something.
most important things the police does. So I'd be very interested in helping communicate those successes.
Yeah, I would be open to taking that offline.
Yep,
and
for sure.
figuring that
Yeah,
out.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chance. Councillor Tang. We can't, hard to keep track of.
Okay.
rounds, yeah.
I will go, and I think this should be my last round. I just want to wrap up some smaller questions on some specific indicators. I'm noting that, for example, crime and trauma-informed support services, there's a big bump in numbers to referrals. I'm kind of losing track, but I think there's like around 4,000 when it comes to interactions with, I think, help. I guess I'm wondering, I think my challenge always with referral is we don't know what happens afterwards. And I get it, you don't do the full case management spectrum, we rely on partners and stuff, but like that to me is not, you look like you want to say something, go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to get clarity if you're speaking about CTSS in terms of like victim services, or you're speaking about help.
Well, so I'm talking about referrals. You know, there's in CTSS, I'm noting a big bump in referral with I think it was help. It was around 4,138, and that was referral. But my challenge with referral, and I've indicated this before with transit safety discussions, that we don't know what happens to those referrals. We don't know if folks are actually housed and how long they stay and do they relapse, et cetera, et cetera.
So I can speak more clearly to at least the help referrals. That is an important metric, but what you also hear from the presentation is you see over 50% reduction in calls for service and interaction with the police from that top 1%. So for our help program and things like that, that's evaluated to see kind of on a more longitudinal basis what kind of future interactions that they do have with us. And I mean, that is our priority, trying to funnel people away from the justice system. When you're speaking about our CTSS bumps, one of the things that I'm really proud to talk about, and that came from consultation with the community, was a creation of additional positions called for Family Liaison Unit, in which it was created specifically to be helping victims of homicide, especially the families, coming from Somali mothers actually, who didn't know how to navigate a very complex system and needed someone to be there with them while the homicide investigators are still doing their important work. Because prior to that, you were expecting an investigator to continue to work with that family and do that investigation. So that's why you're seeing that increase in the referrals and the bumps.
Okay, that's helpful context. Thank you. And then wanted to, because I'm mindful of my time, I wanted to kind of move on to the PACT, the Police and Crisis Response Team. This is police and AHS together. And you saying there that we expect the number of referrals to increase in 2024.
Absolutely.
Why are you anticipating this increase? Can you, I guess, tell us a bit more about, what are some of those look like? We know the mental health crisis is ongoing and growing. I guess how are you also communicating back to GOA and Alberta Health on what you're seeing on the front line?
Well, absolutely, and I think that's a great question. So what we saw in 2023, unfortunately, just like a lot of other first responders, AHS was having struggles with hiring. So we were able to, through the GOA with the HELP expansion, commit to a PACT expansion. We're almost there in terms of full-fledged scaling up of the hiring, that we'll be able to have more resources for frontline acute touches across the city in 2024. So the fact that we have bodies coming within the system from the ARHS partners is why we feel confident that when our members are able to call, now those PACT assessment can happen on the street.
You have more response to that. Okay, thank you. Just want to jump down to the measure around members. Recruitment for the 37% for women employees, are they civilian and sworn together? Okay, and then for attrition, 6.1, I guess I'm wondering, where is most of the attrition happening? Is it primarily frontline? Is it back end? And if I can just add a few more questions to that, do you have data around, is it attrition among women, employees of color? Do you see some, discrepancies there? I'll leave it there, 30 seconds, sorry.
Yeah, so we do have information around the qualitative information around who's leaving the police service. So in 2023, we had primarily, I'm looking at our civilian employees. We had 84 retirements, resignations, very sadly 4 untimely deaths of members of the Edmonton Police Service. This is all sworn that I'm talking about. More than half are retirements, 37 are resignations. We break it down into people leaving the police service generally, policing generally, to people moving to a different police service. This report was provided to the Police Commission at the last monthly meeting. I know it's timely, but it's all there, and we're happy to speak more about it.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack, can you take the chair?
I would be happy to. Thank you.
Thank you. So generous. I want to explore something. I got a little distracted when Councillor Salvador was asking these questions. As we see the world evolving and more conflict in the world and more accountability around justice, fairness, and number of protests that are increasing, right? What I want to understand is violence is one thing. There's a very clear delineation. Somebody committing violence should be dealt with, right? What policies do we have in place at EPS or Police Commission that would generate a different response for different circumstances, particularly when people are using civil disobedience as a tool for social justice, which is a very legitimate tool in my mind, right? So do we have policies around that will generate different responses to different circumstances, recognizing that there's a volatility in the world, there's a lot of injustices in the world, and disobedience has been used in the past as a tool to advance progress and social justice, right? So trying to understand how do you know what I'm saying, right?
I get it.
Help me understand that.
I get it, and I'll start and throw it over to my colleague, DC LaForce, but I think what you would see, and maybe not directly within the annual report, but we can speak to, is that we've made an investment in something called a protest liaison team. We understand that the world is going to be changing. Most of the people who started being a police officer 25 years ago didn't expect to be policing a protest on a soccer field because of something that's happening within the Horn of Africa. So the world is evolving and changing. We have folks who are very dedicated to speaking with protest organizers, letting them know you have the ability to protest in Edmonton. You have the ability to exercise your rights, but there are going to be some parameters that we're expecting everyone to follow. And by and large, throughout this last year, and as we've seen from the protests that have grown from 2019 to 2024, people have stayed within those boundaries. Mm-hmm. So in terms of how we continue to allow people to, or continue to encourage people to exercise their rights, we have points of contacts that we connect with the organizers, just say, this is going to be the best way for you to stay safe, for you to exercise your right, and for you to do it over and over again. Mm-hmm. There's an expectation that folks are doing that on their side as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I absolutely, I think that is very valid point that because we have to figure out a way to facilitate that social justice movement in a peaceful way that allows people to express themselves, and because there's a lot of pain out there that people want to express.
Yeah. And sir, to be frank, we had 5,000 people marching down Jasper Ave protesting us. We provided bike cops. We provided folks trying to guide them to move safely. When things go out of hand, like, say, protesters driving a flagpole...
Please, can that person...
We're going to have to, if you're not able to sit down and be quiet, we'll have you removed from this,
removed, please?
We're going to have you removed.
Get out of hand.
Please.
We're going to have you...
We're going to...
You're going to be...
answering the question.
We're going to pause the meeting. Okay, we're going to pause the meeting. The meeting is paused.
Free Palestine!
This is no...
So we're going to recess the meeting. Meeting is recessed. Okay, we're going to resume back the meeting, but I am going to give the last warning. Anyone who makes further noise or any commotion, we're going to clear the room. I am so sorry for this because we want to make sure that everyone's rights are respected. So anyone who feels like making any commotion, please leave now. If you're not leaving, you need to commit this to this council, to me, please, as chair, that you will respect the decorum of this room. please, and I would really, really appreciate that if you could do that, because we want to have this very important conversation. Thank you so much for that. Okay.
You still have some time. Your time's in front, so you can keep going and asking your questions.
Sorry.
I'll wrap up with this. Yeah. We have resources that we connect with the community to ensure that they have the ability to exercise their rights. We expect that to be a two-way street in terms of that understanding. We don't want to be ever seen to be quelling their ability to exercise civil disobedience, but that being said, we still do have some parameters that we must work within.
Okay, got it. I'll move the second round.
I don't think you need to. I saw the.
Oh, that's it. Okay, okay. I'll take the chair. Sorry,
I'll return the chair.
I said something without even having the chair. So
no, it's okay. I would have said the same thing. So no,
sorry about
appreciate
that.
it. No.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, that concludes the questions on this item. We have a motion on the floor. Now we will open the floor to speak. So which, for the benefit of the members of the public who are joining us, so the way our process works is that first we ask all the questions that we need to ask to the presenters. So that part is concluded. Now council members have the ability to speak to the matter that's in front of us. So that's what we're doing now. Okay, so we're going to open up the floor for council members to speak. Councillor Paquette, go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out how odd it was that another councillor and I asked fairly identical questions. The response to me was, we can't reach into people's heads and change their opinion and their perception. But the other councillor received a reply that said it was a brilliant question. So I just thought that was very interesting. I'll leave it at that. I will mention, so the public understands, council cannot give direction to EPS. The province does not give direction to EPS. And the Edmonton Police Commission does not give direction to EPS. Deployment decisions and strategic decisions are made by EPS. The Commission's role is to oversee the chief, and council's role is to oversee the commission. And that the method for that for council is through the annual appointing of 1 or 2, sometimes 3 new commissioners. That is the law under the Alberta Police Act. Council's role, as far as EPS is concerned, is simply as funder. And as those who were paying attention will know that then Minister Shandro indicated very clearly that if the province did not agree with council's approach to funding the police, the province would step in. And as we understand it, that is still the case today. So just let that sink in for a second. Okay. At this point, though, I do want to mention that I understand the stresses around safety, especially on LRT and in our public spaces and downtown and the communities surrounding LRT. The communities and the public also understand those challenges because they are faced with that perception of not being safe. And so the question must be asked, who is responsible for communicating to the public that things are safe, and who is responsible for ensuring that things are actually safe? Council has fulfilled its role through the funding of EPS and through more than doubling the number of peace officers we have, and through questions of the commission. We will continue to ask these questions because it is very apparent that although council has been patient for what is years now, of concern about transit and downtown safety and the communities around transit. Years, we were told there's an 8% improvement, but the public's patience has run out. They don't expect it to take years to ensure that they are safe when they are just trying to get to work or get to school, get to an appointment, or go out for an evening. It should not take years. And I don't understand any words coming forward on that that are not, we are getting on it and we will fix the problem. That's it. That's the whole job. If you ask the public, do you feel safer on transit now than you did 4 years ago? If the answer is yes, great. If the answer is no, then there is serious work that must be done that is not happening. Sorry, I'm not going to apologize for that. That is the way it is. Now, I know that the folks in attendance today are looking for words about the incident over the last weekend. And I know that other councillors are likely to say something, so I will leave it to them. I will end with the fact, the observation is that those who are in drug dependence are still not being helped. They are still on our stairwells and in our transit spaces, and that has to change. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. First and foremost, I do want to say, like, again, I understand the passion, the energy, the things, but we do have to be able to allow for dissenting voices. We have to be able to allow all of the council colleagues on this side of the table to feel comfortable asking questions. And so that's why we create that decorum. That's why we create that, so that we can have agreements and disagreements around this chamber. So I just want to provide that context, right, to the members in this room, and online virtually as well. You know, I think throughout the report, the police report, the word accountability keeps coming up and keeps coming up. And I want to thank Commission and the police for being here today, because as tense as these conversations can get, they are a mechanism of accountability, right? Accountability that we have to our residents, accountability the Commission has to us as council appointed members or provincially appointed members, and that the police have to have these conversations publicly. So to me, this is accountability in action, and sometimes that's messy and sometimes it's tense, but that doesn't mean that the work of the service isn't appreciated, that the work of the Commission isn't appreciated. But that being said, I do really want to highlight to the Commission, you know, I was really disheartened to hear the response to my question about, you know, more proactive communication. You know, I hear the desire and the want for more engagement, for the public to understand your role. We know that, you know, these systems are complex, and it's hard for the average individual to understand the Police Act and the Commission and how everything functions together. And, you know, I think about my role as a city councillor. If I was to tell my residents, all that information is on the City of Edmonton website, just Google it, I don't need to provide any proactive communication, I probably wouldn't have a job in the next election. So I just really encourage you to consider, you know, some of these things could be just so simple. Did you know there's a new website for the 2023 annual report? You can check out, there's some great stats in there. There's some great work EPS is doing. Why wouldn't we want to share that? As well as that sorry, it's tired, I'm at the end of the day. Transparency, that's the word I'm looking for. So, you know, I really hope you take away from this that, like, for me, that's an expectation that I have of the commissioners that are appointed and the Commission as a whole is, and that's what I think Edmontonians are asking from us, and they're asking from you, And so I'm not saying, just be more proactive. I have to think about what's important to the Edmontonians that I represent and provide proactive communication. Can we do the same? Because I think that's what people are craving right now. And while the information is out there, digging for it can be like digging for a needle in a haystack. And if we can make it simpler and even more user-friendly and understandable for people, then we're going to bring people along. We're going to help people understand. Yes, does it open us up for more criticism as well? Absolutely. As a counselor, if I put out publicly on my social media and my website, this is how I voted on an item, I'm going to receive positive and negative feedback for that. That's part of being a bit more communicative, but it's an important part of that. So I will accept this for information, but I do want you to know that as we have further conversations, that's something I'm going to be wanting to see scaled up. And if it's not possible, I want to know why it's not possible, as I know there is a desire and an interest to do more engagement and better communication with Edmontonians. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank again the delegation for taking your whole afternoon to be here to answer questions on, a report that I know you have other mechanisms for discussing. Prior to, I think, 2021, this kind of annual report to council actually never happened before. I introduced a motion because I think it's worthy of a public discussion. And since then, we've seen, regular annual reporting. And it's that link between the service and what the service is doing, reporting back to the commission and then back to council. While a lot of that can be in public, is no longer as nebulous as it used to be. Can it be better? Absolutely. And that's why this meeting was scheduled regardless of what else is happening in the community. And I think it coincided with some of the really unfortunate events that transpired last weekend. And interesting, Councillor Rutherford, I wrote down mechanisms of accountability, and this is one of perhaps many, and we actually learned about some more today from the Commission about what those mechanisms can be. I think I already mentioned the timeliness of this year's report. I think that's important. The usability of the online platform, I think, is important. I also think it's worth noting some of the positive trends in this year. It doesn't get down to the nitty-gritties of the qualitative stories that is happening on the ground, but at least we have a general understanding of the trends. We're seeing trends that will continue on par with what's happening across the country. There are also snippets of success stories that we actually didn't touch on today, such as the language support, which I was surprised but pleased to see, because we have talked about how to reach very diverse ethnocultural communities. And I think in today's discussion, in particular for the members of the public, really appreciate the turnout and the interest. We talked about complaint and investigation processes. We talked about the next milestones, and if there's a particular issue, how one can really participate, follow those conversations with the police commission. And I'll note too that in this year's report, in Appendix B, the report actually very clearly delineates whose role it is and what those role is delegated within the legislative framework. And for those who are interested in changing the system, dismantling the system, I think it's important to understand how the system works, whether you agree with it or not. And so understanding the governance structure, even though it may not be the most riveting subject, is critical in order to understanding where the levers of power and where the levers of influence can be. So I will encourage those who are interested in these discussions to continue to follow, to participate, to learn, and hone in on some of those points. So, I understand today was, particularly lots of tensions and lots of stuff happening in the community, but I appreciate the patience that everyone had to answer those questions. Are all the answers satisfactory? Probably not. Can we dig into them some more? Absolutely. And that's why I think we need to continue to have these public dialogues and other touch points that we may have formally or informally. Thanks again. and I will be supporting the receive for information.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Jans.
Thank you for this. I think I highlighted some of the gaps in the report that I think are critical. The fact that use of force report has been omitted now is a major oversight. For the commission, if you're looking to restore trust in policing and help more people feel confident in policing, we need to talk about use of force. And the fact it's not there in the annual report is an omission. People won't know about an individual report coming to an individual meeting. And I think also, we need to think about what we're prioritizing. And as I made the point, there's more in there about 5K runs and canines than there is about police involved killings, and that's not okay. I think the mayor highlighted during the State of the City that since this council was elected, funding for the police has increased by 20%. If we increased funding by 20% for any other area of the city right now, in the face of an 8.9% tax increase, and in the midst of all these other conversations, I think there'd be some very just and fair questions about return on investment. And are we delivering the right tool to the right time to the right place? And do we have the right reports and mechanisms to do so? We've had these tough conversations about the fire service, where we realized that 30% of the calls the fire department were going to were not actual putting the blue stuff on the red stuff, but actually more medical in nature. We've had some of these tough conversations about snow and ice expectations. But yet again, whether we're talking about wellness checks or many of these other areas, the police themselves has said 30% of the calls that they get are and some even higher have said that they are not police in nature. So we as a society are failing to provide other first responses on a 24/7, 365 basis to take the pressure off police, be it the wellness checks, be it the other paraprofessional, parapolice supports. So I'm concerned that this report, this annual report, doesn't really give me the ammo that I can take to the businesses and the community members who are concerned about police expenditures and are concerned about taxes and are concerned about return on investment in Alberta. They're concerned about rising poverty and housing and growing inequality. And we know at the end of the day that crime is driven by poverty. And this report here, while there's good pieces within it, the omission of the concerning pieces denies me the opportunity to really get into those good pieces. And I'm debating voting against receipt of information, although it doesn't really matter. But because last year I flagged the exact same things, that I wanted to see the priority 1, priority 2, priority 3 calls. I think in 2021 only 1% of the calls received were priority 1 calls. That I can't remember, but that information was in the report, and we had a really robust, informative discussion about it. Are we helping the right tool get to the right place for the right time? I can't have that conversation now in this annual report, and that's a missed opportunity to the service. That's a missed opportunity to the commission. So I'm happy for the people in the audience today and elsewhere who kind of get a glimpse into the problem that we're running like Windows 98 operating systems in a 2024 world. We are running a police accountability system that is not up to date with current expectations. We need changes to the Police Act. We need more accountability tools. We need a more robust, independent body that can do this work. And this is part of the challenge that we're going to be working through. But we're stuck in an old Police Act, and that's a challenge. More on that later. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson. Sorry, Councillor Stevenson is too close. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you so much. Whenever we're having these conversations, I'm consistently reminded of the separation of power and accountability between City Council, the Commission, and the Edmonton Police Service. The annual report is one of the very few opportunities and touch points where we as councillors have the ability to openly ask questions of the Commission, detailing the outcomes of the work that they're doing and the work of the service. We all know that policing is the single largest line item in our budget, so this conversation deserves a high degree of rigor and attention. So I appreciate that we have the opportunity to discuss it and to look at trends within our city. However, I share the concerns that have been raised that some vital information, such as use of force, has been left out. And that's the type of information that I would have expected to see. In its absence, you know, it leaves questions. And from my perspective, presents clear barriers to a fulsome debate. I understand that some of the information that I was seeking may be publicly available, but again, when it's not part of the agenda package, it limits what I can ask questions on as a councillor, it limits our ability to have that conversation, and it limits our ability to speak about the issues that Edmontonians are seeking answers and accountability on. I would like to see far more effort going into a clarification of the role and purpose of the Edmonton Police Commission. My office is consistently communicating the existence, the role and responsibilities of the Commission with residents on a weekly, sometimes daily basis, and I think the Commission needs to make this a very clear priority. You know, when I go back to the mandate of the Commission, the Edmonton Police Commission is the guardian of public trust. The Commission is the connection between the public and the EPS, and I don't think Edmontonians know that. So I think that's a huge gap that needs to be addressed. Yeah, so would just strongly urge that the Commission focus on enhancing its visibility and proactive communications, not just online, but in the community as well, because trust depends on transparency, and I don't think we're there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Knack, can you take the chair, please?
I've got the chair.
Thank you. You know, public safety and community well-being is a fundamental responsibility of everyone, including this council, as well as police, commission, and the community, and the investments we are making to make our communities safer for all are trending in the right direction. We are seeing crime on the decline. Yes, the severity is up. We are seeing more people diverted from difficult situations to connecting them to services, whether it's through the navigation center, whether it's through the crisis diversion funding that city council provided, or the investments we're making in housing. They're creating opportunities for people to be housed and have a roof over their head and deal with their mental health issues or other struggles or trauma that the people face and get better. So I'm pleased with the direction that we are going, but much more needs to be done in the holistic way of making our community safer. So thank you to EPS, thank you to Commission, and everyone else involved. I also want to thank the members of the public for joining us today. There's a lot of pain out there, and there's a lot of trauma out there, and all of you sat in this room carrying your own trauma, and you conducted yourself with respect, largely, with the exception of a few people. I appreciate that, and thank you so much for showing that decorum, with the exception of few incidents. But I can understand why, even though we don't allow outbursts in this room, but I can understand why people would react that way because of that trauma that they face. I look forward to more conversation, but I think one thing I really want to highlight again, which I tried to raise in my last questions to Edmonton Police Service, we need to figure out a different way as we recognize that our world continues to change. There's more conflict in this world. And that conflict demands accountability from all of us. And we need to continue to create space for people to express themselves and demand accountability and push for change. I come from that background. In my younger days, I'm old now, I engaged in that kind of activism. So I understand the value of that activism. But there's also a frame or parameters that we all have to respect. So how do we continue to create space, and how we continue to engage in a respectful way on both sides of the issue, that we are able to move forward together. I think that's where I'm really going to focus my energy on, as well, understanding better, and also as institutions how we can create that space in a safe, peaceful manner, allow that civil disobedience to be continued to be respected, and through that continue to advance our society to be more just and fair for all of us, right? So I think I think everyone wants to do that. We just need to figure out a better way how to do that, and find a better way of working together to do that. I know I hear EPS is working on that. I hope the community will be willing to engage with them. There'll be opportunity at Police Commission for you to share your views. And so please do that. Let's figure it out. Let's figure it out how we can continue to support each other in the most difficult times that our world is going through. And there are ramifications of international conflict in our communities, and that conflict is hurting a lot of people. And that pain is being expressed by people, and we need to create that space for that pain to be continued to be heard and respected and valued, and find a channel for that pain to be mobilized to building a better city and building a better world. So thank you so much for joining us. And with that, I will take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
And go to Councillor Stevenson to a close.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate everyone being here today. I've been reflecting how fundamentally the roles that council play and the role that commission plays are very similar, if not identical. We're responsible for the governance oversight of our respective organizations, and we also hold the public trust. Despite having very similar roles, our relationship, frankly, is very complicated. When we talk about accountability between the commission and council, that's a PhD thesis. It brings in legislation, it brings in precedent, it brings in many different complicated pieces that I don't know that we can ever fully untangle. But I think what we can agree to, and which is fundamental in both of our roles, is that we are fundamentally accountable to Edmontonians. We both are. And for me, these conversations, these touch points where we can have a public conversation, where council can bring forward the values and expectations of the people that we represent and the Edmontonians that we represent, for me, that is about being accountable, not necessarily to each other, because again, that's complicated, but to Edmontonians. I think that's the unquestionable role that we all play, and I think that these types of dialogues are very important in that role. So I want to thank everyone for taking part in that. There is such value to me in these touch points that I am very supportive of any ideas to bring that forward, to have more conversations. It's only through dialogue that I think we can work through these complexities. We've talked a lot about complexities. The mayor has spoken to the tension created by civil disobedience undertaken for social justice. We also have tensions of changing and increasing types of threats that we face from a public safety perspective. We know that recent events have highlighted these tensions, but again, appreciate that there will be space on Thursday for that conversation to happen. So we'll just close again by reiterating my thank you to the service, to the commission, to council colleagues, and to members of the public for the conversation today, and look forward to many more to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So please vote.
Opposed. Thank you, Councillor Jans. We're just sending the vote out now. Against. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. What do we have next?
I don't know if I can call orders, but it's...
Oh, yes, it's 5 o'clock.
I'll have a subsequent when we come back tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
So tomorrow we start with the
So the first item is item 7.4, the City of Edmonton Youth Council.
Okay, so we will talk, tomorrow we will start with 7.4. We
Absolutely.
also have a number of protocol items as well tomorrow.
Absolutely, we'll do protocol first. Thank
We'll
you.
see you at 9:30 tomorrow, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Until then, we are on the recess.
And if we could invite the public to vacate through the top doors, now